Great. Thank you, everybody, for joining this second meeting of the Permanent Platform Committee for the 2024 Texas Democratic Party Convention. I'm going to go ahead and call us to order at 6:40 p.m. Madam Secretary, will you take the roll by those present in the Zoom?
Yes, thank you. Got it.
Thank you. And then whenever you're able, if you can just confirm that we have quorum.
Yes, we do have quorum.
Excellent. I'm going to get us started with a note from Marco, and then Skylar has something that they wanted to add at the beginning, and then we'll get going with kind of our plan for the evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to talk about process. Tonight, when we get to, let's say we get to the very end and we're done with the platform, what we want to do is say, okay, this document, we want to amend the current platform with this document. So essentially it's an entire strike and replace. So it's an amendment to the existing platform, which has been amended, probably about 100 times, since the 1860s or 70s, whatever it is. So that's that process. So then it's moving to the convention floor as a recommended item. It is essentially on a consent calendar in bulk, but if someone wanted to remove an item from consent, you're not going to be able to say, the entire education section. You have to get very specific of if someone wanted to pull from consent a portion, they could do that with a petition of 1% of all the people who are signed in to the convention. So, probably about 30-ish, maybe up to as far as many as 45 signatures to pull a particular, excuse me, I'm sorry, I am eating dinner, so I apologize. To get a particular subsection, they have to fill out a form, and they have like a 30-hour window at convention to pull an item that y'all have approved as a body, as a committee, that's recommended to the body for consideration, and then that will be that very specific part will be pulled for discussion on the floor for Saturday's convention. So that's the process. You don't have the ability to amend directly from the floor. Something has to be pulled for discussion from that petition process. And those petitions will be available at the check-in credentials area when you check in. Essentially, the Abraham Theater, the Abraham Chavez Theater lobby will be the check-in, the credentials hub. So credentials is in charge of petition verification. So if you need a petition, and of course it's a pretty low bar. It's 1% if you actually need to pull something down and want to discuss it. But if no one does that petition, then essentially the entire platform is going to get approved by consent by what this committee recommends for amending the current platform. Now, let's say there's two people that turned in petitions where there's sufficient things that get pulled, then that means the first item that's pulled for discussion would get pulled on the floor at some point on Saturday, and then it's pulled for discussion, but something has to happen, right? Maybe you have a question about it that you can have, but then someone needs to make an amendment to change something, and so there'll be forms for making amendments of strike X and replace with Y, or add whatever. So those amendments will have to be written in, presented, and then it'd be an item for discussion. Of note, since this is an amendment to the original platform, in Roberts, there's only 3 levels of amendment. There's the main motion, there's amendments, and there's amendments to the amendment. So since this is already an amendment, it's limited. because you can only amend once on top of it. So you're not able to do essentially an amendment to the amendment because it's already an amendment. If that makes zero sense, but that's what it is. And then there's debate limits. Since it'll be an amendment to an amendment. It'll be 2 for, 2 against, whatever the motion is, and then you have to get back to and then it would be over at some point once we've finished with that item for discussion, and the convention will eventually approve the platform, because essentially all of it has been approved already because of all that other consent stuff. So then you would just go to that other item, repeat that process, and that's how it will work.
Does anybody have
Madam
any
Chair.
questions on that we can clarify while we've got Marco available to explain that process? Excellent. Oh, I heard a comment.
Okay, I just one quick question. So
Go for
the platform gets approved and then people amend it, or do they bring the amendments and then the whole thing gets approved with the amendments?
So it's going to get approved on consent. So essentially, we're going to, if someone does file a petition and does want to pull specific, sub items out of a section or subsection, then what we're doing is that portion has been pulled and we have to do something with that portion. And so you do have to approve that portion. But other than that, everything's already been approved, because everything would have been passed on by consent at that point. So you're really just trying to deal with the section that has been it's almost like a subsection of a subsection, but obviously that gets a little confusing. But you have to deal with that first, and that section would need to be approved, but you wouldn't have to go back and approve the entire platform because that's already approved on consent, other than that one item or piece.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you
Madam
so much, Marco. All right. Skylar Walker, to clarify.
I know that we're all wary about the tail end of this document, and I just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize the hard work of the temporary committee in negotiating the language that we were handed. I also wanted to remind the committee that we're the party that champions human rights, and our foreign policy section should reflect that democratic ideal. And to that end, I do have a point of order. So when we make suggestions in the document, that's like a motion, correct? And if that's a motion, then do we need a second before there's any debate?
Marco, any chance our very favorite parliamentarian is at TDP, the present, to help with that question? That is not an answer I'm as confident about on my own.
Madam Chair, if I may, obviously I can call Dina, but what I would say is items are, we're working informally on this document. So if we want to have discussion, that's fine. If we really need a second, if someone wants to call a point of order, I think that would be the case. But yeah, I can go and give our parliamentarian a call to see.
Yeah, I think my understanding is basically that we've treated it kind of informally as if they are motions, but just across the board, but just as a mechanism to facilitate the order in which we're going, though that they are not being treated as actual motions. And we can, if we want to, just go ahead and make a plan on that section, on a particular other sections, to have folks make specific motions rather than going in order in which edits were done. I'm open to having a brief discussion about what mechanism we want to go by in order to facilitate that conversation. Before we get to the other folks who've raised their hands, Skylar, did that add any clarity to your question?
I just think that if it would probably likely cut down on the time if we treated like a motion to a striking, a deletion as a motion to strike, and in order to go to debate, we would have to have that motion seconded.
Let's see, who else has got hands raised? Jenny Stogner McDavid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I would agree with the point Skylar's trying to make. We spent a lot of time last week debating some simple wordsmithing, and I think we need to recognize the fact that we are not legislators. The words that are coming into this document are not the rule of law. We're trying to embody the spirit and the values of the Democratic Party. I just don't want to see us get caught up in a lot of debate over like wordsmithing when we've got some really big substantive issues that we need to debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Colbert.
Yeah, I have a procedural question and then I have one comment that I want to make before I'm done. The procedural question is this. Some people have made changes to the document on the document itself, and others have made changes to the document as suggestions within the comments. So my presumption is that changes to the temporary committee's document that were made in the document itself are not what has already been approved by the committee. Therefore, each of those things where people have either done strike-throughs or additions, those themselves are treated as motions to amend the temporary committee document. Would that be correct?
Oh goodness, that is not something on which I've really thought that through. Let me hop over to Marco while I process that. Marco.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to listen to the last couple of comments. I just called Dina. So what she's saying is these items have been referred to us, and in the process that we've been going on, they don't need a second. That they're essentially referred to us. So if we're taking up language, essentially it doesn't need a second. You can just go ahead and work through those suggested edit items.
Okay,
Okay, Marco.
I think that makes sense to me in terms of like, the way I view that is that those suggestions are tools, but we aren't obligated to go through them in a particular order as we would be with motions. And that gives us a little bit more flexibility with how we proceed. Per your question on suggestions in the document versus in the comments, Paul, I'm hesitant to make a definitive statement on that, especially because between just like technicalities on how people are communicating with each other within the collaborative document and limitations on basically how some of us understand the document versus how like just kind of technological competency levels. I'm hesitant to say that all of it was done with that level of intention. So I don't know if that answers your question or if that
No,
creates a different question.
I don't think it does, Madam Chair. My question is this. We received a document from the temporary committee.
Yes.
Right now, that is our starting point. Changes that people have made to that document in the document itself, not in the comment section, but in the document itself, are not changes that have been approved by this committee. They are merely, they fall in basically the same category as the comments that are posted in the margins. They are suggestions for changes in language, but they would have to be acted on in order for them to become the actual language adopted by this committee. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that's the question that I had with respect to that. The comment that I have is the following. Near as I can figure out, we have at most 19 of the 38 congressional districts represented by voting members on this committee. We have 21 people participating right now. We have Marco, who's not representing a congressional district, and we have at least one member who is a convention officer who's been appointed on a temporary basis and can comment and participate but doesn't get to vote. So that gets back to a comment I made at the previous meetings, and that's that this should be a document about what unites us as Democrats. This, to the extent that we play I'm going to beat you by 1 vote, or I'm going to beat you by 2 votes. What we're doing is we're saying, okay, so we have a little over half of the Democrats and none of the rest of Texas with us on an issue. So we should be looking for ways to word things and ways to deal with issues that deal with them in a manner that addresses what our common understandings and feelings are as Democrats, rather than just one side trumps the other. Doing that when we don't even have more than half of the congressional districts represented, if we just try to go on 1 vote margins all the time, is going to be divisive to the party. And so my request to all of the members of the committee is, on any issues where we have controversy, we should be looking for finding those points that we agree upon, rather than just saying, aha, we beat you on that one. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I want to go over a couple of mechanisms by which I want to approach tonight, along with a couple of reminders. The first being, take care of yourselves first. If you need to get up and take some space away from the meeting, please feel free to do so. This is going to be a long evening. It is my goal to move it as quickly as possible, and all of the rest of the comments I'm about to make are a mechanism in order to do that. But if you need to step away, if you need to eat, if you need a bathroom break, all of those things, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to leave the Zoom. We will let you back in. If at any point you cannot get back in, I will drop my cell phone number in the chat. You can always shoot me a text message. I try to keep an eye on my cell phone during the meeting, and you all have my email address, and we'll do our best to get you back into the meeting. But please take care of yourselves. If you need to step away or you need to have an outside conversation or any of those things, please remember to mute as best you can. I'm going to try to do the same thing. You may have noticed my background is slightly different than it was last meeting. I'm in a different place in my house, so there may be maybe some different sounds, and I'm going to try to keep that in mind. But please just remember ultimately that while we really appreciate the work that you're doing on this committee, it is okay if you need to have something else take precedence. The next reminder is one that frankly I think goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is just a reminder to continue to be kind and respectful to one another. I think we've done a really excellent job of that thus far, and I'm really excited to continue having good progress come through those kinds of conversations going forward. The real last note I have that's other than technicalities is to please use the raise your hand function. Y'all have done excellent of it so far in this meeting, especially in a meeting where we are down to 2 out of our 3 officers, where we know that Marco has other obligations. It's much easier for me to recognize folks when you raise your hand. And I will add in, there were a couple of moments at our last meeting where we weren't great about that. And it happens to the best of us when you have a thought and you want to finish a thought or add on or respond to a comment. I'm going to try my best to circle back to folks if you need a chance to follow up on a comment, or if I need to clarify that you got a question answered. But please raise your hand, lower it while you're asking a question, and then raise it for a second time rather than calling out. I will be muting people and interrupting people in an effort to keep our conversation limited to folks by raising of hands, and ask our secretary to help and do the same. It just has the tendency that once we start, that it doesn't always stop with any real speed. And it is not any representation of a disagreement with what you have to say. I'm going to do my best to do it equally across the board. But please be cognizant that the way that we're going to recognize folks on committees to speak is by recognition. I will call on people. Like I said, I will do so quickly. I will try to do so in the order in which I see hands. But some of the places where we got most off the rails in the last meetings and in temporary is where we weren't relying on raised hands. So I want to really keep that in mind going forward. If you need to get my attention because it seems that I haven't seen you, feel free to say something, but please don't jump into your point. Almost every time I am able to see folks, and we'll circle back to you, and we'll try to give notice of kind of who my next folks in batting order are as much as possible. Marco.
Yeah, and the only other suggestion, and I know that you and myself have talked about this individually in groups before, Madam Chair, also is, there might be some of us that tend to step forward a little bit more in meetings, and some of us that tend to step to be a little bit more in the background during meetings. So we want this to be some of what Paul's comments were saying. We want this to be a consensus as much as possible. So if you're someone who's been a little quiet, if you guys could say a little bit more. Those of you who've been a little bit more vocal, just maybe be a little bit more picky about when you speak. But also the chair has the ability that if there's people who always get called on or always are raising their hands, the chair has the ability to maybe wait a little bit to see if there's anyone else who doesn't raise their hand as much, just so we can get a conversation of more of us. But that's allowed in Roberts. I know there's a specific name I'm just blanking on it. But the chair, wait until you have recognition of the chair, and if you're one of the people that speaks often, and she's not calling you right away, that may be because for that reason as well.
Yes, thank you. And I think we've got some really, really great minds on here who have a lot of diverse knowledge sets. So I know it's hard when we care about a lot of issues. I am right there with y'all. That's why I am happy to sit on these Zoom calls with y'all, is because I care about the platform as well. And so I feel your pain. And if you need to keep raising your hand because you have additional comments, please do. I want to see that you want to be recognized. It just may mean that you get called on after folks who we haven't heard from. So just a gentle reminder on that front. And I plan to try to take a break as needed, just so that we can be cognizant of the stamina that it takes to get through a meeting like this. But otherwise, let's get ready to go. So my plan of attack for this document is to start where we left off. I know that there are some small edits that I've seen in the pages that we had already gone through. I am going to go ahead and prioritize the sections that we haven't yet spoken about, because we are on our second meeting, and that is just logistically, I think, the most equitable approach that we can take, since we've already discussed those sections. And most of what I saw overall in this first 15 pages or so are things that we've already talked about, and that seem to be mostly resolved in the comments. So we can circle back if there's something bigger that I'm missing, but let's get through the things that we haven't talked about first. I don't have an estimate of what time we're going to be done this evening. If you need to leave because you need to leave, then that is okay. That is just something that may happen, and we will proceed as best we can. It will, like I said, it will be a late night. I'm going to stop talking here in just a moment, because I know that I am making it later with extended conversation here at the front. But please stay as long as you can, because every section of this document is important, not just the sections that are contentious. It is important to have eyes on the things that we agreed on 4 or 6 years ago, and the things that don't have any edits now. So thank you for looking at those with just as much diligence as you looked at the things that have lots and lots of comments on them. So with that being said, I have here in my notes that we stopped, I believe, at the beginning of this long section of strike-throughs on page 14. Does that, I think my first edit that I'm seeing that we didn't touch on, I'm trying to remember if we talked about this first bullet point, fully reflect all student and district level cost differences. That's a move. I think the last place we stopped would be this addition here on page 14 on dress codes. Does anybody have anything that would indicate that we stopped elsewhere? I might be mistaken. Paul Colbert.
Okay, it doesn't have to do with where we stopped. When we were discussing this stuff before, I had pointed out that a whole lot of the strike-throughs and a whole lot of the additions were not strike-throughs and additions, they were moves. Have we done any, can we hear from the person, whoever it is that did all of the strike through and addition stuff, as to whether or not there's anything substantively in there, or are those just moves, and do we need to really go through all of that stuff where we're really approving language that's already in the platform?
Lizette, if you have any comments, I think most of those moves are yours, so feel free to give us some background.
So Paul's right about that. All of those, anything that's coming up as a strike through is just a move. I just cut and pasted into different areas. But
Okay.
it's education.
Okay, and we can definitely take a look. If it's all right with you, I'd like to put off looking at the moves until after we've done more of the content. And we can look at the rearranging element of things after we've done kind of made this first pass. Is that something that you'd be willing to work with us on later on in the process?
Sure, that's fine with me.
Awesome. All right, let's jump on in here. And I see Marco's hand.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and also, like, let's say we run out of time, I would consider all of that formatting and clerical. So if need be, you know, we can work that out afterwards. You know, definitely have the ability to take instruction from you all, or, you know, I have the ability to just clerically reformat, you know, stuff like that. So definitely that is an option.
Awesome. Thank you for that. All right, let's jump on in. The addition is, like I said, fourth bullet point down, page 14. It's on my screen if you're following along on the screen share. Prohibit discriminatory and overly restrictive school dress codes and grooming requirements that violate students' sincere cultural, gender, or religious expression. Skylar, any background? Skylar Corgle specifically. Any discussion?
Hello.
Oh, hello, welcome. Skylar, we heard you and then we lost you.
Oh, do I need to discuss? Is there any discussion?
Just if you have any background, or is there any discussion? I see Angel has a question in the comments. Question adding, can we add body type?
That would be perfectly fine to me, but this is just regarding schools, school dress codes, and hair, just discriminatory and overly restrictive, like dress codes and hairstyling, you know, enabling students to express their, you know, their culture, their gender, their religious expression in you know, at school, where they're, you know, can be themselves. So yeah, this is what this is about. I won't take too much time on it.
Perfect. Thank you. Angel.
Yes, quick background on why I added wanting to add body type, and just what we're seeing with their dress code policies around adultification of Black and brown girls and the hypersexualization of them when it comes to wearing tights and some shirts. So that would be the background on why I wanted to add that.
All right. Can you make that change, Angel, or Skylar, in wherever you think is an appropriate fit within that existing add-on from Skylar? Just in that listing somewhere there at the end. All right. Any other discussion? Let's get that change added in. I can also add that if folks aren't able to. Are y'all okay if, Skylar, are you okay if I add that at the end after religious expression?
Sure, I was trying to find a way to make it fit, but yeah, that works.
And we can wordsmith after the fact as needed. Okay, all right. Any objections to that as presented? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Okay, we've got strike through. All right, down on page 15, we have an addition. Lizette, is this a move or is this new language?
That's just a move.
Okay. Look at us. All right, page 16. We've got a deletion here, equip classrooms with computers rather than free computers. Any discussion? Paul?
Yeah, I had the question as to why would we take out the word free? We're talking about computers in the classrooms. Are we going to be charging for the computers, charging for access to the computers? It didn't make any sense to me to strike out free.
Shirley? Any context as the author?
I'm just saying that if we put them in the classrooms, they are free to the student, but someone had to pay for them.
Okay, any other discussion? Laura?
Yes, so a similar situation to the industry that I work in where, and I just want to offer more context perhaps on what the opposition is to this, or rather the agreement to strike free. So free and public education is on the student end is free. So yes, someone like the school district would have to purchase. So I do understand that argument where the district has to pay for it as an example, but the student gets it for free.
Any other discussion? Laura, can you, just while I'm thinking about a vote, I think we can probably do this with at least a voice vote to get us started. But while I'm thinking, can you drop the voting spreadsheet in the chat for folks to have pulled up should we need a roll call vote?
Also, if you
Just
need, if when we do have to go to a roll call vote, if you can't access, like if you're not able to click on a box next to your name, if you will raise your hand and just let me know how you want to vote, and then I can do it for you.
excellent, thank you. While we're getting that, Madeline Gibson.
Yeah, I think what that particular sentence is trying to, or why it may be confusing, it may be, yes, the classroom will have computers, but maybe what they're trying to say is provide computers to take home. Could that be what is really being meant, and that would be free for the student? Or is that something somewhere else in the document?
I'm not sure if that's addressed elsewhere in the document off the top of my head. Anybody else happen to know that and see? And that may be a good point of clarification, but I suspect it would need to be added in an additional bullet point. Skylar Walker.
I speak in opposition to this, but also I think what you're talking about, Madeline, is what we call in the classroom one-to-one. So there's one computer for every one student. I didn't see it elsewhere in the document. And so if someone wanted to add that in, you'd want to use that language one-to-one.
Thank you for that background. All right, let's go ahead and if there's no further discussion, vote on this change. So an I vote in favor of this is a vote in favor of striking the word free. A nay vote is opposing the word striking of the word free. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So we need. All right, next. We have replacing the word trade with the word vocational. Any discussion? Any objection to that change? Hearing none, that is approved. We have an addition, support policies that identify, define, and prohibit identity-based bullying and harassment within school environments. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Next section. We have a strike through. So striking the bullet point, devalue grouping by age as the normative class assignments and instead value the levels with each individual child. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that change is approved. Next section, bottom of page 16, striking through such as those previously established by Republican leadership. Any discussion? Paul.
Yeah, okay. This had to do with the 8.5% cap on special education that was never formally adopted through any process. It was just two Republican legislators sending a letter to the commissioner, and for a period of about 15 years, they harmed thousands and thousands of special needs kids. The reason we have that language in there is, to this day, a lot of people still aren't aware of the fact that they did that. And I believe that, since they were the ones who caused that to happen, we should give them ownership of the degree to which they discriminated against special needs kids. So I would oppose striking that portion of it.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how to work the raising hand.
Go ahead, Rachel. It's the reactions button at the bottom of your screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
But yeah,
you.
go ahead.
I would just say we already are advocating for what we want, and I think like this finger pointing is silly. So I'm for deleting that language and just keeping what we affirmatively are advocating for in the prior sentence or clause.
Any other discussion? All right. An I vote is to strike through the language. Since it looks like that was the first suggestion, we'll go off of that. So an I vote strikes the language, a nay vote keeps the language. Does that make sense to folks? All right, all those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 Oh, that was not super clear to me. Let's use this as a good chance to test the voting spreadsheet. So if y'all will, pull up the voting spreadsheet, make sure you're logged in with your correct email address.
Okay, where did
I'm gonna go ahead and hop over. And I can screen share that.
Hannah, can you include the link to the spreadsheet in the chat feature, please?
Yes, I will reshare it, especially because I know folks have just rejoined.
Which column are we marking this in?
Laura?
K and L. So K is yes, L is no.
So K is to strike the reference to the Republicans and no is to leave the reference in, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. And just as a reminder, if you can't access, you can always raise your hand. Laura will call on you rather than me, and you can tell her how you'd like to vote.
Oops.
I'm going to leave this screen up so that folks can see the text. That, and because I cannot easily share screens to the voting page, but Laura, if you want to steal my screen, you're welcome to.
This is what we have. Charlie, are you needing to
I'm
vote?
voting aye to strike through.
Yes to strike through?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know I've gotten at least one message to the effect, I know there's all sorts of crazy weather around the state today. If you lose power and need to shoot over a message or anything like that, you can always, I meant to put my phone number in the chat. Just as a reminder for folks, you can always email if you need to let us know. Something happens outside the meeting, you know, take care of you first.
Does anybody else need to vote? And I'm having a hard time seeing raised hands because I'm sharing, so.
I can let you know if hands are raised, Laura. No hands currently raised.
Okay.
Anybody who has not yet voted who wants to do so.
Okay, I don't hear or see anybody. So with that, Madam Chair, this motion has failed, 8-5.
Paul?
Yeah, this gets back to the procedural question we were talking about before. The language, the motion to strike was a motion to, I mean, the striking through of that language was striking through stuff that was in the original version of the temporary platform, and in fact was in last, the platform from 2 years as well. So it automatically would have been that the language would not have been stricken unless a motion to strike passed, correct?
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yes. Okay, and I'm going to wait to restore this on the screen because it appears that it is tied to the next change on this next line. Just so that I don't accidentally change two things, but I will change that before we move on to this this last change on the page. So our next item is replacing the word, and Janice, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you looking to replace the word restrict with the word limit?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on replacing the word restrict with the word limit? Any objections to replacing the word restrict with the word limit? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Give me just a moment to make this change. I'm sorry, I did that incorrectly. Okay. All right, our next change is the last bullet point on page 16, adding the word public school. So the bullet point will now start, ensure all public school children are provided free school breakfasts, lunches, and after-school snacks. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, page 17, fourth bullet point, strike the word fully. The new first part of the clause would read, ensure that every school has a fully funded and staffed library, fully equipped, or replacing fully with just equipped with both print and electronic media. Any discussion? Any objections?
Yeah, you'll notice that there were several objections, I think, that were listed below. So I didn't know if we needed to raise hands for that.
Oh, yes, thank you. They're not showing up with this first comment, but I see them now. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, the reason fully is in there is because just providing a very, very limited amount of print and electronic media isn't providing a fully equipped library. And, you know, emphasizing the point that we're not talking about just having, you know, one token place to access the internet has accomplished anything, whereas allowing enough access so that students who want to participate can do so without waiting in line for 3 weeks. That's why I would object to removing fully equipped.
Any other discussion? All right, and a vote in favor, or an I vote is in favor of the strike through. An opposing vote of nay is against the strike through. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 It is the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. All right, our next edit is striking the word regularly. So the phrase is regularly open and accessible to students and faculty. Any discussion? Paul Colbert.
Yeah, again, I had discussed it, or not discussed it, but I said that I was opposed to this deletion, and it's the same point. Schools, some school districts, not all school districts, but some school districts are very good at doing just the token minimum necessary. And so talking about the need that that this has to be regularly open, then you get to use it once every 2 weeks or whatever. I think regularly is important and should stay in.
Any additional discussion? All right, a vote in favor is for striking the word regularly, and a nay vote is against striking the word regularly. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. The motion fails. Our next one is clerical. Jumping down here, we have an addition. Offer statewide equitable dual credit and early college programs that draw at-risk students into, and this is the addition, vocation, technical, or, and then returning back to the original text, college career paths while still in high school. Any discussion? Any objections? Oh, Tim McDaniel.
Just that is assuming we adopt it, that we change college to maybe collegiate, but other than that, that's clerical too. So
Shirley, is that well, that, or really others, thoughts on changing college to collegiate?
I have no opinion.
So on this first section, any objections to this addition? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Tim, if you want to make the collegiate addition, you can. While you do that, I'm gonna skip down to this next bullet point. This is an addition. Disaggregate school disciplinary data by race, ethnicity, gender, status as receiving special education services, and status as being in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services. Any discussion? Angel.
Yes, just the background here. I see there's some points about eliminating bullying and disciplinary action. It's extremely hard to get that data, and we can't effectively fight against it if we don't have the numbers. And it's currently not disaggregated at this time, which is why that addition is there.
Any other discussion? Any objections?
I'm gonna object.
Okay, that brings it to a vote. Is there any other discussion before we go to a vote? All right, an aye vote is in favor of adding the new plank. A nay vote is opposing the new plank. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
All right, is it the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it? All right, coming back up to Tim's edit up above. So this changes college career paths to collegiate paths. Any discussion? Paul.
Yeah, I mean, actually, most of the vocational and technical programs that are offered in Texas are offered through community colleges, so they already are college paths. I don't know that changing college to collegiate really accomplishes anything else in that regard. But
Any other discussion? All right. An aye vote is in favor of the change. A nay vote is opposing the change. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Okay. So, and I'm gonna have that be, since we talked about them together. Okay, down to higher education, page 18. We have a suggestion here in the comments about changing the word cancel student loan debt. Paul, do you want to go ahead and make that a formal request to change, or
yes, I would. I'd like to make that a request to change for the reasons that I explained within the comment that I made there.
Perfect. Any discussion? So the suggested alternate word is relieve. So relieve student loan debt. Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that is approved. All right. We have the addition of qualified. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Are there any? Okay, Janice Schwartz.
My only comment here is that why do we need to put in qualified? We're already saying low income.
Skylar?
I agree with what Jan's just said.
Any other discussion? All right. An aye vote is in favor of the addition. A nay vote opposes the addition of the word. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
No.
It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Right, our next edit is about halfway down the page. A deletion. So deleting equitable and paid from this line. There's gonna be several edits, but I'm gonna take these right now. I'm gonna take these independently because it does look like they make more sense to take them as separate pieces. So deleting equitable paid from offer, equitable paid internships and debt-free. And, ooh, that reads really awkwardly. I'm just gonna let y'all read that one. Our first hand is Janice Schwartz.
Sorry, my hand was still up from before.
Oh, sorry about that. Did not notice. All right, any other discussion? I see some discussion in the comments. Tim?
Yeah, well, I think the whole idea of not calling out paid internships kind of feeds into not hurting those that need the paid internships the most, generally the working class, people who can afford it. But as a whole, that whole plank really doesn't read well with all those edits. So I would suggest and encourage everybody to vote no on all the changes suggested on this bullet point.
Any other discussion? All right, an aye vote is in favor of striking equitable paid. A nay vote is opposing striking equitable and paid. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. So, two of these I think we can treat as clerical, or at least the and. Let's get back to into and after we talk about the rest of them, because I think that they may not be relevant, depending on how we change, if we change the latter half. So deletion, the next suggestion is to delete the word apprenticeship in the phrase skilled apprenticeship programs leading to certification. Any discussion? Any objections?
Right.
Paul Colbert.
Yeah, I was, do we have any of the labor folks on here today? I mean, the reason that stuff was in there before was because the apprenticeship programs were important to labor. So that's a question as to whether or not this change is something that labor approves of or disapproves of.
Unfortunately, our vice chair is not able to be here this evening, but I don't want to speak for other folks who might have labor backgrounds. Anybody else have discussion on that?
Other than that, then I'll just note that that was a labor position that was in there.
Tim?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what that means when we get rid of the word apprenticeship. I don't know what a skilled program that leads to certification is.
Any other discussion? All right, an aye vote is in favor of the strike through, a nay vote is opposing the strike through. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Right. It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. And the last two, I'm gonna treat as clerical, so we can jump past those. All right, we have a deletion. Eliminate SAT and ACT testing as an admission requirement for freshman students. And the rest of that bullet point, is there any discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
Janice?
So I'm speaking as a mother of two college students. I don't see, I think the SATs, ACTs are important. Obviously, it's not the only thing that's considered during college admissions, but I think it's helpful for every college to have that information. So I don't know why we would offer to eliminate it. I know with my daughter's year, because she graduated in 2021, which was a difficult year, and SATs weren't required, and now a lot of colleges are going back to them. So.
All right, Skylar.
I speak in opposition to the strike through. I want to keep the language that these standardized tests have a history of being culturally biased, racially biased in the structure of the questions. There's a long history on this. And so I do think that we should keep language that as to eliminate these standardized tests from college admissions requirements.
Angel.
Skylar took the words right out my mouth.
Rachel.
Who is it for us to be instructing colleges how they run their admissions? I think it should be up to the college. I don't see how we can tell them we're eliminating this for their admissions. It's totally overreaching.
Any additional discussion? Aisha.
Yeah, I think it goes to the point of policies that we're trying to implement. And yes, there are private universities, but then there's also government-funded colleges that, you know, we're contributing to as citizens. So I don't think it's out of place for us to speak to this. So I would second Skylar's comments on this.
Any additional discussion? Rachel, is your hand up again, or is it residual? Thank you. All right. An aye vote is in favor of the strike through. A nay vote is opposing the strike through. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Right, we have an addition. Protect faculty tenure, academic freedom, and the independence of faculty senates and councils at public colleges and universities. Any discussion?
This is my point. I'll just say that this is protecting, exactly what it says, protecting tenure and the ability of college professors to have academic freedom and teach what they want in their classes. So came on attacking the Senate this past time, so adding it in there.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Any objections?
Yes.
All right, we'll take that to a vote. An aye vote is in favor of the addition. A nay vote is opposing the addition. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, second to last bullet point on page 18. We are looking at a substitution here, replacing tuition free with low cost. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Paul Colbert.
Back before I got into Texas, or for that matter, before I really got into school, there were arguments over whether or not we ought to have free high school education. And most states, Texas included, decided after World War II that it was important to add high schools because we were getting into an economy where having a high school degree was necessary to really participate appropriately within the developing modern economy. We're now at exactly that same point. And the only difference is that it now takes some form of post-secondary education to be employable. The estimates are that somewhere between 75 and 85% of the jobs that we will be having over the next decade will require at least some level of post-secondary education. And to say that that you have to pay to play to participate in the economy, let alone to participate within society as educated voting citizens, I think is wrong. We have the ability, and the state has the potential resources to make community college education free, and I think it ought to be free.
Skylar Walker.
I agree with Paul wholeheartedly on this one.
Any other discussion? All right, an aye vote is in favor of the strike through, a nay vote opposes, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. An aye vote is in favor of the strike through and replacement. The nay vote opposes the strike through and replacement. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. I've lost my place. All right, give me a second. Okay. All right, page 19. Actually, have I missed? Let me make sure. I don't think I've missed anything. If I did, somebody flag me. Okay, top of page 19. So we have a proposed strike through, deleting provide full state funding for the employee group health insurance and retirement. Any discussion? Paul Colbert. Paul, I believe you're muted. Thank you.
I muted myself. I'd like to understand why we would want to strike that through. That's been something we've called for a long time. We have a tremendously difficult time attracting and holding on to public employees, and why we would. One of the reasons is because we don't necessarily take care of them well through the group health insurance program, and we definitely don't fund it at the level that is necessary given the salary levels of some of the people we employ. So I would be opposed to this strike through.
Any additional discussion? All right, an aye vote is in favor of the strike through, a nay vote opposes the strike through. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. We have now under diversity and safety. Striking through the second half of this bullet point, reading against any person for any identity or expression. Any discussion? Any objections?
Objection.
Okay. All those in favor indicate so by saying, well, let me back up. An aye vote is in favor of the strike through. A nay vote opposes the strike through. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
I would like to do a roll call vote on that one for my benefit. So if y'all can pull up your spreadsheets. And I know it's a lot of votes, but I'm really pretty consistently only hearing like anywhere from 4 to maybe 6 voices. So anybody who's able to do so, if y'all don't mind, please go ahead and unmute to vote. Laura Odom.
We are voting in columns M, and in. Yes is M, in is no.
Janice?
I just want to understand better what we're doing here. Was this added on to this sentence originally? Or is it?
This came from the temporary document, though I believe it was, I don't believe it was an addition from the temporary committee. I believe this was in the 22 platform.
Okay.
And it's just a strike through. As I recall, it's just a strike through of that second clause. Laura?
Oh, sorry, I think I still have my hand raised.
Oh, you're good. Sorry.
Does
All
anybody
right,
need
and
help
just as a
voting?
reminder, we're voting in columns M and N. And if you need assistance voting, if you will go ahead and raise your hand, and I will let Laura know that your hand is raised. Shirley?
I am for the strike through.
Okay, I have voted yes for you, Shirley. Okay, anybody else need to vote? Any more time needed? Okay, Madam Chair, the motion has failed 10-2.
Okay, thank you. Great. Our next change, we're going to treat that first one as clerical. We're on the change, adding the phrase and the words and lawfully. So the bullet would read, protect the First Amendment rights and the safety of college students that are peacefully and lawfully protesting on their campuses. Any discussion? Tim McDaniel.
I mean, I think that sometimes what they're protesting is the law. So just leave that out and call for peacefully.
Skylar Walker.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've just relocated to an IHOP so that I have power. Sorry, I'm trying to read what's on the screen. That are peacefully and lawfully. Lawfully, civil disobedience is, if you're engaging in civil disobedience, you're going to be breaking a law. And that doesn't mean that their safety should be not adhered to. So whether someone's breaking the law or not, they should still have safety.
All right, Angel Carroll.
Oops, sorry, my hand was still up. Tim, I agree with everything Tim said. The law can be wrong, and I just think back to the civil rights movement when folks were sprayed down and tear gassed for doing quote unquote what was not lawful.
Aisha.
I wanted to agree with the previous speakers. I think that the operative language here is peacefully, and the law is, not material to the spirit of what we're trying to do here. So I think we're over adding additional language that's not needed, and I think we need to just stick to what was previously there. So thank you.
Rachel.
I disagree. I think the words and lawfully need to be there. And also, point of clarification, Hannah, I thought we were doing 2 in favor, 2 opposed. Are we now going back to 4 in favor, 4 opposed for each point?
We didn't set a specific limit on speakers for today's meeting. We can, though we had not.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? All right, an aye vote adds the language at and lawfully. A nay vote opposes the addition of the language and lawfully. All those in favor signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify so by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Right, on to healthcare, page 20. Our first change is a strike through, striking practice and access. The full plank reads protect the right to practice and access in vitro fertilization, IVF treatment, and oppose laws. And then there's an addition, which I'm gonna skip for now because we're gonna consider one piece at a time. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, the deletion is approved. Next portion, same plank. So we have a proposed addition. The added language would read, let me hang on, make sure I'm in the right place. It would, the new phrase, I'll just read it as it would be amended to protect the right to IVF treatment and oppose laws and judicial interpretation of laws that could and would result in closing IVF facilities. Any discussion? Paul Colbert.
Yeah, my memory is that the bit about the judicial decisions was in fact adopted by the temporary platform committee, and it had to do with the issue that I raised. It's not just that they are passing laws against IVF, but when you have judicial decisions like the one in Alabama that gave personhood rights to fetuses, that made it impractical for anybody to operate an IVF program, even though there was not any legislation that outlawed in vitro fertilization. Having a court decision that creates it so that economically no such program can exist is what the issue is, and that's why we had that language in there on court decisions.
Rachel, before I hand over to you, am I explaining that correctly? I'm not seeing the suggestion on the side of my screen. Is that two separate changes or one change just across that entire plank?
I think we can take it as one change. I made it so that the sentence makes sense. Before it didn't make sense. It's not the proper terminology. And so I changed it and I kept, Paul, your point. I said, and judicial interpretation of laws. That keeps the point that you made. It just makes it so that it makes sense legal.
Okay.
Legalese.
All right. Any additional discussion? All right. An aye vote is for the keeping the strike through and adopting the additions. A nay vote reverts it back to as it was originally written, does not adopt the strike through and the additions. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those in opposed indicate so by saying nay. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Okay. Down onto our next page. We are on page 21. And looks like the first suggestion is to strike rein in and replace with discourage. So the sentence would read prohibit surprise balance billing and discourage arbitrarily assessed facilities fees. Any discussion?
Well, sorry.
Paul Colbert.
Yeah, I have the suggestion for striking through and discourage because I don't understand why we wouldn't prohibit arbitrarily assessed facilities fees. I mean, the prohibit ought to apply to both balanced billing and to arbitrary fees. And so that's why I have the strike through of eliminating discouraging.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. So what looks like it is that, Rachel, you have the strike through for rein in and the latter half, and then Paul, no, Paul's changes the 2 strike throughs, and Rachel, you've added discourage. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I
Discourage,
added.
somebody had added discourage in there and crossed out rein in was the process of it. And so, and so what I then did was I crossed out the discourage part so that prohibit would apply to arbitrarily assessed fees.
Okay, I see that change now. So let's go in order then of just how they were received so that we have an order to go in. And it looks like we have okay, sorry, give me just a second.
I can just delete
Can I suggest that maybe the first part is replacing rein in with prohibit, and then the second part is whether or not you have discourage or whether or not you prohibit with respect to the fees.
Rachel, does that work for you with the changes and kind of how we discuss it?
Yeah, I like Paul's suggestion. I think it should read exactly how it is. And the reason I crossed out the second half is because it was duplicative of the earlier one. So I was just making it make sense.
Okay, so what the proposal is that it should read prohibits surprise balance billing and arbitrarily assessed facilities fees.
Correct.
Cool. Is there any opposition to that language? And I can read it again if folks need me to read it again. Okay, all right, hearing no objections, that is approved. Yay, thanks y'all for the clarification on that one. That was
it was
weird.
Complicated.
Yeah, one of those places where the tool is great, except when it's not.
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. All right, our next change, we have another one with multiple changes in a bullet, so y'all bear with me. It looks like our first change is to do a replacement. So Rachel, I'll defer to you to explain your replacement, and then we can get into the potential replacement within that.
I think I just made the sentence make sense.
So it would read, increase the caps in healthcare liability claims and index the caps on non-economic damages to the consumer price index. Okay, any discussion on that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Skylar.
I'm not in favor of capping non-economic damages when it comes to civil court cases. I think so I would say no to that part for sure.
Any additional discussion? Paul Colbert.
Yeah, I think the point is that the caps are already there. And so you would have to make a motion to eliminate caps. What we are saying is that if, absent the elimination of caps, that at the very least they ought to be indexed because they're frozen at the level that they were when the caps were adopted quite a long time ago. So if you don't want to do this change, then what you're doing is you are leaving caps in place at the level they currently are.
Any additional discussion? Rachel. If you're speaking, you're muted.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Janice?
Why wouldn't we want to eliminate the caps?
Nobody's proposed it.
Maybe we should propose that.
So we can, the discussion here is just around what is already proposed, but if somebody wants to jump in and type, I'm happy to facilitate that. What we can do and what I'm thinking makes the most sense in terms of order of operations here. So let's vote on this change. If somebody has an additional change that they'd like to make after that, we can do so. But let's first address this suggestion, which at least cleans up existing language. So any additional discussion? All right, an I vote is in favor of the replacements of the strike-throughs. A nay vote opposes the replacement of the strike-throughs and leaves the original text. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Okay. And okay. Thanks for bearing with me. There's a lot of changes on this in terms of formatting. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let Janice jump on her edits that she's working on, go down to this next bullet, and we will come back to that. Okay, I think I have made it to reflect the existing change so that anything that y'all change from here goes off of that. Okay, under reproductive freedom, personal choices, and abortion access, our first change is to strike. Okay, we have multiple changes here, all on top of each other. So the suggestion is to strike Trust Texas, basically strike Trust Texans and replace with restore the right of all women. So the final beginning of this section would read, restore the right of all women to make personal and responsible decisions about, and then go on from there. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Skylar.
I don't think, just like I said in the comment there, I don't think there's any reason to change this from Texans to women, because there are people who don't identify as women who will still be making these decisions, and we're Democrats, so let's keep that language inclusive.
Any additional discussion? Janice.
My only concern about that language, and I agree with you, Skylar, is that when it says restore the right of, Texans, maybe men who are biological fathers think it's part of their decision too.
But that it says trust Texans to make personal responsibility. That's what it would be. The restore the right of is a change that we're not voting on yet.
Yeah. So
I am, to clarify, I am treating this because it does appear, unless I'm mistaken, I may be mistaken. It does look like we may have two changes on top of each other. I cannot. Well, we could break them down separately. So maybe let's do that. Let's make the first change be Texans versus women, and then we'll get to restore the right of, because that does appear to be from two different folks. If it's one person and I'm incorrect about that, somebody chime in on your change. And if you want to have it heard together, we can do that. But that might be easier to view, to have them separately. So right now, the change we're discussing would read trust women to make personal and responsible decisions, rather than the discussion around restoring rights. That's a good point, Skylar, to help us segregate those two conversations.
So which are we voting on? Are we voting on trust or restore, or are we voting on Texans or women? Or all
The
Texans or women?
the first conversation is, let me,
I'm
that's a
confused.
So am I, Paul. That is a great question. Okay. Janice, I'm understanding correctly that your change is to add women specifically, and Shirley's change is restore the right of all. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So just because that's the order that they came in, the first edit was Texans to women. So what we're talking about right now is replacing Texans with women, keeping the word trust, because we haven't gotten to the second part yet. So the vote and discussion, let's focus on Texans to women as the change.
I mean, I think I was on the change the language to trust women, but I mean, I understand Skylar's point. I mean, I'm almost like, do we want to say? I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with dropping it unless people want to keep it. I'm not gonna fight it.
Any additional discussion? Up to you, Janice, on whether you want to take it to a vote or whether you want to leave it as is.
I can withdraw it.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull
the women part, but I like the trust Texans.
Okay, so it would now, so it currently reads trust Texans. The next suggestion is changing it from trust to restore the right of all. And there's not a good way for me to make this change without messing with the suggestion. So the discussion now is on trust Texans to make personal and responsible decisions, or restore the right of all Texans to make personal and responsible decisions. Any discussion? Any objections to that change? All right, hearing none, that is adopted. Let's see. Look at that, we managed to do it. Okay, we're gonna go back up to the one where we made some changes. So, Laura.
I think you cut off Texans.
Yep, yes I did, thank you.
You're welcome.
Restore the right of Altons. Okay, going back up to that last bullet point in the previous sections, the suggestion is to replace increase with eliminate, and the new sentence would read eliminate the caps in healthcare liability claims. Discussion. Rachel.
I oppose this. The reason the caps were put in, as I'm sure you guys know, is because doctors were fleeing the state, and the caps have been helpful to bringing back the healthcare industry, of which Houston relies on, besides oil and gas.
Other discussion. Paul.
Well, I have a question. Are we eliminating, there's two types of caps, okay? There's caps on the actual damages and there's caps on, what was the part that got struck through after that? There's sort of actual damages and then there's, punitive compensatory damages. So are we eliminating all caps or are we eliminating some and indexing others? I'm not sure where we are on this. That's a question, not a statement.
Janice?
Well, the question is, we've eliminated this and it's basically, the Republicans that have done this. And leading the charge was Greg Abbott after he won millions of dollars for his accident made him a rich man. And then as soon as he took that right away from others. So, the caps are so arbitrary and difficult that it's not even, the doctors aren't even worried about them. So I don't know what the best way to phrase this or do this, but I don't think doctors are, I'm not going to argue with Rachel whether doctors are fleeing or not. I know doctors are fleeing now the state because of abortion laws, because they can't treat patients. But it's a wish, not anything on a platform. It's a hope where things should be, not the way things are.
Rachel?
So everyone understands, there are no caps on compensatory damages. So medical bills or future medical care is not capped. What is capped is non-economic damages, which is pain and suffering, things that you can't quantify. So that's what is capped. Punitive damages are also capped. It's a very complex equation about punitive damages. So I'm happy to provide more education on this, but I'll just stop talking.
Aisha?
I'm in favor of eliminating the caps, even if it's not for, medical treatment. There are several cases where patients have been misdiagnosed or have been, mistreated. It doesn't make sense to have them. I think that we need to be focused and oriented on what the consumer needs. And yeah, I think that I would basically say that we need to eliminate them.
Janice?
Rachel, do you know what the punitive caps are?
It's like a very confusing equation. I can look at the statute, but what you guys are talking about are not punitive damages. You rarely get punitive damages in a medical malpractice case. What you guys are talking about is the cap on non-economic damages. And also, Greg Abbott was not in a healthcare liability claim, just to distinguish. There are no caps in what he experienced, which I think had to do with how trees were maintained on a street. Nothing to do with medical care, which is what a healthcare liability claim is a medical malpractice claim.
Paul?
All right, so again, I'm not sure where we are with the wording that we have here. We want to eliminate all caps, including any type of cap on punitive or compensatory pain and suffering type damages is what this would propose to do. And if we don't make the change, then we would increase those caps because they were set quite a while ago, and we would index those caps so that they would continue to increase rather than being frozen in time. Is that what our choices are? Either having no caps or having the existing caps not on medical care per se, but on your pain and suffering and on any punitive damages. It would be to increase those caps to reflect the fact that they've been frozen for 20 years or 30 years, and then index them for the future. Is that a correct statement of what the choices are?
So the existing language says to increase the healthcare liability, the caps in healthcare liability claims for non-economic damages. and index them to the CPI. Whereas the suggested language just says to eliminate the caps in healthcare liability claims. So it doesn't specify non-economic or other kinds. It doesn't clarify specifically what kinds of caps. And I won't pretend to speak on a topic that I'm not educated on, but it doesn't clarify. So my reading of it is any cap relevant to healthcare liability claims would be eliminated with the current language proposal. Whereas the existing language from our last set of motions approves increases and indexes for non-economic caps, but doesn't reference any other kinds of caps. Any other discussion? Okay, let's take that to a vote. And I vote supports the strike through and the replacement. Actually, there is no replacement here. Yes, there is. My apologies. It does. The replacement is from increase to eliminate. So an I vote supports the strike through and replacement. A nay vote opposes the strike through and replacement. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Okay, back down to reproduction, freedom, personal choices, and abortion access. So we are discussing a strike through in the latter half of the same plank that we discussed earlier. So we'd be striking through in consultation with their families, physicians, personal consciences, and or their faith. Any discussion? Any objections to the strike through? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, we have another strike through. The sentence would then read, protect doctors and hospitals from politically motivated attacks that hinder them from providing the best care possible in emergency conditions, striking through especially. Any discussion? Laura?
I
oppose striking especially.
Skylar? Oh, sorry, Laura, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
cut you off. Keep going.
Nope, that's okay. I just wanted to say that I oppose.
Okay, Skylar?
I think if we strike especially, then we're just saying best care possible in emergency conditions, and that's different than especially in emergency conditions. So I oppose strike through.
Any additional discussion?
Yeah.
All right.
What is
go
the
ahead.
goal of this clause? If someone could provide background?
I can't speak to whether that was in a temporary edition or if it was in the existing platform, but if I had to make an educated guess, because we didn't discuss it in my memory on temporary platform, and a lot of my background is specifically in abortion access. It is around the narrative in particular of the kinds of care that we're providing for pregnant people when they are seeking care for miscarriages, termination of pregnancies, ectopic pregnancies, those kinds of situations, especially in emergency conditions, but across the board. And that there are non-emergency cases where we do want to make sure that we are still giving people the best care possible, because the alternate is waiting until it is an emergency situation and waiting until people are in danger, have sepsis, have other medical emergencies that mean that hospitals and doctors feel like they have the political protection to go ahead and proceed with termination of a pregnancy under Texas law as it stands now. But I see Skylar's hand, so she may have additional context to add.
No, I don't. That was an error.
Oh, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I think I can give an example of exactly what you're talking about, and that was the woman who was forced to carry her relatively, I can't remember if it was a dead fetus or a fetus that was for all practical purposes non-viable, and had to carry that fetus for a long time until eventually the health conditions, the emergency health conditions required the removal. And so that's why differentiating between emergency and non-emergency is an issue that doesn't make sense.
Any other questions or discussion? Oh, Rachel?
Can't we just delete everything? Can't we just delete especially in emergency conditions so that it just reads protect doctors and hospitals from politically motivated attacks that hinder them from providing the best care possible?
We could, yes, that's an option.
That's my motion.
If you'd like to move to do that, we can definitely entertain that. So the motion is to delete the entire clause, especially in emergency conditions. Is there any discussion? Skylar?
Once again, I'm going to say that we need to keep that entire clause. So I'm voting in opposition to striking, especially in emergency conditions.
Any other discussion?
Can I just point out that literally the next bullet point addresses the emergency situations that you guys are talking about. So you are getting that in the very next clause.
Any other discussions on the motion to delete the entire clause? All right, an aye vote is in favor of deletion of the entire clause. A nay vote keeps the clause in its entirety. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. So that takes us back to our existing discussion around deleting especially. So let's take that to a vote. An aye vote is in favor of deletion of the word especially and the comma in the space. A nay vote is opposing the deletion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Our next point, the addition of the word medically, having the phrase read when medically necessary. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that addition is approved. All right, I have another addition. Next bullet point, uphold the constitutionally protected right to travel to another state for replacing activities with medical services that are legal in that state. Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Okay, done with page 21. All right, we have a deletion. Deleting the second bullet point from the top that begins, offer comprehensive age-appropriate sex education, including information about communication strategies, consent, healthy relationships, as well as support the rights of adolescents. And it covers a couple of more lines. There is a note in the comments that says that this is addressed in the education plank.
I'm withdrawing this deletion.
Okay. That makes it easier. All right, we have another deletion later down the line. Deleting looks like this entire bullet. Deleting hold medical providers accountable for withholding information about a pregnancy based on their presumption that a pregnancy would be terminated if they were aware of the condition. Any discussion?
Yeah, why are we attacking medical providers in this document? When they're just trying to do their best to comply with the law. This is totally inappropriate.
Additional discussion, Skylar.
I don't think it's punishing someone to have them abide by their Hippocratic oath, and that is if they cannot withhold information from the patient.
Janice.
Yeah, is there a law that's out there that doctors aren't supposed to tell people they're pregnant because they're afraid they might get an abortion?
It's not my understanding that that is a law encouraging folks to do so. The plank is addressing folks who might be doing it outside of specific instruction. They might be doing it on their own.
Then they should definitely be held accountable.
Tim McDaniel.
Yeah, I mean, it's my guess anyway that this plank would be also kind of targeted at medical providers at like crisis pregnancy centers that are known to lie about these sort of issues. It's my understanding anyway. I can't speak to the history, but that would fit that kind of mold.
Aisha?
The comment supporting why this line should be deleted doesn't make sense because our platform is not here to support medical providers. It's here to support the citizens of the state of Texas. Therefore, I would support not deleting this comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel.
As a physician, I think, and reading this, I think what it's aiming at is information about a pregnancy, not about being pregnant. So it would, and this just to clarify this, it would be aiming at physicians who don't tell their patients that they have a defective fetus, because then they know that they would, quite possibly consider terminating the pregnancy. I think that it would be, unless otherwise covered in the law, unless they've added something I don't know about, not telling a patient something you know about them from a medical standpoint is flat out malpractice. So whether it's illegal or not, it sure as hell is tortious. So, but I think I would be more comfortable if this was basically generally saying that we should hold providers accountable for withholding any significant medical information from a patient. But it's okay to.
I'd like
Any
to call the
additional
question.
discussion? And you can't actually call the question in committee, but I'm with you. I think it is time for a vote. An aye vote is in favor of the strike through. A nay vote opposes the strike through. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. We have an additional edit in that suggestion, replacing from or striking from the pregnant person. So it would read withholding information about a pregnancy based on their presumption. Any discussion?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm in opposition to the strike through. I think it's the doctor-patient relationship we're talking about here. And without from the pregnant person, it's like, who are we withholding the information from?
Angel.
Yeah, I just think it's wild that we would strike through prohibiting medical information being sent to the law enforcement.
We're still on the bullet point above it.
Oh, I apologize. I'll withdraw and hold that statement.
So still on the striking from the pregnant person. Any additional discussion? All right, and I vote strikes for the, Paul Colbert.
Yeah, and this is a question, it's not a comment. Would this apply to, say, withholding the information, say, from the spouse of the person, because there might be differences between what the pregnant woman would want and what the spouse might want? I mean, is that the sort of circumstance that we are talking about when we say from the pregnant person?
No.
I think there may be opportunity for individual interpretation, but as I read it, the language is clarifying. Removing it does extend it to meaning that a provider couldn't withhold that information from anyone, regardless, obviously, there's only certain folks that are approved to have medical information shared about them, though we don't get into the weeds too deep on that in this, in the specifics here. So if we want to specifically talk about the pregnant person or not is really the question of the strike through. Any other discussion or questions? All right, an aye vote is in favor of the strike through. A nay vote opposes the strike through. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. All right, our next one. The strike through would leave the bullet point to read safeguard reproductive health and gender-based care patient privacy, and would strike the reference to the providing of information to law enforcement and other investigative authorities. Any discussion? Skylar.
This should not be struck through. I think what Angel said previously, we need to make sure that medical providers are not giving patient health records to law enforcement in the state of Texas.
Any additional discussion?
I just didn't think it made sense as written. But if y'all think that makes sense, I'll withdraw my strike through. You think that sentence is good?
If you want to make a note for us to look at it from a grammatical sense and just flag it for editors, we can definitely take a look at it from a non-content based standpoint. I haven't read it super closely. That was one we edited during temporary, and we didn't always get all of our pieces super clean, is the nicest way I can say about some of the temporary edits.
Okay.
All right. All right, next section, preventative healthcare. we are adding, all right. Adding legalize and expand access to harm reduction supports that such as fentanyl testing strips, Narcan, safe syringe programs that assist in preventing drug overdoses. Yes. Sorry, that reads just fine, but not when you're trying to read all the strike through parts too. Any questions? Discussion. Skylar, did I read that? Skylar Corgle, did I read that correctly? I think I see 2 edits overlapping, but it looks like it's all cleanup stuff.
Yeah, I think it works. Everything works fine. It keeps the intentional right Patel. So thanks for the edits.
All right. Any objections to that change? All right, hearing none, that is approved. All right, last bullet point on that page, adding expand access to healthcare and ease provider shortages by allowing healthcare providers to practice to the full extent of their training, education, and licensure. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Okay, page 23. No edits. Page 24. All right. We have an addition. Uphold adding existing and new stringent state and federal regulations on oil and gas operations. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. In addition, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by supporting policies that develop clean energy resources, promote alternative fuel vehicles, and promote more energy efficient buildings and appliances. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, we've got a change. The suggested changes appear at the beginning. So the change would be Biden administration to federal efforts. Any discussion? So it would actually, this whole section, I'm going to highlight here so y'all can see. So I would actually, looks like change, replace efforts by the Biden administration to federal efforts. Any discussion? Fritz.
Would that do that to the point below it as well, where it says support efforts by the Biden administration to achieve a 100% clean energy electric standard by 2035?
We can make that change. It doesn't do it automatically.
Can I motion to make that change as well?
Yes, we can. Let's do that after we do this one, but yes, you can. Tim.
I'm not really in favor of taking away any credit we can give to the Biden administration where it's due. And those of you who know me know that I'm definitely a critic of the administration when it's necessary.
Steve Shapersman.
Yes, I would like to generalize it to just put federal efforts. I agree with that.
Paul Colbert.
I'm just curious as to why we don't want to give credit to the current Democratic administration for policies that we support. I'm sort of, I can't figure out why we would not want to do that. But so if anyone would like to enlighten me.
I'll hand off to the suggester, Ginny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I suggested that, because I know at the beginning of this process, you said that we're trying to not be very specific for certain legislation, that resolutions has more of a contemporary focus, but our platform usually gets carried from cycle to cycle. And the point is, regardless who is in the administration, I think any kind of reference like the Trump administration or the Biden administration, we just should generalize to like federal efforts that we're supporting, not necessarily to not give Biden credit, but to just make sure this document is something that can carry forward and not have to continuously be edited in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Aisha.
Yeah, I just want to second what Ginny said in terms of Paul's question. I mean, it's an election year. I think it just makes sense to keep it neutral, regarding which administration. So I would support the change to federal efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice.
My concern here, and God forbid this happens, but if Trump gets elected, then the platform's going to carry over and say support efforts by, the federal administration. That's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Are we doing friendly amendments or no? Sorry, I should have raised my hand first.
Go ahead.
I know in the last meeting we discussed that we were not taking friendly amendments, but I do have a change that might address the previous speaker's concern.
From the standpoint of whether it is in proper rule form, no, but I think that just since we're in discussion, it's reasonable to suggest alternate language. So please go ahead.
I guess could we say something along the lines of the Democratic Party or the federal Democratic government?
Let's see.
Or like
Ginny?
the Democratic administration. Yeah, Ginny, I'll defer to you, but just to make it more specific.
I am open to any suggestions. Just like I said, I'm just trying to make this a more permanent sounding document that can carry forward from administration to administration.
All right. I think, go ahead, Fritz.
I want to also say we should use preferably a Democratic administration rather than Biden administration if we want it to be more vague. To remove the reference to specific individuals and rather policy. I think saying Democratic administration or Democratic something, I think that would be the best wording that would feel the most natural while remaining enough it can be understandable but not specific.
How about we do efforts by Democratic administrations? Feedback on that?
Well, we're going to want bipartisan support. So even if there's a Republican in the White House or Republican controlled Congress, I mean, we want everybody to support this, not just if there's a Democratic administration.
Laura Odom?
Is support efforts just too vague, Jenny, or whoever?
Well, the reason I said federal efforts is because we're talking about what would be regulated at the federal level, so we were referring to the Biden administration's policies. So that's why I said federal efforts.
Steve Shapersman.
I think that just saying support efforts to consider the climate, etc., would be fine. That would solve the problem. We can't debate this too long.
Yep, I agree on that one. I wish almost that I felt more strongly about this, because I think all of these suggestions have merit. So let's jump to just the original suggestion, and if we've got time to come back and flush it out farther, let's do that. So the original suggestion is federal efforts. My argument, just kind of taking off my chair hat for a second, would be that if, God forbid, we do change from the Biden administration to something else, then they probably won't continue federal efforts to consider the climate, et cetera. And so we would still be advocating for those efforts regardless of who. Though I definitely hear the arguments in favor from all points. So let's look at the suggestion, switching to just federal efforts here. And an aye vote is in favor of that change. A nay vote opposes that change. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And then Fritz had requested that we have the same discussion on the next phrase, saying the same thing. Is there any objection to skipping a vote, given that I suspect that the vote count is going to be the same if we do it again on the same phrase in a different paragraph? All right, hearing no objection, I'm going to make that change. Okay. Our next is at the top of page 25, adding streamline the permitting process for building new electric transmission lines, which can take up to 10 years, so that our state and country can lower greenhouse gas emissions at the speed and scale necessary for combating climate change in a more timely manner. Any discussion? Paul.
Yeah, I have, if you could scroll down to the suggestion that I had in lieu of that. I think that this gets back to the discussion we had last week about framing things in terms of the values that are important to us to try to convince somebody else, rather than framing things in terms of the concerns that those other people might have. And I think the biggest concern people in the state have is the stability of the grid. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't also care about the environmental impact, but I think changing it the way I suggest there is to provide greater stability and capacity to the electric grid while assisting the development of renewable energy sources achieves the goal of what the suggested language that is here right now does, but it also recognizes what is the general concern of the general public, which is the stability and capacity of the grid.
So in trying to streamline, while friendly amendments, as I mentioned, aren't super relevant here, I do want to avoid us having to take 2 votes. So what I'll do here and try to do kind of consistently is, if we can make that swap in its entirety without discussion, then we can do that. Otherwise, let's take this first suggestion, and then if that is adopted, we'll take the second suggestion independently. So even though the original motion maker, basically once you've made the suggestion to the committee, it kind of belongs to the committee rather than to us, but I want to be cognizant of the original writers to some extent. So Jenny, thoughts on adopting that suggested language? And if you're not 100% on board, we'll just take it in 2 pieces.
Well, I do just want to say, I've done some lobbying with Citizens Climate Lobby, and this is one of their top priorities at the state and federal level, because to just be very generic about, promoting renewable energy, it doesn't do any good if we're electrifying all our appliances and our cars and we're promoting renewable energy, but we aren't increasing the capacity of the grid, because the energy's got to get onto the grid. And that's very important too, because if the power generated to get on the grid is coal-fired plants, then electrifying all your appliances isn't going to do a damn bit of good. So it can take up to 10 years to get permitting done to build new transmission lines. And I know CCL lobbied very hard to even make it fuel neutral, so it's bipartisan, so that we streamline the permitting process to make it easier to build this capacity up to scale, so that the renewable energy actually makes it onto the grid and makes it into people's homes and businesses. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Jenny, and I'm not striking any of that part out. All I'm doing is suggesting that we speak to the concern of the general public, which is the reason to do that is something that they care about, which is the capacity of the grid and the stability of the grid. I'm putting that into the context of it, and I'm not changing anything else about what it is that you want to have happen.
Okay, well, I'll accept what you're doing as a friendly amendment. If we can change the rationale, if that's helpful. And I think we also need to keep in mind it can also reduce costs to ratepayers, because with the deregulation that happened 22 years ago, the cheapest energy is supposed to pass through first, and that's usually renewable energy because it doesn't have to be refined. So that's usually the cheaper energy going onto the grid. So it saves ratepayers millions of dollars to have renewable energy on the grid. So yes, Paul, thank you for your suggestions, and we can modify the rationale and still keep the context of what I was trying to say.
thank y'all. So as it reads now is reflected in the document. I made that edit. So we'll take it in its entirety. Is there any discussion on that bullet point? Any objections to the approval of that addition? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Okay, scrolling down on page 25, we have an addition. Add charging stations for electric vehicles at all state highway rest stops. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Last bullet point in that section, supporting federal legislation, this is an addition, supporting federal legislation to share offshore wind lease and production revenues with Texas and other states, incentivizing state and local governments to facilitate successful siting processes and getting wind turbines up and running, and creating a new stream of funding for coastal infrastructure and flood resiliency projects. Any discussion? Any objections?
Shouldn't that say short, support, not supporting is not parallel?
I will make a note and then we can look at that on the editing side. If I can find the word support. Oh, yes. Hang on, maybe. If I can switch to get my access over. Do you mind, Daniel, just making that suggestion? I am having a hard time switching from editing to commenting, or if someone is able to do that relatively. What have I done? Okay, hang on. I jumped way up. And somehow raised my own hand. I'll bear with me. I'll bear with me. Everything is unresponsive. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. All is right in the world, maybe. Except for my hand being up.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, here we go. All right. Now, if only I could figure out how to lower my hand. Okay. Alrighty. Thanks for that. Okay, so we have a suggestion for a section heading in our next one. And that is switching the existing name to read create and enforce new stringent state and federal regulations on oil and gas operations. Stephen.
Hello, everybody. I have several changes here in this section, including the title. I have a long time background in the petroleum industry, and I'm not a friend of the petroleum industry, so don't worry. The platform planks were not written in a manner that that would be understandable by people by regulators and people like that. So there were changes that needed to be made, and some changes were made in the temporary committee too, and they also needed to be fixed. I've gone through them in some detail and reworded them to make them clear in language that the industry would understand. And it's actually much more stringent, in my opinion. We definitely need to create and enforce new stringent state and federal regulations on oil and gas operations. Our regulatory agencies in Texas that deal with this stuff, the Railroad Commission and the TCEQ, the Environmental Agency, are both captured agencies, and they don't enforce the law. They don't enforce the laws we have, the statutes we have. New federal laws have just come down in late March, and this was not reflected in these platform paragraphs. And the industry's reaction was simply to complain and whine and disagree. And we're in a horrible, desperate situation with what is happening in the oil fields in Texas. Just as one example, all the methane that's being released has made Texas the hottest state in the union, with 4 months of 95 plus degrees heat, and that's not natural. That is entirely anthropogenic because of all the methane that's coming out. So I have written these to reflect some of the bad things that are happening and even the reasons why they need to be changed. So the first thing is to make it explicit that for the title, we need to create and enforce the new stringent state and federal regulations on oil and gas operations. So that was simply the announcement to a reader that needs to be changed. So that's the first. I'll go through each one with you briefly. I know we don't have much time, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Before you go on and do each one, let's go. And that way, if there are items that don't have questions or discussion, that way you can just get approvals pre-discussion. But thank you for being available to be a resource on all the edits.
Good, that's fine. That's fine. People can read these anyway, and they can understand them.
All right. So our first one, any discussion on that heading change? All right. Any objection to the heading change? Hearing none, that is approved. Great. So the first we have is a strike through and a replacement together. So striking this first bullet point, replacing it with Texas Petroleum and environmental regulatory agencies must stop ignoring state and federal environmental laws and begin to enforce without complaint and delay all current Texas statutes without exceptions, plus the new federal EPA air quality rules finalized and presented to Texas in March 2024. Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, those are approved. Right. Same with this next line. So we've got a deletion followed by a replacement in a separate line. Texas regulatory agencies that investigate methane release and venting should begin to strictly enforce the laws governing methane pollution at all oil and gas wells, tanks, valves, gathering lines, pipelines, and petroleum processing stations and equipment, with the goal of preventing all natural gas venting and all flaring beyond the amount necessary for safety and technical reasons, thus keeping natural gas losses to a minimum without exceptions. Any discussion? Paul?
Yeah, I just removed the word begin. They should do it.
Absolutely. Aisha?
I just had a question. How would such laws be enforced? Like, is there a particular regulatory agency? Like, do we need to be more specific?
Yes, there is a specific regulatory agency. In the case of air pollution, it's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And they should be doing this now, but they are not. They're not enforcing the regulations we have. And we could mention TCEQ, but I don't see the need for that. I wanted to generalize this as much as possible. It's the Texas legislature, the administration, the governor, the vice governor, the lieutenant governor, the agencies, they're all together in this. It's just, if we had a good governor, for instance, we could avoid this mess.
Thank you.
Horrible air pollution. Anyway.
Tim McDaniel.
Just a note that all of these don't start with an action verb, like they need to fit the format. I don't know if you can maybe reword that a little bit.
Okay, I'm open to rewording, and yes, it should be active tense. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
I agree with you.
Paul Colbert.
Yeah. The reason you can't specify just an agency is because while TCEQ, it technically has control over air quality, the Railroad Commission has a lot of statutory authority over the operation of the oil and gas industry in a whole bunch of different ways, both in drilling and in transportation. And so specifying a specific agency doesn't get you there, because a lot of times, and we created TCEQ because we used to have this problem between the Water Development Board and the Air Control Board. It's each of them would say, we can't deal with the smell coming out of your water treatment plant because that's an air issue. We can't deal with the smell coming out because that's the responsibility of the agency that doesn't have any power over the water treatment plant. The same thing happens here with respect to oil and gas stuff. TCEQ technically has a responsibility, but the power rests with the Railroad Commission in many of those instances.
Thank you.
Yes, that's true.
Any other discussion aside from the fitting the format? All right. Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Okay, next, and we can fit the, we can get to the formatting. Okay, our next suggestion is a strike through with some relevant language following below it, but not necessarily an immediate replacement. So we'll just take this as the strike through. Striking through increased monitoring of methane leaks in oil fields as well as along natural gas pipelines. It's also addressed immediately above that. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Actually, that is a replacement.
It's a replacement, yes.
Sorry, where is the replacement?
It's right below it.
Oh, here we go. It does light up. I'm sorry. It changed colors when I clicked on it. Okay, the replacement is Texas agencies monitor the presence of methane and ozone in the air of all major Texas cities, but not in Texas oil fields. It is important that the same urban methane and ozone monitoring program must now also be conducted in all oil fields in the state to escape the current deliberate ignorance of the extent of air pollution caused by the petroleum industry in Texas. Any discussion? All right. Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. As a former Odessa resident, that's a big one, and I feel it deeply in the lived experience there. All right. Next, we have an addition. Every active, inactive, and orphaned well, tank battery, pipeline, and gas processing plant in Texas must be actively monitored for methane releases, the cost borne by all responsible operating petroleum companies. Any discussion? Paul?
Mute. Yes to this, but my question for you, Steve, is the monitoring of particularly orphan wells for things like leakage into the water table or leakage onto the open ground as the orphan well blows out. Is that covered elsewhere in what you're doing, or do we need to have a broader statement than just for methane?
Yes, Paul. I think there is an addition further down about, wait a minute, let's see. I do have something about the injection of wastewater.
But it's not just injection of wastewater. There's a bunch of things.
It's a lot of things. In this case, well, the fluids in the formation below come up the pipe, and they can infiltrate into the aquifer and even come up to the surface in some cases. We have examples of all these right now. So, well, we can let's see. I'm a little bit confused about where the ones that have been, like this is still this one starting Texas agencies monitor, that's still covered in red or orange or what? Shouldn't.
Oh, I may have not. Oh, it is because Tim is adding those action verbs at the front of those paragraphs, so they're going to show up as unapproved.
Okay.
Yeah, they are otherwise approved.
All right, let's go to the one below it. Every active, inactive, and orphan well, tank battery, etc. Must be actively monitored for methane releases and toxic chemical pollution. That should cover everything. And there is a lot of that.
Paul, does that address your question?
Yeah, it sort of does. My memory is that we had language in the platform before about saying that they had to have standards about well casings and everything else to make sure that there wasn't leakage into the water table, and we had language in there about requiring the capping of wells, of orphan wells and so on. And so
I do consider that. And as far as casing for the aquifers, that's law now. Every company cases through the aquifers. That's routinely done. That's never been a problem, really.
Well, that's the law, but the question is the monitoring of it. The question is whether or not the Railroad Commission actually worries about the degree to which that's being done. And there have been instances of migration into the water table precisely because the Railroad Commission doesn't care.
And the reason for that is because these wells were cemented decades ago and they did it cheaply, and the cement seals or caps deteriorated, and thus the fluid started coming up. And again, and you're right. This is usually discovered by the landowner, and they're supposed to be fixed, but they aren't. And it's just a bad business. And the excuse is always the same: we don't have the money to fix everyone. I do address that further down. That they need to increase. Where is it? The legislature must begin to increase the funding of this state program. So don't worry about that. Let's see.
Before we keep going, I'm going to jump to Aisha, who has her hand raised.
Yes, Madam Chair, would this be an appropriate time to make a motion?
Yes, you can.
I would like to make, considering, Stephen's expertise, subject matter expertise in this area, I've reviewed a lot of the comments, kind of going through page 28. So the motion I'd like to make is a motion to accept all the edits made in blanket from pages 26 through page 28, which would then take us up to the section on reduced greenhouse gas emissions that we could discuss at that time. So I'd like to make that motion to approve the amendments.
Okay. The motion is to approve where our current, where we are currently, the second bullet point all the way through to where Aisha mentioned at the beginning of, you said the beginning of page 28?
29, where it says, add a section. Maybe we could
Oh,
start.
yes. Okay. So if you're following on my screen, this greenish text, add a section, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Are there any objections to that motion?
Yeah, just to amend that we allow for the changes that we've already suggested with the action verbiage.
Yes, the action verb, yes, with the exception of the action verbs, yes.
Yes, and I'd like to point out that after this one section on stringent requirements, there's only that one revision on the next two pages, and the one about greenhouse gases. There's nothing else. So
we're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost at the end of it anyway. So,
Paul?
Yeah, don't have an objection to the blanket motion per se, but Steve was writing from the point of view of the issues that he wanted to address, and I would like us to also authorize the staff to make editing changes to not just action verbs, but to help with word flow, to remove any redundancies that might be in there, but just in general to clean it up, to make the points that Steve wants to make, but authorize the staff to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And that's okay with me.
Okay. Tim?
Just for a follow-up on what was requested. So I've gone through and I've made the changes that I think would make everything kind of work the way they should. And the ones that were passed previously, I've typed them back in. And then the ones afterward, they're in the comments or as a suggestion. That way, it was mostly for confusion's sake, but now I might have made it worse.
That is okay. I think I can follow, and if not, I know where to find you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the question is on the motion. Oh, I see Farha's hand.
Yes, this is Farah. I just wanted to make sure that if you need a second on the motion on the second, I don't know if this was the right time to do that.
Oh, thank you. I don't actually recall off the top of my head whether we need a second. I believe so, so thank you. It can't hurt to have a second. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, hearing none, the motion is approved. Thank you, Steve, for all your work on this. Thank you, folks, for reading it and reviewing it. That jumps us down to...
Yes, thank you, everybody. I've been following along, and I agree with all the changes you've made from the beginning. So I appreciate your work, too.
Thank you. Our next edit is an addition from Ginny. Require Texas retail nurseries to disclose to customers a curated list of non-native invasive plants being sold, thereby forewarning customers about the consequence of bringing this vegetation onto their properties. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. right, we have a new section. The suggestion is to add a section, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There are
Madam
two
Chair, I
bullet
have a
points.
question.
Oh,
I had
yes,
my hand
Paul.
raised about I have my hand raised about the previous point. I'm in agreement
Oh,
with
I'm
what
sorry, I did not see that up in time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what Ginny wants to do, but the question is, are we leaving it up to every single nursery to come up with their own individual list, or should we be designating some agency or another of government to provide that uniform list of what those things are, or some institution of higher education? Somebody has to create the list for people to follow, or else it's just the Wild West out there and everything will be different and won't mean anything.
Jenny, do you have intention one way or the other behind your suggestion?
Well, I mentioned curated lists. I didn't get into the weeds, to like, I mean, we're not writing legislation here, but obviously any kind of curated lists would be in collaboration with a state agency like TCEQ. And perhaps I know like A&M has got a very robust department on native plants and following invasive species for coastal resilience and other matters. So, but yeah, it would be a curated list collaborated between state agencies and institutes of higher learning. So I don't know how
If you have
specific we need to
a
get.
suggestion of language for that, could you make that suggestion that we could add in?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it needs to be a uniform list, so because it has to be something that basically all of the nurseries basically follow the same thing. My personal preference would be to turn it over to the A&M Extension Service,
Yes.
that does support the preparation by the A&M Extension Service of a curated list to be uniformly used by, that would be the wording change I would suggest.
And then the curated list
If they don't like it, they'd be arguing against the Aggies.
Yeah, and then the curated list could be updated, say every 3 years, 5 years, whatever, but it would obviously need to be updated periodically. But I support your changes as a friendly amendment, Paul.
If somebody could go ahead and drop that in at as a comment, I can hop back up to that and we can go ahead and make that update. Stephen.
Yes, I'm a master gardener and I'm very familiar with Texas A&M Extension Service, and they already have lists of alien plants and animals in this state. I don't think any nursery in the state actually sells these things, but they do ask that these non-native alien plants, many of which are very bad, should be taken out. And there are such lists already. A&M has them, so I would just refer it to them. Yeah.
All right. If somebody can drop in some suggested language, I'm going to move on, but happy to approve suggested
I was trying to
language.
scroll through my copy to find it. Where are we at on that?
Oh, you are in the middle of page 28, the last bullet point under preservation of wildlife parks and open spaces. Thank y'all for that. All right, back to this next section. So let's take these two bullet points and take them for approval independently. And if they are added, we will consider that the adding of a section and we can vote on the name. And if they on the chance that they are not added, then we will skip the name part. That saves us one vote depending on how everything else goes. So first, modify state law to not exclude renewable energy companies from participation in any statewide tax abatement programs. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Second bullet point, and they are suggested in one note, so I'm going to just highlight to show that we're on the second one. Support a robust statewide net metering policy that adds resiliency to the grid with additional distributed energy generation and better reimbursement to ratepayers for extra energy they produce. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, the section would be then named Reduce Greenhouse Gas Emissions. Any objections? Hearing none, that new section is approved in its entirety.
I have a question for Ginny on that?
Yes, go ahead.
Ginny, one of the problems that I have been hearing about is that even when people, for example, put on their own solar panels and so on, there's a lot of the utilities provide significant delay with being able to do the net metering, you know, with allowing people to hook up and sell the energy back. Is there anything that needs to be included in there to address that issue?
Probably. I mean, if once legislation is actually written, Texas is one of 2 states that has a voluntary net metering program, which means utility companies on their own can decide if they're going to offer net metering. The problem is, you end up selling your energy back to the company like 1/10 of what they sell it for. States that have strong net metering laws, which I think there's like 38 or 39 of them, they get retail credits on future bills. It's a retail credit, kind of worth what they would pay should they buy the energy from their utility company itself. But yeah, so any kind of legislation would need to streamline that and not hamper efforts to offer net metering. And it would encourage people to be more generous in solar panels that they put on their homes and businesses, because they can know they can sell any excess energy back to the utility companies, going to improve the grid resiliency of the grid, and help save ratepayers lots of money.
So my question would be, is that, do we want to have a requirement that utility companies, if you will, accept net metering or institute net metering, and then some sort of a standard for, you've got some general language in there about that, you know, they get paid better, but is there some sort of a standard that we ought to cite in there, you know, equivalent to their average purchase prices for utility, for energy? I mean, is there something that we ought to do to give it a little more meat on
Well,
the
we
bone?
could say like giving them at least 80% retail credit on, you know, average energy, you know, kilowatt hours per, you know, per energy, you know, average cost per like kilowatt hour or something.
If y'all
would
have more work to kind of hash that out, can y'all collaborate on a comment, and then we will circle back to that, kind of like what we have the opportunity to do here, going back up to the retail nurseries question, just
Yeah,
so that
and
we can keep moving along.
Yeah, and I've added language in on the retail nurseries question. So yeah, Jenny, if you would look at doing something on that so we could get back to it, that's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
I don't think both. So back up to, we are back up to midway up page 28. So the new language would read, require Texas retail nurseries to disclose to customers a uniform curated list prepared by the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services of non-native invasive plants, and then the rest reads as we approved. Is there any discussion?
And I will say, back to Steve's comment about nurseries not selling this stuff, I know they still sell wax leaf ligustrums. So I mean, I think there are a lot of non-native invasive plants being sold. Maybe not a lot, but there definitely are some that are still out there on the market.
Any objections? All right, hearing none. Those changes are approved. Thank you all. All right, down to, look at us skipping pages, page 31. Let's see. We've got a strike through from FARA, striking through this preserving equal access to firearms section, both bullet points. The first reading support the right of any citizen to own guns and oppose any legal restrictions preventing their possession based on arbitrary classifications or medical conditions unrelated to their safe use. And then second bullet point, support the right of Texans to inherit, purchase, and exchange firearms through the stream of commerce. So far, I want to follow up because on your comment, you have some notes about like the wording is odd. Are you looking to replace wording or to strike in their entirety?
I think I struck it in its entirety. I mean, I'm open to anyone that wants to reword it, but I think the key is we're obviously at the beginning, we're standing by the Second Amendment, but we have some important gun safety and gun reform policies that want to close some loopholes and pushing education. And I thought this kind of dilutes the messaging. There's really not any indication that gun sales have been discriminatory where someone who rightfully should have had a gun was denied. That's just not the trend that we're seeing. It's the opposite. So wanted to focus on those issues more than this particular statement. I'm not sure why it was in there in the previous years, but maybe somebody knows.
Now, thank you for that context. Let's take those when discussing into separate pieces, just in case, rather than starting off with having it all together. So any discussion on that first bullet point? Janice.
So I'm a little concerned about this because it talks about medical conditions, like depression is a medical condition. And we shouldn't be selling guns to depressed people because they may use it to commit suicide. I mean, it says the right of any citizen to own a gun. There are some people that shouldn't be owning guns. People who have mental illnesses where they might lash out at other people, people who are depressed, people possibly who are bipolar, maybe people who are blind. There's no restriction on a blind person owning a gun. Or a person, I hate to use the example, my father had a gun and he basically couldn't even hold it straight because he was, he was so old he was shaking. I don't know why we need this in there. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Angel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't believe that someone's having depression, bipolar, ADHD, or any other neurodivergent diagnosis should limit them from having a firearm. I think there's some people that aren't diagnosed who also equally shouldn't have a firearm. I just wanted to add that this is a very sensitive topic, but I just needed to say that.
Skylar Walker.
Yeah, I've been diagnosed as clinically depressed. I am medicated. I do own a gun. And I don't think that my right to own a gun for protection should be taken away simply because of a medical diagnosis.
Any other discussion? All right. Let's do a vote on this first bullet point. So an aye vote is in support of the strike through, removing this from the platform. A nay vote is in opposition of the strike through, keeping the language in the platform. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So the second strike through is supporting the right of Texans to inherit, purchase, and exchange firearms through the stream of commerce. Any discussion? Any objections to the strike through? All right, hearing none, that section is removed. Let's see. Okay. On down to page 32, and I just want to make a note so that y'all can kind of plan ahead over the next 15 minutes or so. It's my intention to take a 10-minute break at 10 minutes till the hour. So in about 15 minutes, 9:50, to break for 10 minutes so that we get a little bit of a reprieve. And with that, on to our next edition. So the next edition, require gun owners to carry liability insurance in the event of neglect or willful acts causing harm to others in order to reimburse victims and public entities for medical, police, court, and other incarceration costs. Any discussion?
Yes.
Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Another addition, require gun owners to transfer title when selling a gun to establish a chain of custody and ensure background checks on all sales of guns, including resales. Any discussions? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved.
Can we mute somebody, please?
Got it. All right. We have let's see. We are down to page, sorry if you're following my chaotic scrolling, 33. Here we go. Bottom of the page 33, expand clemency resources to survivors with criminal convictions that are a direct result from their abuse or exploitation. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Page 34. Replacing treatment with punishment. The new phrase would end the punishment of social problems such as addiction and homelessness with criminal statutes and incarceration. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Even addition, top of transforming policing. Require agencies to provide ongoing top-down training for all officers in cultural diversity and related topics to build trust and legitimacy in diverse communities. That's a replacement, actually. Any discussion? Angel.
Thanks, Hannah. I just wanted to provide some background because as you guys can see, I have a lot of suggestions here. I made these recommendations as a criminal legal system expert, as a former employee of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, an appointee to state and judicial commissions, and a formerly wrongfully incarcerated individual. So these just align heavily with policy that I think will make it easier and more digestible for actionable change in the future. This specific plank, there is training that's available. Again, I think we need more language that is actionable and provides clear standards.
Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. I'm going to skip this comment for right now and jump down to the replacement. So the replacement at the bottom of page 34, the new point will read, prohibit profiling on the basis of race, gender, ethnicity, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity by federal, state, local, and Indian tribal level enforcement. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. We have an addition. Require comprehensive, robust, publicly available data collection disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and gender by justice, immigration, and education agencies on key indicators of criminalization and racial profiling, such as stops, searches, arrests, and use of force by law enforcement, immigration officers, and school resource officers. Any discussion? Angel.
Yeah, that was really addressing the point ahead of it, in front of this bullet point around prohibiting racial profiling. It's illegal. And I think in order to accurately and effectively prohibit it, we really need that data. So that's just the background there. I think those are very similar points. So I'd be open to working with someone and maybe merging them. Just throwing that out there.
Any discussion? Any objections to approval? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Next page, 35, reform bail policies. That first bullet point, actually this is a replacement. The new bullet point will read, eliminate cash bail for misdemeanors and revise cash bail policies based on dangers to the community and ensuring court appearances. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that change is approved. Next section, third bullet point. This is a replacement that will read, restore voting rights to citizens with felony convictions once released from prison, regardless of parole or probation status. Any discussion? Angel.
The addition of once released from prison, I disagree with. Not all felony people that have been convicted of felonies are being released from prison. So.
Oh, my apologies. I thought that was all one change. So let's do them in order as they came in. So the replacement is first. So we're going to take these in pieces. The first one would read, restore voting rights to, restore voting rights to returning, Google's evil for making these the same color on my screen. Restore voting rights to returning citizens with felony convictions, regardless of parole or probation status. And then provide voting restoration information to all formerly incarcerated individuals upon eligibility. Any discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
What is the opposition? Like, why are we striking provide voting restoration information to all formerly incarcerated individuals?
That information's already provided.
Okay.
Sorry, if it's not clear, Angel and I are sitting in the same room. So I'm trying really hard to make our muting not cause playback with y'all. So my apologies when it does. Okay, any other discussion on that first edit? Angel.
Laura, I am open to, I know that there has been some discussion around misinformation, as we've seen in recent cases. I would withdraw that strike through if we were potentially, if maybe adding specifically who would be responsible for providing that information.
I admit to not being an expert on this subject matter. My question about this was based on information that I got from block walking when I would talk to people who were, former formerly incarcerated, and they, for instance, they didn't realize that they could reinstate the right to vote. But I'm going based off of individual basis and not like a broad statistic. So I would definitely lean more on the experts of the subject matter here than my anecdote.
Angel?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to, I mean, I think everyone's experiences are different and I definitely want to recognize that. Can I move to withdraw that last strike through?
Yes. You can actually just, I think you can undo it on your computer, but if not, I think I can do it. So with that change, the question is on approving restore voting rights to returning citizens with felony conviction, regardless of parole or probation status, provide voting restoration, and provide voting restoration information to all formerly incarcerated individuals upon eligibility. And I vote is in favor of that change. Paul?
This gets back to the discussion we had about nurseries, and that's that there needs to be some sort of a uniform information provision, because all sorts of different jurisdictions in the state will willfully or accidentally provide differing information on what the standards really are. So
Angel?
I would agree that it should be an active clause in the first part of it, but I just put the word uniform before information.
I'm going to give folks a second to make that change, and I'm going to see if I can delete this strike through. And then Angel.
Yeah, I totally agree with that being uniform. So I would propose provide voting restoration information to all formerly incarcerated individuals upon eligibility from the releasing agency. Meaning that it would be one agency who would be responsible for providing that uniform information.
But
Paul?
yeah, are we still keeping the word uniform in there before information? Because there are many different releasing agencies. One can be released from TDCJ, one can be released from the youth. I'm drawing a blank on the name of it, but the youth one, that their people are being have been held in local jails because of lack of prison space, and they're being released from those locations as well. So it needs to be a uniform description of what their rights are in that regard.
If they're youth, they're not voting age, and if they're being released because the jails are full, that would mean they haven't been convicted in their pre-trial, which means they can still vote.
That's not
But
the
I will
case.
definitely, I think adding the uniform piece is
Both
fine.
of those are not the case. Kids are released from the youth facilities precisely because they age out and they are voting age. And again, we have people being held in jails merely because there is not TDCJ space for them, and then they're being released from the jails. So that's why, again, we can't rely on local jurisdictions coming up with their own list of what the rules are.
So I'm going to propose that we just start our break a couple of minutes early for folks, give ourselves 2 or 3 extra minutes, and that'll give us time to adjust on this language over that break. And because I think having all the strike throughs visible before we go into a vote as well can be confusing. So I'll give folks a second to kind of make it their suggestions and adjustments in the document, and then we'll come back starting with this item whenever we reconvene at 10 o'clock. Laura, I saw your hand, but it is down. Did we address your issue?
I was just going to say that I added what I hope was a bridge between Paul and Angel's language. So just wanted to flag that I did add some language if y'all wanted to look at that.
Awesome. And you three are welcome to discuss over the break, but let's go ahead and break starting now for the next 10 minutes, reconvening at 10 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Mountain, for those of y'all joining us from El Paso. And we'll see y'all in just a minute. So take a break, get a breather, and we'll see y'all here in just a couple.
Bullet points. And this. Icons. Shifts. Yeah. Family and individual security. Oh, shit.
Hot mic.
Okay, and we are back. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so we have back on this same plank. We have a replacement line that makes it a little bit easier to read. First hand is Aisha.
Oh, I apologize. I was making an unrelated motion, but I can wait.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I will call on you as soon as we are finished. Any discussion now that we've made some adjustments to this language?
Could you, where is it that we are at in this stuff? Because there's a bunch of different things here. Restore
Here, I'm
voting rights.
gonna highlight. So what Angel did is retype with consideration for other folks' changes and just to make it easier because of all the stripe throughs, and has copied it immediately or pasted it immediately above that. So I have it highlighted if you're looking at the shared screen, but it's the third bullet point under institute reentry and rehabilitation programs and reduce collateral consequences. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a comment for
Oh, you cut off.
language of suggested modification.
I'm sorry, Paul, could you restate that? You cut off in the middle of it.
I said I have a suggested modification to that I typed in that should be in there somewhere or another. It calling for that they must establish the uniform information that then must be distributed by the releasing agencies was the way I worded it. Let me go back to my document maybe and I can find it. I have.
Oh, thank you. I see you're uniformly provided, but I'm not seeing the latter half of it. So you may be able to add that in to Angel's newer bullet point.
Yeah. Yeah, what I had was, and require creation of uniform voting restoration information that must be provided by releasing agencies, ... You know, that was, instead of saying that they must uniformly provide, it's the information that needs to be uniform.
So let's see where that addition could go. I'm looking for your. Okay, I see your comment.
It's tremendously important that there be one uniform list of one uniform source of information, because as Tarrant County has demonstrated on repeated occasions, they, among many other counties, have differing interpretations of what people's rights are on voting.
Okay, Angel?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, I did put state agencies because that takes it out of the county's hands and puts it in the state like the state agency would be providing that information. Because once you're released, right, if it comes to the felony charges, but regardless of that, the Secretary of State is responsible for all voting. So I just put relevant state agencies.
Problem is, you have people
I
who are locally,
did not see your note at the side on the bottom,
incarcerated
so I
that are
apologize for
under
that
state
being
control in
not
theory.
being included. That was not intentional.
Paul, do you have a preference in the new, in this new edit where that language would go?
Restore voting rights to current citizens with convictions upon release, probation, and Just let me call it up on I can't read the tiny print on the screen that's there right now, so let me go to the dealie on it. And again, not to belabor a point, but you have people who are technically being held by TDCJ, but they're actually being held in local jails just because there sometimes isn't the place to send them off to to the state, and that they, in some instances, at least it's my understanding, have been released out of those jails, and whether or not the local sheriff's office gives them anything or does the right thing by them is a different question. Okay. All right, where are we at here on this now?
While you look for that, Madeline Gibson.
Yes, thank you. Why don't we just put in there, you're saying uniform information, just providing the Secretary of State website? Would that not work? Because that way they can look and see where their precinct is, where they can vote, what sort of identification they can use. It's a really good website, and just providing that information.
Where, if you, let's see, I'm trying to figure out where that suggestion might go, just kind of as we're suggesting new language, where those things might fit in with the suggestion.
Restore voting rights to returning in with regardless of parole or probation status, and provide Secretary of State website for voter registration information and to provide important voter information.
Okay, that might be an option. Let's see. We've got a suggestion from Laura in the comments as well. I've got a couple of suggestions. So I'll give Angel a second to kind of look at those, and then pending any real just lack of clarity on what changes to make, the next step, if we don't have any real obvious kind of next step, is going to just be to vote up or down on this and then make changes to that based on how it's approved, rather than kind of struggling through the amendment process.
Okay,
Give a
I have
second
just
for
put
folks
in
to look at that.
My suggested wording would you take the extra and out of there.
Okay, Angel.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I liked Laura's statement, that piece that she added in the comments. It was just merely my edits were just to provide to fill in holes in some issues that I think advocates and experts across the state would like to see on this. I think how it gets done needs further conversation, and I think that's when we let more experts and our policymakers handle that. But again, I just wanted to make sure that this initial bullet point encompassed those that were being left out of the conversations, again, with accurate information when it comes to voting rights.
Madam Chair, I've put the suggested language in there. You wanted to know where it would go?
Perfect. I see that. Angel, kind of balls in your court in terms of what changes, if any, you want to make. But we can also just move to a vote on the original proposal and then do edits from there. Kind of avoid the hiccups of the friendly amendment process. All my comments just went away. Again.
It looks like it
Um,
skipped up, so I think you need to scroll down a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how that keeps happening. I'm sure I am touching something. I just don't know what I'm touching. I don't think so. I am seeing the oil and gas language over
A
and over
lot.
again.
And you have
Okay, I'm gonna
109 pages.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the document and come back. Or refresh the page. Let's try that first.
Angel,
I'm
could you
having
look
that
over-
same issue.
It sounds
Angel,
like
could you look over the language I posted in there and tell me if you've got
I would if I could.
a problem with that?
I would if I could. The formatting is funky on everybody's side.
Yeah, let me see if I can get Marco's attention because it looks like the document has
Yeah, this almost feels like a Google glitch. We were on page,
35.
yeah.
There's
I can't-
109 pages now.
Right.
Well, that would take off some people's.
Okay.
It looks like something was, footers were added containing the oil and gas language. Footers.
Yeah, I think you're right. They
Each
were
page, every page.
added everywhere.
How did that happen?
There's only a handful of us that have the ability to do that, and
Not me.
no, y'all shouldn't. I'm sure that somehow there's a very good chance that somehow this is my fault, but okay. Yeah, Laura, if you can grab Marco's attention,
Yeah. Let me mute myself here and I'm gonna call him because he's not checking his messages.
Thank you. Yeah, for he is available but not actively monitoring the committee, and this is what happens when Dad leaves us alone. Let's see if I can pull an edit history while we're doing that. Thank y'all for bearing with us.
Can you press undo?
I can try. Let's see if it'll tell me what I'm undoing before I.
You can always do redo if it's not what needs to happen.
That is true. Okay, I hit undo and didn't see anything. Let me try our where is the edit history? Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for just a second.
Okay, update from Marco. He's oh well he's on.
Oh, hey, Laura. Me and Laura just for chatting. I think whatever issue you're having, it's pretty clear. I can see just by the screen share, someone has pasted a chunk of information into either a footer or a header. And so you need to find where they did that, undo it, and then that'll fix your entire problem.
Okay, I think I have found it.
I copied the page. It was me, but I pasted it into my Word doc on the side. I don't have the power to paste it into footers, do I?
I actually, if you have commenter access, you would have the ability because it actually appears as a comment. So we just need to find where that is, delete it, and that'll solve the situation.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can find the original, I think that's where we're.
Okay, then it was me who did this. Okay, this is
the good news is it's very much not permanent.
Oh,
yeah, and also like literally
easily
Laura was
fixed,
saying
too.
that there was a problem, and I could just visually see on the screen what the issue was.
Yeah.
So
Tell me
yeah,
how to fix it. I must have pasted it. I thought I pasted it into a Word doc, not into Google Doc.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you do undo, Stephen.
Yeah, but where do I do that?
Um,
I'll do it.
the little arrow pointing backwards next to the magnifying glass under file.
Oh, the magnifying glass in the file.
Next to it. No, under file, next to the magnifying glass, the arrow
Okay.
swooping
Under
leftward.
file.
Pause, Stephen,
That's
pause. I
undo.
think I found it. I found it on my end.
Okay.
I should be able to reject your suggestion.
It went away.
Did that fix it for everybody else?
Yes.
Okay. I just found, I found the
And-
comment and I rejected it. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Look at that teamwork.
I just copied it, and I don't recall. I didn't paste it into Google Doc. I don't know how it happened. I must.
That
have-
is okay. Now we have learned a new trick.
New fun trick. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
let me get back. That's okay. Okay, let me get back to screen sharing and share and okay. Thank you, Marco and Sky, for your assistance and everybody along the way. Okay. Page 35. Sorry for my quick scrolling if you're watching along. Oh no, everybody's colors are different. Joyful. Okay. Okay, so the suggestion right now, I've got a couple of different competing suggestions. Let me find hands and everything. Okay, so as suggested right now, it reads, restore voting rights to returning citizens with felony convictions once released, regardless of parole or probation status, and require creation of uniform voting restoration information that must be provided by releasing agencies to all formerly incarcerated individuals upon eligibility. Any objections to approval as written? Okay, that is approved. Let me see if I can approve it with these layers of edits. Okay, I'm gonna just try to go in order. And that one. Okay, and then we had edits on the initial one that are lost with the way that this was structured. So the original, there was a suggestion, I don't recall who it was from, of deleting returning. Is that something that person is still interested in proposing? And while you get to that, I'm going to call on Paul.
Yeah, the way you read it is you read it with the edit that I had suggested into it as well, because you asked where my comment would go. I had edited it into the document, so you included the stuff that I did in what we adopted.
Yes, I did. Is any flags on that from anybody? We can go back, but I read it that way intentionally to reflect everybody's edits kind of together. Okay. All right. So, pending no request for the additional of the strike through on returning, we're going to move on. So we have another replacement. New language will read pass clean slate to expand eligibility to criminal record sealing and shorten wait times so that more people can apply for jobs, housing, education, and more without their criminal record hanging over them. Any discussion? Any objections? Yes, Paul.
Question. We have generally had a policy of not citing specific legislation, and I presume that clean slate is specific legislation, and instead we try to if you will, we try to describe in the text what it is that clean slate would do rather than referencing a particular piece of proposed legislation.
Angel, is there a way to refer to that that doesn't specifically reference the name of an act?
The original statement included clean slate, so that was why I still included it, but I think the way that we remove it is just say expand eligibility.
And just keep this first expand as the action verb?
Yes.
Okay. Aisha?
I was reviewing through the comments ahead, and since I haven't seen a lot of responses to Angel's proposed suggestions, I wanted to make another motion, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. And thank you for reminding me because I'm sorry I forgot to come back to you.
That's
Go ahead.
okay. That's okay, but that was a different motion. But for right now, I'd propose approving the amendments made all the way through page 36 by everyone that has made them. So that would include Angel, Janice, and Sky. Through page 36, that would take us to reforming juvenile justice.
Okay, I'll give folks a second to review. And myself a second to review, just make sure I am understanding. Okay. All right, any discussion on that motion? Angel?
Yes, I apologize. My only piece was eliminating private prisons at the end of 35. I meant to add that as a strike through and it was a comment.
Paul?
Well, okay, most of the stuff was done today, so we didn't really have a chance to review it beforehand, and that's why I'm having a little bit of a problem with just doing a blanket approval of things that got added at 5:30 and 4:48 and 6:31 today. So I'm trying to see where we are. What was the one on private prisons that you were just talking about?
Aisha, can you, or actually that's an Angel
Yeah,
statement.
no, that's fine. I understand that concern.
Yeah, I mean, if we could just have a moment to look at each of them and go through them one by one. I understand the desire to do things quickly, but this is a lot of stuff that just got added, and so it's a little bit difficult to be able to respond to it.
I'll give folks a second to review while we address the other hands. Janice?
On the top of page 36 in the second paragraph, third sentence, I think that meant to write reapply versus apply.
Yeah.
Angel?
Thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, if it's all right with folks, we'll give a second to review, but if we need more time and you want to pull out individual pieces from that, or if we want to continue reviewing, we can hear discussion on the motion to do so.
What was the question? What was the comment that was made with respect to private prisons?
That the highlight at the top of the eliminating private prisons and detention facilities section is actually supposed to read as a strike through with replacement rather, I believe a strike through rather than just a note in the comments, if I'm understanding that correctly. I'll hand off to Angel for that answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I felt like we should be adding an actionable step and suggestion. I think all prisons are business models, not just private prisons. And we see more benefit by ending contractual relationships from private companies that harm. And then I literally went into like they harm local economies, undermine safety standards, and harm workers, not just incarcerated individuals, but officers as well at the state expense.
Are we on page 35 or are we, because I'm seeing 3 bullets under eliminating private prisons.
Yeah, there's 3 bullets. My comment was to replace the first bullet.
With what?
Can you rephrase that? Oh, to replace it with what's in the comment, so to end contractual relationships with private prisons. Hold on. Let me put it in the.
So she's making that edit to move it from a comment over to show where the strike through should go. Janice? Janice, if you are speaking, I believe you're muted.
I'm sorry, on page 36, third bullet point, third sentence, what does MRIS stand for?
I'm so sorry. Y'all have to forgive me. I'm coming from an expert mindset. It's medical release. So I rephrase this statement to be more, so essentially the original language says incarcerated people due to terminal illness, advanced age, sickness, and I'm sorry, I cannot read this. It's medical release standards and criteria.
Okay, maybe that should be spelled out.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
Okay. Where are folks leaning on the motion that we have on the floor to go ahead and approve as a block?
I have
Any other discussion on that?
Yeah, I have concerns about this second bullet on page 36.
Okay, let's take a vote then on Aisha's motion, since we've got a couple of different conversations going about different bullet points, just because that is the motion that's before us. And then depending on how that goes, we will proceed accordingly. So the motion is to approve from the bullet point beginning expand eligibility under Institute Reentry and Rehabilitation Programs. That's page 35, down through the end of page 36, the first bullet on 37, stopping before we get to reforming juvenile justice. So an aye vote is in favor of the motion. A nay vote is against the motion, meaning we'll continue to go line by line, and we'll go from there. So all those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 The opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So that jumps us down over to page 36. So starting at the top with reforming juvenile justice, second bullet point. That is a note. That is, I'm gonna go to where we have additions. Same with, I'm gonna do this for everybody across the board. If you've got a note that's not making specific language suggestions, I'm gonna skip and we can move on. If you make changes as we go back through, I'll try to spot check and we can make those changes later down the line. But if you don't have a specific language suggestion, I'm gonna keep us moving. So next, raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 13 years of age and end the prosecution of juveniles in adult courts. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Next bullet point is a replacement. So close the 5 remaining youth prison facilities operated by TJJD and investigate in building communities infrastructure to appropriately address the needs of children who would have been incarcerated. Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Next section, ending tough on crime sentencing. First bullet point, we have a replacement. The new bullet would read, enforce the Texas Constitution's mandate that no person shall ever be imprisoned for debt and work towards dismantling modern day debtors' prisons. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Next, another replacement. Utilize alternatives to incarceration to reduce the number of individuals arrested for offenses that do not pose an immediate risk to the community. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Next, another replacement. This is replacing the strike through end truth in sentencing laws. Below it, new sentence reads, eliminate mandatory minimum sentences and reform sentencing guidelines to ensure that judges can use their discretion to consider mitigating circumstances. Any discussion? Angel.
I just wanted to add to Paul's point about not naming specific legislation. That strike through 2 bullet points below that says in truth sentencing and laws that lengthen sentences and limiting eligibility for parole. Those 3, one of the first one being the bullet point that you just read, those break that down without mentioning those specific pieces of legislation, except the middle bullet point.
Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, page 38. A replacement. New line reads, abolish the death penalty and declare a moratorium on executions. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right. We have an addition. I'm just seeing this one line, but several blank bullets. Jenny, are there other bullets to add or just this one? I just want to know if we need to skip and come back and give more time, just because it's got a kind of recent timestamp on it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just, I lost the hate crime section, so I missed it. So, if we can come back to it, Circle, I'm still working on the wording, unless we just want to, okay, thank you.
I'm okay with that. If nobody objects to it, Aisha?
No objections to that. I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So given the overwhelming intersectionality between criminal justice reform and human rights abuses faced by innocent civilians across the world, I would like to make a motion to discuss the foreign policy section of this document after completing this current discussion on criminal justice reform so that we can have ample time to reflect and discuss that matter.
I think we can do that. So am I understanding correctly that you want to come back to this conversation around anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and finish out this broader category before we get to the
Yeah, no, I was,
Foreign Affairs.
no, so the motion was to speak about the foreign policy at this time before we move into the disability justice section, move that up just because of the intersectionality between the criminal justice reform section, since we just wrapped that up right now.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Any objections? All right, let's do it. We're gonna scroll down to, let's see what page that's on. We're gonna scroll faster.
Starts on page 65.
Here we go. Thank you. Okay, the first we have is a deletion. Deleting and strongly oppose the former Trump administration's actions that would have driven out skilled diplomats and replaced them with partisan, ideologically driven potential or political appointees. Aisha.
I would move to keep that and to not delete it, just because I don't see any reasoning as to why we would delete that.
Okay, Rachel?
The reason we're deleting it is I thought when we were conducting this platform, we weren't supposed to be referring to specific administrations and yada, 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 and this doesn't comply with that. So
yeah, we can take out the Trump name. I'd be okay with that as opposed to the deletion.
okay. Okay, how about this?
I'm going to give Rachel a second to edit, and then I'll call on Fritz. So
my point was already made, and the edits that I was going to request have been made already. So I did not need to be called upon.
Thank you. Okay, Rachel.
Yeah.
I just saw your hand. I thought your hand went back up.
Sorry.
That is okay. I try to watch to see if they stay up or they go back up. Okay, with that change, is there any discussion on the adjustment to that strike through? So striking through, I'm just going to read it as it would stand. Strongly oppose actions that drive out skilled diplomats and replace with them with partisan, ideologically driven political appointees. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Thank you for those edits. Okay, next. I've got an echo somewhere. Skylar.
I'm in opposition to the proposed strikes here on this one. I don't think that yeah.
Okay.
We're not currently leaders in the international community with regard to these topics. We aren't being followed. So I'd say that the original language restoring to a leadership role is appropriate and should remain.
Any additional discussion? Rachel.
I disagree.
Aisha?
I would agree with Skylar's point. I don't know what data we have to show us as being any sort of a leader in world affairs at this point in time. I think that the international mood is very clear. There's multiple, things on it, not to belabor the point, but just to kind of get to it, I think it's important that we leave the language as is. And I also think it matches a section below that has the same language. So for the sake of consistency, I think we keep it the way that it was.
Paul.
The wording of restore was added back when we had the Trump administration that had basically removed us from advocating for our allies and had put us in a position where uniformly just about around the world we were decidedly not viewed as a leader in any type. I think that the Biden administration has in fact done a lot to reverse what was done by the Trump administration. The best example I can give you of that is the degree to which the current administration put together an amazingly difficult to do uniform partnership with our NATO allies and others to try to resist the Russian aggression in the Ukraine. And for us to not recognize that there's a difference between what happened under the Trump administration and what's happening under the Biden administration is a disservice to our administration.
Salima?
Yes, I just want to chime in and say I agree both with Skylar and Aisha.
Fritz?
I'm here with Paul on this one. I think we need to acknowledge the efforts President Biden has done to make the U.S. a serious political force and act and like object in foreign policy and not just a laughingstock.
All right. A yes vote. Oh, Daniel.
Perhaps I think a way we could kind of resolve the issue here is to say that while there have been some, right, to just kind of say some things have been done, but there's still a long way to go, would be better. It would be a way to kind of give both sides what they need out of this.
Let's go to a vote, and depending on where it lands, if folks have additional suggestions to make, we will proceed from there, keeping in mind that we have 30 plus pages ahead of us. So a yes vote or an aye vote is in favor of the strike throughs and replacements, keeping or changing to maintain, and a nay vote is against the strike throughs and replacements, keeping the original language. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
The opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Right. Okay, we have a deletion, I believe. Make sure it's not an addition and then a deletion. Okay. Deleting all U.S. foreign aid should be conditional or be suspended based on annual assessments by the State Department regarding violations of human rights occurring in any nation which may receive foreign aid, with the notes in the comments up on the screen so that folks can see them. Any discussion? Skylar Walker.
Real quick here, we've got this whole section here. I made a comment regarding that. Is all basically the same topic with deletions and additions and deletions. So I guess I'm seeking to the second one here, conditions U.S. aid to foreign governments. I would like to amend the original language of the first bullet point using this in the nature of a substitution, but we would have to first vote on whether to keep or not that first bullet point. It's kind of a mess. And so that's where I'm a little stuck here.
So you are correct. So the order in which kind of keeping in with the way that we've been doing it, of doing things kind of in the order that they're suggested, that would be it would be in order to address this first bullet point and then address the second bullet point. What we will do is first address the addition, and then because this second bullet point that you're referencing has been suggested to be added and then deleted. And so I think we can keep that in mind. If y'all have comments that are like that, I think it's relevant to bring that up in your discussion, and that if you have a hope that we do a replacement along those lines, let us know. Though I think the short reality is just that this is just going to be a little confusing along the way, to Sky's point. Farha.
Yes, I'd like to keep the first bullet point kind of almost like a general subheader and put the other points as subpoints under that, maybe cleaning up any repetitive language, if that's possible.
If you don't mind adding that in as a comment, that's something in terms of organization that we can do after the fact, though I don't think it's something that is a good fit for us voting on here. But definitely well taken in your point that you'd like to see it kept. Paul.
Okay, this is in the form of a question here. Again, it gets back to the procedures. Right now, this bullet that is in there and then struck through is new addition language. So the vote would be on whether or not to add that language in. Otherwise, if it's not voted to be added in, it's not part of the existing platform. Is that correct?
Oh, you are correct. I did not see it as an addition.
It's an addition.
You are correct. It is an addition first before it is a strike through. That is, was not clear in my first look through, but you are correct. So the vote will actually be on whether or not to add this. If y'all are the, if you are the suggester, if you have the ability to do so and think you can do it without, if you think you can do it without throwing anything off, and you don't have to make this change, but if you do have the capacity, if y'all are deleting someone else's entire edition, if you don't mind removing those, you can just vote no on someone's edition. It is incredibly hard for me to see the deletion of an edition. And to see, to Paul's point, I did not have the ability to see that beforehand. If you don't, or there's comments on it, obviously don't delete it and lose any comments that we have already in a thread. I think some of those can be valuable, but if you have the ability to do that, where all you've offered is a strike through of someone else's edition, please note you can always express your opposition to the edition, because then it doesn't get treated as two separate motions. But yes, that is an addition.
Madam Chair, part of the problem is that these were done as additions to, these were done as edits to the document rather than the instructions we had to enter them as comments in the sidebar so we could see what the original language was and what then was a suggested change from original language. So that's where a lot of the confusion is coming from, is these were done as direct edits onto the document even though we weren't supposed to be doing that.
So the suggestions actually are per the original instructions. That was actually my preference over the comment. It's just when you strike through a suggestion, they aren't always, especially where the comments are so dense as in this suggestion, they don't all show up next to each other on the same screen. So as it appears, it looks for the most part, folks have actually done as requested. And it may just take us some time to kind of suss that out each time. So if I'm incorrect in describing how a comment was made, y'all please continue to call attention to that. I'm always happy to make that correction. But it's just going to be a challenge that we deal with on a collaborative document like that. Farah.
Okay, I think I'd go back to just making almost a subheader. I think it's important to note that we want to re-emphasize why U.S. foreign aid should be conditional. It's conditional, but not conditional really. It doesn't have any teeth into it. It's just really a statement. But this statement actually says that once there's an assessment, there's an immediate either suspension or a condition is enacted, just based on a State Department assessment. It immediately goes into effect, which is really not what's happening in practice. And then again, I mentioned that the other points below it, I don't mind them being subpoints. And so maybe this should be a standalone clause with the subpoints, or again, it's under this other heading. This is Texas Democrat Party supports the following policies. So it kind of it's not an easy read when you kind of lump it all together. So that's why I wanted that one line that I put it to be a subheading or a heading of its own.
We'll separate those out for the time being, but that will be something, in the interest of time. I'll separate this one out. But I am gonna redirect us back to the content, and we will defer to folks, staff, committee leadership in terms of helping provide that structure based on what's voted to be added in, just so that we don't spend time taking away from the good content that y'all have added. Next, Jenny.
Yes, in line with what Flora has suggested, one thing is to maybe keep the first generic bullet point under Texas Democratic Party sports policies and programs, that, and then we could add a category, because below, we have the other categories: restore U.S. leadership, work with our allies, defend our country. We elaborate on some that are in that first section, and we could have a section on, conditioning aid, and then add those, maybe include those other 2 bullet points in that section.
I think that could be helpful. If you can add that in as a comment rather than a suggestion, that's something that we can reference back to once we're done finalizing the content. So relevant to the content of this first bullet point, I moved it back over just because since the structure hasn't changed yet, I don't want it to be confusing, but we did put some space so we know where we are. It's highlighted. Next, I see Aisha.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to basically remove the deletions in the section that we are currently discussing. The Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that, because we've had ample time to review the comments based on the timestamps in this section, I think that the discussion basically has been had, and I think that we're at a place where we can call a vote. So I'd move to maybe delete all of the deletions here and move forward.
All right. Discussion on the motion.
What is it we are ignoring from that motion? I'm totally unclear as to what that.
So the motion is to vote against all the deletions in this particular section.
Which section?
The Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that.
So the latter half of page 65 down through the end of that section on to page 66.
A whole lot of this stuff is new language that has not yet been voted on by this body.
Yeah, no, I'm calling the motion to vote on it on my motion because the comments indicate
your motion addressed strike-throughs. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the language that's being proposed to be added.
Correct. Yeah, the additions would be a separate motion if somebody would like to. I didn't feel comfortable adding additions to my motion. I only felt comfortable referencing the deletions at this time.
So to clarify, based on my understanding, the suggestion is that only where we see deletions, you are calling us to vote on accepting the deletions that have been proposed in this section. So for example, accepting the deletion here highlighted at the bottom of page 65, the deletion at the top of page 66, and the deletions, the other deletions at the top of page 66. The only one that I would say we can't necessarily address per Paul's point is this last one, because
yeah, I'm not putting that in my motion. Correct, because that's an addition. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so the other ones would be included.
I'm still confused.
Okay.
Okay.
So the question is to put a pause on the point we're already discussing and to call a vote on only these highlighted portions or these strike through portions where they are not striking through. Basically, it only impacts it really is actually only these 2 lines. The bottom of page 65 and the top of page 66, where you see strike throughs that are not on a yellow highlight.
Okay, and so is the motion then to accept the strike-throughs or to reject the strike-throughs?
The motion is to reject the strike-throughs because a lot of this work has been, I mean, I know yourself and many of the temporary committee members have put in this language, so I think we need to just reject the strike-throughs and then move on to discussing the additions at this time.
Any other discussion or clarification that we can provide on this motion? So if it is, if it's all right with you, Aisha, I'd like to frame the question in terms of an aye vote is for the strike through and a no vote is against the strike through. Is just since that's kind of how we've been doing most of the other strike throughs, so we're not switching it backwards. Is that something that would be all right with you? It is the opposite of what you have
Absolutely.
requested.
Sorry, yes, absolutely. Whatever makes sense, yes.
Okay, so the question is on accepting or rejecting the strike throughs on the bottom of page 65 and the top of page 66. I'm going to highlight the text that includes the strike throughs on my screen so folks can see it. An aye vote accepts the strike throughs and a no vote rejects the strike throughs. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. All right. Back up to this bullet point. All right. We've highlighted it so folks know where we are editing. The question is on the addition of this bullet point relating to the conditions around U.S. foreign aid. An aye vote accepts the addition and adds it. A nay vote opposes the addition and does not add it to the platform. All those in favor, Paul?
So are we just talking about the first bullet there?
Only the first one.
All right, so that's conditioning aid on the basis of the State Department determination.
Correct, relative to violations of human rights.
Yes.
All right, an aye vote is in favor of the addition. A nay vote opposes the addition. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Okay, we have. Okay. The second bullet point is also in addition, conditions U.S. aid to foreign governments on compliance with U.S. law, including the Leahy Law, requiring foreign governments to allow international law and the I'm not going to try to Symington. Thank you. Amendment, which requires foreign states possessing nuclear weapons and receiving U.S. aid to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty or NPT. Paul.
The second half of that bullet point, I think, is just factually in error, because if we in fact had that as the law of the land, we would not be providing financial aid to Israel because they have not signed on to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So it is not factually true that that is the law of the land, and I object to putting stuff in that's not the law of the land.
Janice? If you're speaking, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask this, if kind of repeating what Paul was saying, is this actually the law? This is the Symington Amendment, is this actual law?
No.
If I could just add.
If it's not the law, we're saying that, and we're asking them to comply with US law, that's not the law.
Actually, it is. It's an amendment to the foreign, like there's a foreign services. I'll look it up right now, but it is the law. And if you don't believe me, I'll look it up.
While Jenny looks that up, Steve Schaefersman.
Oh, I was going to say that the Leahy law is a law. I don't know about the Symington amendment. So look it up. I'm not aware of that one.
Okay.
Jenny, do you think you need enough time that we want to move on to the next
Yeah, if you could
category?
move on, I'm looking it up now.
Okay. The next one is another addition. We advocate for strengthening the Leahy Act to ensure U.S. foreign aid upholds human rights and democratic values. We propose expanding the Act's scope to cover all security forces, enhancing transparency in aid decisions, establishing robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, standardizing enforcement, and imposing stricter penalties for violations. By making aid conditional on verifiable human rights improvements and supporting local civil society efforts, we aim to ensure that U.S. foreign assistance promotes justice and accountability worldwide. Specifically, create an interagency task force to oversee the implementation of the Leahy Law, ensuring that all relevant departments and agencies are coordinated and informed, facilitate joint operations and intelligence sharing between the Department of State, Department of Defense, and other relevant bodies to enhance the effectiveness and vetting and monitoring. Discussion. I will go ahead and say what I think is relevant on this section, irrespective to the content, which is, I think this is too long for one bullet point, and perhaps just at face value, more detailed than is appropriate for certainly one bullet point, but perhaps for the platform on a whole. So Farah, I see this as your addition. So if you have background, or if there is a more succinct version that you might be amenable to, I think that is going to be one of our biggest hurdles.
I'm definitely amenable to, I'm definitely amenable if you want to narrow it down to make it either bullet points or something that wouldn't be repetitive or so long.
Thank you. Paul.
You took the words out of my mouth, Madam Chair. I mean, this is attempting to write legislation in the platform, and we can spend all day trying to do that sort of stuff. So I would encourage us not to.
At risk of spending a fair amount of time when we have a fairly lengthy section on editing this, Farah, do you have capacity to see if you can pare this down to something that hits your most critical points so that we can make a adequate attempt at going over those points that are most important and making sure that we add what's really necessary into this so that we don't have to skip a larger section?
I can do that. I just can't do it now because I'm on cellular service. My Wi-Fi is down, so I'm kind of using my phone, which is hard to read some of this stuff and make edits.
If you've got the ability to edit down and shoot a note over to me on email or something like that, I don't know if that's any easier, but let's put a pin in it now and then see if it's something that we can maybe circle back to.
Okay.
All right. Jenny, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to update you about the Symington Amendment. The Foreign Assistance Act was passed in 1961. It was amended in 1976. The Symington Amendment was introduced by a congressman from Missouri, a Democrat from Missouri named Stuart Symington. And its intention was to strengthen the U.S. position on nuclear non-proliferation. And the amendment bans U.S. economic and military assistance and export credits to countries that deliver or receive, acquire, or transfer nuclear enrichment technology when they do not comply with IAEA regulations and inspections. So all parties to the Nuclear non-proliferation treaty had to subject themselves to inspections. So if we're giving foreign aid to a country that isn't getting regular inspections and they possess nuclear weapons, then we're violating US law.
Janice.
Well, the way I looked it up also, and the way I'm reading it, it says spared U.S. economic and military assistance to any country that imported or exported spent nuclear fuel reprocessing or uranium enrichment equipment, materials, or technology. So I don't know about, and I mean, obviously it's a most no secret that Israel has a nuclear weapon, but there's no evidence that it's imported or exported nuclear fuel reprocessing or uranium enrichment equipment.
Skylar.
Sorry, so we're looking at the second bullet point here. I do not see Israel mentioned whatsoever, so I'm not sure why we keep bringing that up. Whether they're a signatory or not to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is kind of irrelevant, I think, to this.
Let's go to Paul.
Okay, I think that the reason people keep mentioning it is because it's clearly the intent of some people to go after Israel on it. But actually, if you take a look at the wording of the Symington Amendment as it was originally passed, and whether or not it applies to any existing operations of U.S. policy is an open question, but it would also specifically prevent us providing aid to India and to Pakistan, which we do on a regular basis. Therefore, I think arguing that it is the law that we have to cut off aid to people to whom we've been providing aid now for many, many decades it's specious. It's basically putting something into a position that is not true. It does not require us to do the things that this bullet language says that we are required to do.
Rachel.
Number one, Israel has never acknowledged that it has a nuclear weapon, so this wouldn't apply to Israel. Number two, the fact that we're having to research this shows that we're not foreign policy experts and we shouldn't be including this in our platform when we obviously don't know what we're talking about.
Salima.
Yeah, I think it doesn't make sense that just because a country doesn't admit to something that we don't have the evidence, that it has nuclear weapons. Everyone in the world knows Israel has nuclear weapons.
400.
So that doesn't make sense to me about whether, I mean, right now Israel's committing genocide. They're not admitting that they're committing genocide, but everyone in the world knows they're committing genocide.
I
we've had
want to jump in to ask a clarifying question of the folks who've got their hands raised. So it sounds like we have a divided interpretation of how to respond to the suggestion. And my inclination is to take it to a vote unless somebody has a specific language adjustment that is amenable to the original author that might make it a little bit broader. Perhaps this is a pretty specific reference to existing policies. And as we've talked through several times today, something that we're trying to be cognizant of when we reference. But aside from some pretty immediate suggestions, it sounds like there are some conflicting opinions on this and that it might be best to consider it through a vote rather than extended discussion. So I'm going to circle back to the author and then to Paul. Jenny.
Yeah, I would be willing to amend the language in light of the point that Janice made about importing or exporting. I'd be willing to take out the reference to the Symington Amendment in the event that its enforcement is problematic, because we're not talking about importing or exporting the technology. We're talking about using the technology. I believe I may have put it in another place anyway. The fact that I still think it's worthy of a bullet point that if we're giving foreign aid to a country that it's common knowledge that they have nuclear weapons, they should sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and subject themselves to the periodic inspections. So I'll take out the reference to it being the law of the land, but I still think in the spirit of supporting nuclear non-proliferation, we should support any country receiving aid from the U.S. to sign that treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline.
Yeah, I guess I just have kind of a point of information. I was kind of confused as to why we as Texas Democrats were dabbling in foreign diplomacy, you know, I mean, other than maybe immigration or trade. But I mean, Texas, we don't, I mean, other than our senators get involved. So, I mean, exactly where do we draw the line as far as where do we get involved as Texas Democrats?
I wish there was a clear-cut answer to that question. I think that's going to be something that we kind of figure out as we go. There's kind of a broad philosophy on that. So
I can provide my perspective on that question. I believe that this heavily affects the taxpayer, and what the United States does in foreign affairs affects our national and homeland security. It affects U.S. standing. This has a domino effect at the national, state, and local level, and on the individuals that live in this country. So I think it's very impactful.
Thank you for that insight, Paul.
I'm going to try to repeat once again, and I hope I don't have to keep repeating it, that a platform ought to be about what unites us as Democrats and not what divides us as Democrats. The wording, even with the amendment taking out the reference to the Symington Amendment here, what the wording does is it, among other things, would also prohibit U.S. aid to India and to Pakistan. We are getting involved in stuff that is way over our heads with respect to the details on this. And even if we were to pass this on a vote of, again, what we now have, how many people on there? 24 people on here. So if we pass this on a vote of 12-8 or something like that, we're still not having a majority of the congressional districts in the state of Texas saying that that's what they think ought to be the policy. And then if you add to that all of the people who aren't Democrats, we are putting ourselves into a position of slicing and dicing us into a point where we will alienate people within our party. And I think that that makes absolutely no sense.
Jenny, are you finished with your edits to that bullet?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call this to a vote with the edits as they stand. It now reads, condition U.S. aid to foreign governments on compliance with U.S. law, including the Leahy Law, requiring foreign governments to follow international law, and demand that foreign states possessing nuclear weapons and receiving U.S. aid sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation, I hate that word, Treaty. An aye vote supports adding the language to the platform, and nay vote opposes adding the language to the platform. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to see a vote on that one.
Absolutely. Laura, can you drop the voting sheet, just upping it for folks? I know we've lost and regained several people dropping it in the chat. As a reminder for folks, if you are not able to access the vote, first check which email you are logged in with. Second, you may raise your hand and I will call out to Laura so you get the opportunity to tell her how you would wish to vote.
We are voting in columns O and P. O is yes, P is no. Lots of hand raises. Are they all requests for voting?
These should all be new. The only one I'm not sure of is Ginny. Is your hand up for voting?
No, sorry. I'll put it down.
Thank you. Salima?
Actually, yeah, I'm voting yes. I found the
Okay, Farah?
column, so I'm good.
Yes,
You're voting yes?
correct.
And Shirley.
Yes, to add.
And that covers everybody, Laura. Last call, if you're not able to vote, please raise your hand.
No one else, correct? Okay, so the vote is 11-4 in favor, yes.
Thank you. All right. We are skipping this lengthy bullet point for the time being, which puts us down to page 66. The last bullet point, this has a number of additions and deletions, so y'all just bear with me and pay the best attention that you can. The first addition is support the appeal of Texas's anti-BDS law, which infringes on people's constitutional rights of free speech. The government at any level cannot require citizens to relinquish First Amendment rights in exchange for government contracts. And Ginny, is that a correct reading of your addition?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. First for discussion is Angel.
What is BDS?
It's
Boycott, divest, and divestment and sanctions. It's written underneath it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Should we spell that out in the platform? And we can do that if it's helpful for people.
I would spell it out in the first place that it appears if it is going to appear more than once, yes. And while we make that adjustment, Skylar Walker.
So this bullet point underneath the opposed state anti-BDS boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws was actually temporally deleted first, and that is language that came over from the temporary committee. So I wonder, should we start with that rather than the expanded version above? Or, sorry, I'm probably making things more complicated, but I had noticed that before.
You are correct at minimum in terms of the order in which things were done, looking at timestamps. So let's go ahead and just in trying to keep with consistency, let's do that first. So yeah, that got lost in the formatting. And that'll actually make it easier to vote on things in general. So the first question is, as it is written, I'm gonna highlight it here. It is stricken through. It reads oppose state anti-BDS, open parentheses, boycott, divest, and sanctions, close parentheses, laws. Discussion. Skylar.
I think we should keep the language that came over from the temporary committee. This is very straightforward. We have anti-BDS laws on the books. They are violations of our constitutional rights. And so I think we should keep what the temporary committee put into place.
Rachel.
BDS is an anti-Semitic movement. And so I think we should delete this clause.
Paul.
Well, as it got expanded there, it was even more not to the point of the actuality of the law. The current Texas law only applies to corporations. It does not apply to individuals, and it applies only to corporations that employ at least 10 people, and then it also has a limitation as to it doesn't apply to contracts below a particular size. So saying that this infringes upon individuals' right of free speech is not exactly an accurate description of what the circumstances are. Again, we are getting ourselves into the middle of things that will help divide us rather than unite us.
Aisha.
So I just want to really clearly address this anti-Semitism call that I just heard. I think it's really disheartening for anyone in a committee like ours with leaders from across the state of Texas to imply that anyone here that is working so hard on a 11:20 p.m. at night is going to be doing something with anti-Semitism. We literally just passed a section above where we're addressing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So I just want to make like I don't know if it's a point of information or whatever the proper protocol is let's not use arguments that are implying the worst of each other, to Paul's point about not being divisive. I think we need to take the language for what it is. The temporary committee brought this language in, and I would my vote would be to not strike that, to reject any striking of this entire section. So that's what I want to say.
Salima.
Yes, opposing Israel's policies is not anti-Semitic. As Americans, we oppose the policies of our own government. That doesn't make us anti-American. So I highly take offense to any kind of suggestion otherwise.
Jenny.
Well, my comments may relate more to the second one that I drafted. The reason why I drafted the second one, the law passed the state legislature in 2017. The courts did strike down parts of Texas BDS law because it was so broad reaching. As Paul mentioned, it applies to companies over a certain amount. But nonetheless, I know that there was a company in Houston, a Palestinian American who's a civil engineer, done 17 years with the business with the city of Houston. And for any company, any entity at all, to have to agree to not do business with Israel, double negative intentional, it just seems so far reaching and overreaching of what the government should be doing. It's really not the government's business to be controlling what we do with our money outside of contracting with the government itself. I mean, if people are able to spend their money on campaigns unlimited because it's considered a violation of the First Amendment right to spend their money, then not spending their money is also a First Amendment right. So whether you're spending your money or not spending your money, the court ruled that it's part of your First Amendment right. So thank you.
Janice.
I'm going to comment and agree with what Paul said earlier, that we could put that, repealing the anti-BDS law, but at least be accurate with what the law is. It's not citizens relinquishing their First Amendment rights the way the law is now.
Farah.
Yes, I mean, the Supreme Court did say that corporations can contribute to elections and that this is part of their free speech. So I don't mind changing individuals to, I guess, companies or corporations, but it is a free speech issue even for a company. Yes.
Skylar, before I call on you, have you spoken already on this topic?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what we were debating because I thought we were down at the original language, but I keep hearing references to a second edition. I didn't think we were on that one.
Yes, thank you for confirming. This is the question on this second line underneath. It's the first line under that last bullet point. There's a carriage return in between. So oppose, I have it highlighted. If you see my cursor on my screen, or if you're watching on your own screen, you should see my name. Opposed state, anti-BDS, and then the explanation of what that is, laws, and that's the only language. And I'm gonna go ahead and call that for a vote, since we've heard from a number of folks. A vote, an I vote, votes to keep the language and oppose the strike through. A nay vote is to remove the language and keep the strike through. Any clarity on that? This was originally in the temporary platform. As I'm seeing it, I'm not seeing it added anywhere, but I do just see the deletion, but am happy to correct if that's the case.
Madam Chair, if it was in the document as it came over, then an aye vote would be to do the strike through. A nay vote would be to maintain the language as it existed in the document that came over.
Correct. If that's not what I explained, then that is an error on my end, and I did so backwards. And as I understand it, it came from temporary. So we are voting on whether or not to strike it. So the suggestion is to strike. So an aye vote strikes, a nay vote keeps. Is that clear for everybody? Farah, I see your hand.
Sorry, don't have my hand.
That's okay. Janice? And just at this point, I'm accepting questions around the vote for clarity, no further discussion.
So are we voting to approve the language on that second bullet point as is?
So correct, that as is, I'm gonna move it so that it's freestanding. This freestanding language, it's highlighted. I don't have a better way to make it clear on the screen for folks, but the current language says oppose state anti-BDS laws, and an yes vote strikes it. A no vote keeps the language.
Okay. So I guess I'm a little confused because we've got the second bullet point with that language. Is that already, we're not voting on that?
So there is an added, above it, there is a bullet point beginning with support the repeal, and we are not discussing that at this point.
Okay.
Because this one came first, so that we can then decide if we need to discuss the additional bullet point that was added, depending on whether or not this is kept or removed.
But we could vote to support the one that was strike through and vote against the other one.
Right, we'll take them as separate votes. So how you vote on what we're doing now does not determine how you vote in the future.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. As a reminder, an aye vote keeps the strike through, removing the language. A no vote opposes the strike through, keeping the language. I know that's backwards. I'm trying to be consistent with how it was presented in the suggested change. So all those voting aye to keep the strike through, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the strike through indicate so by saying no.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. So that takes us back up to this bullet point up above. So this is now slightly repetitive language. Jenny, do you want to keep this, make changes to it as it's suggested? Given that we have, I've got a hand from Marco. I'll let you stew on that question while I call on Marco.
Madam Chair, it might be helpful, the Temporary Resolutions Committee, I'm not sure, I think the best way to just do it is so you can just read it. the temporary resolutions committee and temporary committee, and then was unanimously passed by the permanent committee, had these first two paragraphs as whereases, and this final one as a be it resolved, as sort of like the generic version. I don't know if there's any language that you can lift or utilize, but this, already passed permanent reso unanimously.
Can you send that or screen share potentially so folks can take a look at it?
It's below. In fact, to make it helpful, I'll put the whereas.
Oh, here we go.
And Madam Chair, I reworded my amendment or my bullet point, but I would offer it as a substitute for the bullet point underneath it. So.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion, a substitute. And it also went in line with what the resolution passed because, and they use the term individual, the one that unanimously passed resolutions committee, that we urge the state to overturn any and all anti-BDS laws because they infringe upon individuals' rights to freedom of speech and expression. So my bullet point is in consistency with what passed the permanent resolutions committee.
So I'll leave this on the screen where folks can kind of read it and take it in. I know this is new information that we may want to consider when we are making edits to this per Marco's suggestion. We can always pull language from this. We can make direct copies. We have options in terms of that. I'll give folks just another second to read over that. Aisha.
Are we needing to make a motion to approve it? I'm just trying to understand what the next step is.
It depends on what folks want to do with it. So if someone wants to adopt that and add it in, we can. And I'm happy to entertain a motion, though we are not under any obligation to use the language unless somebody wants to take some or all of it and use it. We will have to obviously make some edits for.
Yeah, I'll defer to Ginny since she's the original, author of this section of the edition. So I'll defer to her on what she thinks.
Madam Chair, if Aisha or someone else wants to second the motion that we substitute my bullet point for the single sentence one, we could go into further discussion and or take a vote, but it would need, I guess I guess it doesn't have to have a second, but I don't know what further discussion if other people have their hands up, but I just felt like opposed state anti-BDS laws wasn't explanatory enough, and we already have a BDS law on the books, and it has been since 2017. So my bullet point urges us to repeal our anti-BDS law, and it kind of gives an explanation on why. So,
Aisha.
I second Ginny's proposal on this, just because repealing is more specific than opposing. So I would second that, and I would request a vote.
Okay, so the vote is going to be on substituting the bullet point language. I'm going to jump over to Laura for a second before I finish this thought. Laura?
Are you requesting a voice vote or a roll call vote?
Aisha?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was supposed to specify. I think a voice vote.
You don't have to, but you can.
Voice vote works. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is on the substitution, so a strike and replace of the language we just passed, replacing it with the language up above. So I have highlighted For those who are reading along, this is the bullet point language that has the actual bullet point next to it, beginning with support the repeal of, substituting that entire set of sentences to replace the sentence that we just approved in our roll call vote. So an aye vote supports the replacement, a nay vote opposes the replacement. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So we are gonna do a deletion. I wanna offer a total aside to say that it is raining in Georgetown and I live in the country. And if my power goes out and I disappear, y'all just give me a second and I will hop back on via signal, via like data as best I can. And y'all just, you know, we need the rain, but pray for my internet, I suppose. It's a hard day to be a rural Texan when it rains. So thanks in advance for your patience. Okay, our next language is an addition. Let's see, hang on. We're gonna do the addition and then the strike through because they do not appear to be a replacement. Wait. Yes, they are. Okay, so
Madam Chair, I think what happened was I saw the whole lines written out. I wasn't sure how to do this when we were first learning to do suggestions. So if we take out the strike through, then it's going to be on there twice, and I apologize about that. But it's written exactly the same.
no, thank you for that clarification. The only change that I see is there is a slight wording change. Do you intend to have the slight wording change? So Rachel's strike through is first, and we can do the strike through and then your addition to try to go in order. But y'all do have ever so slightly different language. Is that intentional? Because we could do it as a strike through and then a replacement pending the vote on Rachel's suggestion. But we would just have to vote on the strike through if you were looking to do the exact same language. It's the only language that's different is the money in foreign bonds of a single country.
Yeah, I would rather we just consider what's struck through right now that includes of a single country. I want to include that.
Okay, let's do that first.
Madam
So,
Chair, what,
yes.
again, procedural question again.
Yes.
I don't remember that either of these languages were adopted by the temporary committee. So the first thing would be that the language that was struck through would be proposed as an amendment to the platform, and then if it passed, then it wouldn't be struck through. If it didn't pass, it would be struck through. You don't really need it as a strike through if that was a proposed for addition. And then the only question would be whether or not you would adopt alternative language rather than that language.
I'm just not seeing it as
we did not adopt.
Then I'll delete my strike through. If you're saying that that's newly added language, then my strike through is not necessary.
That's my memory, Madam Chair, that we did not vote on that change. We did not vote on adding that provision.
I have a printed copy of the original.
I don't think that it was part of the temporary platform. I think I added it.
Okay, then we can just vote on the addition of the original rather than, thank you for that catch. Skylar, are you seeing it? You're not seeing it in the original? Is that what you said?
I have a printed copy of the original. What the original says is oppose the investment of Texas taxpayer money in bonds, which could contribute to the perpetuation of human rights abuses.
Okay, so the first section
Madam
is
Chair, again, was that part of remember when the document was forwarded over this
I
section?
have a copy of the document. Let me check.
Can I finish what I was saying, please, Skylar?
Yes.
When the document was forwarded over, it included within it things that were not adopted by the temporary committee, but had been made as suggestions to the temporary committee. So my question is, was this language that was adopted by the temporary committee, or was this just one of the things that was never acted on by the temporary committee? I have that same copy, Skylar, and I don't think it indicates it was adopted by the committee.
I do not know the answer to that, but I am hoping I can give you a definitive answer. Give me one moment.
Madam Chair, are you trying to look for the temporary platform document?
I am.
Let me put it in the chat.
Thank you.
But Marco?
Yes, Paul.
Remember, there was stuff within the document as forwarded over that was not adopted or recommended by the temporary committee. So understanding whether it was adopted language or not adopted language is important.
Yes,
I believe that anything that was done that way was indicated. We should be able to tell.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did it in this document. So if you should have my highlights. Do you want me to screen share, or can I show you where it is, Madam Chair, on your screen, or?
Please go ahead and screen share. That's just fine.
Okay, 1 second.
I think we are above that section.
But I don't think there were. Let's see here. Work with our allies. Okay. So this section under promote human rights and democracy, these 4 lines, actually not all of them, because this is a complete new ad.
Yep.
So this line, the recognize, supports, this supports, and then this support the rebuilding. All of those were not recommended by the temporary committee, but essentially were forwarded to this committee, letting them know that this was language that we were working on. And then
Marco, way down below there is the existing language from the platform that sort of acted as if it's now just another suggestion.
Oh,
that one, right? Yeah, right there. That the one you were just about at, just above that one there. The maintain, starting with maintain. That's the existing platform language.
I do believe that's correct. I can just double check. One second.
Promise you, I wrote it together with AJ a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
So can I get confirmation that the opposes that we've been discussing were from the temporary committee and recommended?
What page are we on?
Way
This
up.
is page 66
66.
regarding
Bottom of page 66.
investment in foreign bonds or investment in bonds.
It's in yellow, just above your cursor. Yeah.
Let's see here. All right, so this is under Texas Democratic Party supports things.
Page 58 on the temp.
Okay, so you're talking specifically about this oppose?
Yes.
Who opposes?
Well, the first one is the one that I have as coming over from the temporary committee as having been recommended. Paul is saying that this language was not recommended by the temporary committee, but I do think that he's in error here.
Yeah, this language did come over from the temporary committee. This one right here. Yes.
As adopted by the committee?
Yes, sir.
Don't remember it that way, but okay.
Yeah, I think the way, from what I remember now, thinking back to the temporary committee, is that that language was different, and this was essentially worked on to be, I guess, more genericized.
Okay. I'm old. My memory sometimes isn't 100%.
No worries. And then the language that you're saying, yeah, this language, the maintain our long-standing, this is all remains from the temporary committee too. So it was language that was from our 22 platform. And
right.
I mean, when did you write it back with AJ? You said how many years back?
About 20 years ago.
So yeah, so that's still in there.
Right.
I hope I've been able to clear stuff up. Can I stop sharing, Madam Chair?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so I am going to share again. Okay, so with that clarified, the first one we're going to take on is the original language, which I had a strike through for. And the question will be on striking through this language. And if I've lost my place in my brain a little bit, my apologies. So, but if I'm remembering Jenny's comment, we are okay with proceeding around the original language and then can proceed from there based on how this original language works. So in order to continue going in order, we're going to start here. In this first line, beginning with oppose, depending on its passage or failure, we can jump on to the next one. But the second one is an addition, which was then met with a proposed deletion, and we can instead just propose edits to the first one, depending on its passage. So let's do discussion starting from here out. Let's do 3 in favor, 3 against. If you have for the sake of trying to clarify as best we can, if you have a point of information, a point of order, well, if you have a point of order, just to clarify, that is kind of calling out in the midst of a rule, to just call attention to Robert's rules. Feel free to call those out loud. We can keep moving on. I think we've had a pretty good grip on those. But if you've got a point of information, if you have a question, please not a hypothetical question, an actual like clarifying question. Then if you'll use like a different emoji instead of hand raising, I don't really care which one it is, doesn't really matter. Maybe not a thumbs up. But if y'all will just use a different reaction for that, that may help us streamline along on the hand raising. That way I can jump to you first rather than hearing from folks in terms of discussion. I'll do my best to keep track of who's speaking in favor or against. I'm not going to set an exact timer, aim to keep it under a minute, keep it short and sweet. Most of us are doing under a minute as it stands right now, so I'm not super worried about that. But it's 10 till midnight and we have quite a ways to go. And that's just in this section alone. So is there discussion on this first line? Oppose the investment of Texas's taxpayer money in bonds, which could contribute to the perpetuation of human rights abuses. Aisha.
Madam Chair, is it okay to make a motion to move to vote while you ask for discussion, or is that not the right time?
Yes, you may. I think my parliamentary brain just skipped a beat. Marco, can you fact check me on that? Or Laura?
Like just making sure discussion is not required and if we can just push for a move to vote.
I think so. If there is opposition to going, if there's an objection, I think we can. Gracious, I should know better. Hang on, the parliamentarian is watching and she's calling me. She's gonna shame me. Please.
Madam Chair, if it's helpful, I don't mind deleting my substitute bullet point. So we're just voting on one instead of two. There's not that big of a difference between them. I don't want to beleaguer the point.
That would be helpful if you are up to it. Okay, so I got clarification on my question and I second guessed myself and I shouldn't have. So as I'd mentioned earlier, we can't call the question in committee. So if there is discussion, there's not really a way to circumnavigate it once we can set boundaries on that discussion in advance, like the 3 in favor, 3 against. But if somebody's got discussion, we will need to hear the discussion. I don't have the ability to skip over that. But you can always encourage in your comment that we jump to a vote. So that is an option if there's nobody speaking on one side or the other. So we can't skip over discussion. But I will jump to that now.
May I
Thank you
use
for
my
asking.
time? No problem. May I use this time for my discussion point?
Yes, you may.
All right. I would like to second this addition that is here in front of us for the, very reason that, as a Democratic Party, we are not standing for abuses of human rights. And so we should definitely add this language in and yeah, I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
I just wanted to add in response to the claim that
I hate to cut you off, but do you mind using the raise your hand feature so I can call on folks? That makes it easier for me to go in order. I'll jump to Skylar and then to you.
Skylar. I'm confused again as to what's going on with this piece. So this was language that came over, and then are we debating on it? Was it struck, and now we're debating on whether to keep it or to strike it, or are we debating whether to adopt it?
We are debating whether to strike it or to keep it because there was a proposal to strike it. It was removed. Rachel pulled her strike throughs to make it easier to read. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Mohammed Neal?
Yeah, I just wanted to add in response to the claim that this is dividing the party. I'm looking towards recruitment and mobilization and possibly strengthening the party. I believe that good foreign policy and recognition of human rights is a common sentiment, not only in the Democratic Party, but also in the the average American pool of potential voters. I think that we can benefit from the numbers of the working class and younger voters that could vote Democratic, and I believe this is a really good avenue to recruit them and to strengthen our presence at elections at all levels.
Any additional discussion? All right, hearing none, we're going to go to a vote. A vote in favor, because remember, we're voting on a proposed strike through. A vote in favor is to strike the language and remove it from the platform. A vote against, a nay vote, is to strike the language. No, I'm sorry, is to ignore the strike through and keep the language. So with that, all those in favor of the strike through indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
The nays.
I'm sorry, the nays. I'm sorry. I have a crying dog in the other room. While we move on, if y'all will just give me 2 seconds. I have a very scared dog with a thunderstorm and I'm going to go sit with her. I'll be right back. While we do that, our next proposal is this first line under Restore U.S. Leadership. Okay, thank y'all for your patience on that. This household is run by a very fluffy 4-legged scaredy cat. So appreciation for y'all's patience. Okay, so our next edit is on this first bullet point, beginning with lead international efforts to prevent the further spread of nuclear arms. The discussion is on these 2 deletions. Rachel, do you have a preference as to whether we take them together or separately?
Not necessarily, although this second one doesn't really make sense. But anyways, I think it needs to be moved in the sentence. But sure, take them together.
Okay. So then we'll take them together, striking through, including reinstating the Iran nuclear deal with appropriate conditions and striking as a prerequisite for lifting sanctions. Is there any discussion? I see Paul Colbert's hand. Paul, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Yeah, I had actually raised my hand before we got into this, and then I had to run out and roll up the windows on my car because the rain just started here, and I had the windows cracked and stuff. I wanted to make a motion before we got too much farther down this stuff. So when we are done with this particular bullet here, can I be recognized for a motion?
Yes, and there's a very real chance that I will forget. If I do, please raise your hand and I will try to remember to call on you first. And feel free to interrupt before we get started. Okay, on to discussion on this motion. Skylar.
I'm not sure why we would be eliminating language to reinstate the Iran nuclear deal. We have not rejoined the JCPOA, and that's a democratic piece of multilateral action. And this last piece here about eliminating denuclearization as a prerequisite for lifting sanctions, I don't know why we would eliminate that as well.
Any other discussion? Rachel.
Because we're not lifting sanctions against North Korea. So where it's placed in the sentence doesn't make sense. We're lifting sanctions against Iran. So the sentence doesn't make sense, but that's fine.
Any additional discussion? Jenny.
Yeah, the bullet point is addressing Iran and North Korea. So, yeah, the lifting sanctions applies to North Korea. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense if you read it properly.
Additional discussion? All right, the motion is on the deletion of these two portions of this line. The first, an aye vote is in favor of the deletion. A nay vote is in opposition of the deletion, keeping the language. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Paul.
Madam Chair, with all due respect to the previous motion that was made, we are spending a tremendous amount of time, and we have barely scratched the surface on attempting to fight the wars of the world at the expense of dealing with everything else that we have in this platform that is important to a wide swath of Texans. We stopped talking about disability rights to skip down to being able to do this. So my motion would be that we go back to doing what we were doing before we decided we were going to skip ahead to this section, and we go back and we deal about all the rest of the concerns of Texas before we fight the wars of the Middle East or wherever else here in our committee.
Discussion on that motion. Aisha?
Yeah, as I said in my initial motion, there's a lot of intersectionality with the issues that we're seeing in Texas and what's happening abroad. And this isn't just, although the category is foreign policy, this is very much the issue that we're dealing with right now with human rights abuses. And for us to be a truly truly political leader in the world, we can't be hypocrites. We can't be hypocritical when it comes to our party's platform. There is a way for us to move through this faster if that is the actual concern. I was actually going to make my own motion to vote in block in each of these sections, and there is ways for us to do that as a if we just work together as a team. So I'm happy to facilitate a quicker resolution. I don't think it makes any sense to stop what we're doing midway through a section and move out at this point. So yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think we're in the zone. We can do this quicker, and we need to just keep moving forward.
With all due respect, we stopped in the middle of another section to jump down to here. So that was
No, sir, we did not. We finished that section. I waited till the section was completed, the criminal justice section, and then we moved down.
On to Stephen Shaversman.
I agree with Paul. I think foreign policy should go last. Thank you.
Salima?
I second what Aisha said.
Jenny?
Yes, we already voted to move it, and parliamentary procedure requires that if we change what we already decided to do, then someone who voted to move it would have to have changed their mind. So we need to follow parliamentary procedure and go ahead and proceed with the fact we already passed the vote to go ahead and discuss foreign policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Janice?
I understand the concerns of both sides, but I agree with Paul because this is the Texas State Party platform, and the focus really should be on Texas issues, not foreign issues. This is more, foreign issues should be more part of the national platform. And I think we need to strike things that resonate with Texas voters more.
All right, I believe by my count, and I may be off, that is 3 discussions in favor of Paul's motion and 2 against. So, Mohammed, if your conversation is against, then go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is a highly contentious issue. Has a lot of potential when it comes, like I said before, to recruiting and really building our party up. So I think that we should focus on reforming our platform to be something that's appealing to voters that wouldn't vote otherwise, and building up the Democratic Party.
So we're going to jump on to a vote, and I want to clarify to Jenny's point, traditionally in the main body, that is a correct interpretation of a motion, and the person making the motion would have to be in agreement. Let me make sure I phrase this right. The person moving to reconsider in committee does not have to have voted on the prevailing side. So Paul's motion is in order to discuss this change, but let's go ahead and move to a vote. Before we do that, I just want to clarify, a vote for Paul's motion is to return to where we left off at the end of the criminal justice section. I believe we were on approximately page 36, and a vote against is to continue with where we are currently working. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 The opinion of the chair that the nays have it. We'll continue where we are. Okay, so Aisha.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just going back to our previous discussion, and I definitely want to be respectful of everyone's time here. I understand we have a lot of things to cover. With the exception of the second bullet point that was just added as we reach this section, I would like to make a blanket motion to approve all additions and reject all deletions in this section, restore U.S. leadership. So to repeat, my motion is to add or to approve all additions and to reject all deletions in the current section, which is restore U.S. leadership, with the exception of the second bullet point that was just added.
Scroll so that folks can see that as best you can on my screen. So that's the latter half of page 66 down through the first 4 bullet points on page 67. Is there any discussion? Janice.
My concern with the bullet point, urge Congress to reinstate funding in UNRWA. Do you understand that certain people who work for UNRWA were part of the attacks on Israel on October 7th?
I want to clarify to ask, are you asking a question that you want an answer to, or are you asking a hypothetical question?
I want that. I think that should be struck.
Okay. Paul?
Well, as I understand the motion, that would strike out the bullet that I just added into there. And
That's not what that would do.
Pardon?
To clarify, are you trying to say that we would consider that bullet, the new addition bullet
Madam Chair.
separately?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not understand what she said. What?
I should go ahead and I'll let
Yes,
you
sir.
explain.
No, to clarify, it would not strike out your motion. There was no motion made to strike out the second bullet point. The motion was to not comment on it until we had the opportunity to get through my motion, because you just added it in.
All right. Then in continuation of the discussion that was had a moment ago, It's not just that UNRWA workers were working, that some of them were involved in the October 7th attack, but there have been numerous studies that have done of the textbooks that UNRWA uses in Gaza, and the textbooks basically contain anti-Semitic provisions. They encourage violence, they encourage martyrdom, and I'm not sure that that's something that we ought to encourage recognition of without calling for a cleanup of their act. In addition to that, UNRWA was actually providing electricity to the computer center that that Hamas was running underneath underneath one of the UNRWA facilities. They literally provided the electricity by which all of the computer activities of Hamas was being run. So I think at this stage of the game, calling just for a restoration of UNRWA without taking a look at forcing UNRWA to stop being involved in human rights abuses and in genocidal activities is a little bit out of step.
Daniel?
I just wanted to add that I think we all agreed that we wanted to get back to the other matters at hand, and it seems to me that there seems to be a pattern as to how a lot of these votes are going to go. So for the sake of us getting to the other bits that we just voted on earlier, I think it would be best for us to push forward with this. And then as far as the criticism that the UNRWA had, I know there's been investigations done by the UN that have proven that that is not correct as well. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Jenny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that UNRWA has something like 30,000 employees, and some of the initial allegations have been debunked. That's not to say that there aren't some bad apples in the group, but we've also got to keep in mind that UNRWA was created after al-Nakba, when hundreds of thousands of refugees crowded into the Gaza Strip, and their sole reliance to survive is humanitarian aid. So any efforts to cut off humanitarian aid perpetuates the famine that we're seeing in northern Gaza, and will contribute to the death that we're already seeing through airstrikes and ground raids. And I just think, for the sake of humanity, we need to make sure the UN has proper controls in place. Absolutely, we need to, make sure that they're proper internal controls. But at the end of the day, we've got to stop this famine. We've got to stop the blockage of aid coming to these innocent civilians as soon as possible, to just avoid any future humanitarian catastrophes. Thank you.
By my count, we have 2 speakers in favor and 2 speakers against. So depending on how this next speaker goes, please keep that in mind as you're preparing to make your comments. Skylar.
So again, I'm confused. I thought we were debating Aisha's motion to accept all additions, reject all deletions, with the exception of Paul's that he added in. We would discuss that next. So I'm not going to address what he brought up there. I do want to reiterate that the UN investigation found that there were not employees who were aiding Hamas. And we also, everybody else who stopped funding UNRWA has restarted their funding based on that investigation. So adding it back in, or adding it into this piece here, is not controversial on the global stage.
All right, Salima, are you speaking for or against? This has gotten a little bit questionable in terms of germanity. Are you speaking for or against the motion to vote on these items all together?
For.
Okay, by we'll go ahead and do, we can go ahead and do one more of each. But if y'all will just keep it brief, because frankly, several of these have been more on than for or against, but let's have these last two be our last two speakers. So go ahead.
I just really quickly want to say that what Paul stated about Hamas teaching children about about martyrdom and all of that, that's a complete lie that's been debunked over and over again. So can we just please stick to facts instead of propaganda? Thank you.
Rachel.
Yeah, we've reached a real low when we're endorsing Hamas over here. Also, UNRWA
I'm sorry, that's
UNRWA did
don't put words
fire
in my mouth, ma'am.
10 employees.
Rachel?
Let's just be factual.
Rachel, let's be factual and let's be honest here. I don't appreciate that.
Salima, I don't
What's
appreciate.
really low is supporting
Salima, please don't interrupt.
Salima,
Rachel,
I didn't
please,
attack
Paul,
you. I didn't anything you said.
please do not interrupt each other and let us refrain from going forward, commenting relative to each other's previous comments. Let's keep this is already far from germane. Rachel, please finish your point without referencing other folks' support for or against an organization. Thank you.
I finished my point. I agree that we should take a vote, but let's be I found the vote to be confusing. So I just want to make sure I'm voting for or against the right thing, but I agree that we should move forward on voting.
So Aisha's motion is to vote on accepting all of the suggestions that were made in this section titled Restore U.S. Leadership. And Aisha, correct me if I'm wrong, and rejecting all of the strike-throughs in this section, Restore U.S. Leadership, with the exception of the second bullet point, beginning with lead efforts 2, which in my screen shows up in green, because that is a new addition, which we will discuss separately. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. So an aye vote accepts all of the new additions and strikes all of the strike-throughs. A no vote, a nay vote, does not accept the suggestions and does not reject the strike-throughs. It does not mean it does the opposite of either of those things, but it basically keeps us at the status quo. So all those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So our next discussion is going to be on this second bullet point, lead efforts to prevent Iran from developing and constructing nuclear weapons. I'm going to go through, thankfully that's a pretty short one, but I'm going to go through and make these changes really quickly so that they're clear for folks. And okay. My apologies if you can hear the loud cat in the background. We're having a very noisy animal day at my house. Okay. The new addition is lead efforts to prevent Iran from developing and constructing nuclear weapons. Is there any discussion? Paul.
While I totally agree that we should try to get back to the treaty that the Trump administration made a horrendous decision to pull out of, where we are at now is not where we were when the treaty was adopted. Where we are at now is Iran has I think it's 22 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, which is enough to be able to build multiple nuclear weapons. And that's in violation of the Iran treaty. So this is sort of in addition to getting back under the Iran treaty, it is to return to the status quo of what it was that that treaty was about, which was limiting Iran's activities to peaceful levels of nuclear enrichment so that it couldn't be used for nuclear proliferation. And if we do not recognize that there is a situation in reality now where they are so close to, in fact, becoming a nuclear nation to the threat of a lot of their neighbors around them, and that if they succeed in adopting nuclear weapons, you will then see a nuclearization of, at the very least, Saudi Arabia, perhaps the UAE and other countries, because they don't want to be the only ones who are not so armed. Not rolling them back to where they were, to where they no longer have the capacity to construct nuclear weapons, is to, in fact, run counter to the sentiment that we are expressing here of the need to stop nuclear proliferation. So I added this point because it's imperative that we recognize that they are now a threshold nuclear weapons country, and that as part of going back into the deal, they have to do their part and go back into where they were supposed to be under the deal.
Any other discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, we're down to the section work with our allies. The original, let me catch up. It looks like it's just a deletion, not any additions. So the question is on the deletion of the words "the millions of" in the phrase "for the millions of refugees." Any discussion?
Well, it's confusing because then we talk about people claiming asylum and welcoming them to the United States. So I was avoiding the sentence sounding like we were welcoming millions of people to the United States.
Oh, that makes sense. Would you rather we took those edits together?
Some of these edits aren't mine, but I'm
And we can
fine.
do just those. I can pair the ones that are yours.
I'm
and
fine
then we
with all
can
of the
do.
edits.
You said you're fine with all the edits?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's take all the edits to this section in one go. Hopefully that will help facilitate the speed. So discussion, Mohammed.
Sorry, I need to lower my hand.
Oh, thank you. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? All right, hearing none, those are approved. Fix this. All right, down last bullet in that section, page 66. The deletion of "such as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO." Any discussion?
Hold it.
I wasn't sure. Oh, sorry. Go, Paul.
Yeah, the reason why we had the reference to NATO in there initially was because the Trump administration at the time was basically bad-mouthing NATO, and we faced the very real threat of a Trump administration that would pull us out of NATO in support of our allies. That organization is precisely why the Ukraine still exists at this point. And it was our leadership in marshaling our NATO allies in defense of the Ukraine against Russian aggression, and striking out the reference to something that is extremely important on the foreign policy front, and that is actually under threat by the opposing side within the upcoming election, I think is not something we should do. So I would be opposed to striking out the reference to NATO.
Any additional discussion?
I was unclear why we were singling out NATO, but if I don't care if we keep that in. I wasn't sure why specifically NATO was like, but who cares? I don't care. So I'll withdraw my deletion.
Okay. We're under the section defend our country. We've got a couple of edits in here. Let's see. So the first is
withdraw
go
some
ahead,
of
Rachel.
I'm going to withdraw some of my deletions.
Okay, I'll give you a second to do that. If you don't mind, if you'll just let me know when you're ready. I'll give folks a chance to kind of read that. And then if y'all will read the next bullet point ahead that is an addition.
Okay. I'm
And
done.
while, thank you, Rachel. Tim, do you have a discussion or a question or something else?
Well, I have a question. I think I see another addition or a few additions at the end of page 67 that we skipped over. They're in like a light blue or teal.
Yep, thank you. You did indeed. There are several. That is a terrible color on my screen. I'll come back to that. Aisha, do you have a discussion or a question or something else?
Motion.
Yes.
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve the additions in the section work with our allies for blanket approval.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we are being asked to do this, to make these blanket motions without considering what it is we're being asked to vote on. Really, can we have a few minutes just to look over what it is that we are being asked to approve through a blanket motion?
Yes, I'm happy to give folks time. Feel free to just let us know when you need it. Most of these were added more, farther away than just in the last day or so, which is why I'm open to entertaining it. But yes, if folks need more time, they're welcome to it.
Okay.
So just to clarify, Aisha said the work with our allies section. So the remaining changes begin, I've highlighted it on my screen. If you're looking on the shared screen, the first bullet point with the change is work with our allies to facilitate near the end of page 67. Then there's an addition.
That one, didn't we? Or did we adopt that one, Madam Chair?
I don't believe so, unless I missed it. I think we have a small addition of language within that. And then we have an add-on here at the bottom. And then we changed to a new section. So I'll just keep those up on my screen and highlight. I'll give folks about 2 minutes to look.
Okay.
Janice.
1 sec. Okay. About 5 bullet points up from the bottom, there's a correction or an addition to the bullet about prevent all sources of foreign meddling in our elections and those of our allies regard this as an act of enemy aggression, including the continued sanctions against Russia, continue to strongly sanction Russia. I think that added language needs to be removed if we're voting on that because it doesn't make sense. It's repetitive.
I am not seeing that you said 5 bullet points up from the bottom. Are you on page 67?
I'm on page 68. Okay, defend our country. I'm sorry, I'm jumped ahead.
Yeah.
That's okay. If you want to make a note though, while you're there on repetitive language, please feel free.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else need more time
No.
before we discuss or preferably just vote on whether to accept these or take them individually? Any discussion? Any objections to the approval of all additions in the work with our allies section of the platform? Hearing none, those additions are adopted. Thank y'all for flagging those and getting us going. So that is formatting. No. There we go. Okay. So now we're on to the defend our country section. That puts us on page 67. The first bullet point for review is the fourth from the top. Prevent all sources of foreign meddling in our elections and those of our allies. Regard this as an act of enemy aggression and to continue to strongly sanction Russia until it ceases its attacks on our democracy. Is this the one
Yes.
that you were referencing, Janice?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
just did the change.
Excellent. So as written, there are a couple of suggestions. There's suggestions from at least two people, but let's take it in a whole. I'm going to highlight it for folks reading along with me. Is there any discussion with the plank as proposed? Is there any objection to the approval of the plank as proposed? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Just a moment. All right, we have an addition. Recognize the global reality that a continued push for U.S. primacy is often disconnected from American security needs and can often engage anti-American sentiment throughout the world. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, promote human rights and democracy. Aisha.
I have a motion here for the blanket approval of all additions and the rejection of striked out language for the entire section.
Okay, I'll give folks a moment to review. So that is the latter half of page 68.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
when this came over from the temporary committee, we had a bunch of these points were added in there. And some of them were added in place of the existing platform language that somehow ended up way below here. So how far down are we going in this?
I'd like to go all the way down, but Madam Chair, if you are okay with Paul referencing the specific points, then we could probably have some limited discussion, but I would like my motion to include the entire section.
Well, okay.
If you
I
have a
think
specific cutoff spot you want to suggest, Paul, that might be
No.
a good place to start.
I'm scrolling through here. Okay, there were the strike throughs and changes to our existing platform language that says maintain our longstanding policy that a true mutually respectful peace, etc. Are we keeping that language in there?
Which bullet point? I'm sorry, I'm looking along, Madam Chair.
So this would be the section that doesn't have a bullet, that has a
This one.
strike through, starts maintain our longstanding policy.
And I don't know why it doesn't have a bullet. It's been a bullet within the platform for a couple of decades.
We can set
Yeah,
that
it's
out.
one of
We can
those that
set-
got a weird formatting as people added edits, both in temporary and in permanent.
Yeah, this
I'm
was not
happy to
changed.
make, yeah, I can make that an exception to my motion if we would need to discuss that.
I would like to see that section approved because it's been our policy for a long time. So are we including that in there?
Maintain our longstanding policy that a true, mutually respectful, peaceful, two states dedicated to peace and democracy in which each homeland and Japan's homeland can only result from direct. Yeah, as long as we strike out that last part with the direct negotiations between willing and responsible parties, then yes. Yeah, because that would have been included in my motion already, the strike, like rejecting the strikeout.
Rejecting the strikeout?
Yeah, and but keeping the additional language that the temp committee included, correct?
Okay. So we're going down through that bullet point, or how far down are we going? I mean, this should have been much farther up the food chain because the other things were bullets
Right.
that got added in
Yeah,
afterward.
I'm reviewing this, together. So supporting citizens of Pakistan, condemning genocide in Sudan. I think that it takes us all the way through support the continued ban, and then we can pause at promote fair trade. The things that are here are, again, they're not recent. They've been here since May 21st. We've have commentary on it. I think there is some work to be cleaned up, but I'm happy to do that offline. I want to make the motion regarding the substantive spirit of.
A number of the things that are in here were things that were added on the 22nd, added today. I mean, there are a number of things that were not there since the start. Just looking at the dates on some of these things.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we can take a few minutes, Madam Chair, if you can give us 2 minutes to read through it. It's not a long section, but I'm happy to give some time.
Yes, let's do that and give folks a moment. There's a couple of these that I haven't read closely. But yeah, let's take a few minutes to read. And also I know that TDP power just blinked off, so that gives them a second to come back online. And if we need to pull, if folks have specific bullets they want to request to pull for discussion, then that's something that we can discuss, but otherwise we'll just vote on up or down on Aisha's motion.
Okay,
What
so
does it go through? I'm sorry, which bullet point, or literally all the bullet points down?
This whole section down to promote fair trade policy, correct?
Correct, through that section.
Just blanket adopt all of it?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, well.
Apologies for those scrolling along with me. I know I'm kind of going up and down. I'm gonna park my screen just kind of on the top half. If somebody needs me to scroll down because you were reading on my screen, just raise your hand. Jenny.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that we have some redundancy though. That's my only issue with just blanket voting in all of them. Because there is some redundancy. So maybe I'll try and go through. If I've added some things that are redundant with something else, I'll try and delete it just to facilitate this process.
Sure, and if Madam Chair, may I supplement my motion?
Absolutely.
So if there are redundant additions that any of the authors would like to remove, I would be okay with that, so long as they're redundant in nature. And if someone wants to clarify so we can all follow along, it's better to do it with us watching rather than you doing it on your own. So please go ahead and raise your hand if you're going to strike out anything that's redundant.
Well, there are two identical bullets on support the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state. And I think that's because it was struck at one point in time and then it got added back in again. So it's in there twice.
Okay, I can delete the, who did I add that? Hold on. Let me see.
And there's an incomplete bullet at the bottom of page 68 on the right of return, and I would like to pull that for further discussion.
I'm gonna give us until 12:40, so less than a minute. If you need more time, let us know.
I'd like to pull for discussion the support the dismantling of Israeli settlements.
I don't think that is something that I intended to include in my motion, so I would like to keep that as part of the original motion that's on the table.
Well, again, the question was whether or not we wanted to pull any things out of this for further discussion, and I think that that one, as it's worded, first of all, there are two separate bullets on it, and that it needs a little bit of clarification discussion at the very least.
Yeah, it'd be helpful if the bullet points were numbered because it's kind of hard to follow along. If it's redundant, I said I was fine with the redundancy, but in terms of, you know,
I would object to the bullet point on the International Court of Justice because it sort of leaves out the fact that the International Court of Justice found a fair amount of actions against Hamas that are not included within here as well. Anyway, I mean, let's.
Jenny, is your hand still up or do you have an additional point?
Sorry. No.
That's okay. Happens to all of us. Okay. All right. Given the time we've had for consideration, I am going to recognize Aisha's motion. Aisha, if you have any changes you'd like to make to your motion in terms of any elements that you'd like to leave out, you're welcome to do so, though under no obligation to do so. And based on whatever language you decide for your motion, we will proceed to a vote.
okay, and I'm just gonna go slowly and kind of go line by line on this, if that's just so everyone's following along. Is that okay?
That's fine. Let's start at the yeah, just at the top of that section.
Okay, so the motion that is on the table is a motion to approve all added language to this section, promote human rights and democracy, to reject all strikeouts, and to clean up any redundant bullet points. So that's the summary of the motion, and then now I can go quickly line by line. So first bullet point stays. Second bullet point stays. Third bullet point stays. Fourth stays. Fifth stays. Sixth stays. Seventh stays. Eighth stays. Ninth stays. 10th stays. 11th bullet point stays. 12th stays. 13.
That puts us on to page 69, correct?
Thank you. Yes, at page 69, top of the first bullet point there. So 13 stays, 14 stays, 15 stays, 16 stays, 17 stays. This is where we have the redacted language, and it's not a bullet point, but where it says maintain our longstanding policy. So striking that language out and just keeping the part where it has, you know, that's not stricken out in that bullet point, but striking out can only result from direct negotiations between willing and responsible partners. The following bullet point stays, as do the rest of the bullet points in this section, taking account to support the continued ban.
I'm sorry, you are striking out that, what are you striking out in the maintain our long?
It's already stricken out. I'm not doing the striking out. I am just suggesting that we uphold the strikeout. So the first strikeout is by Mohammed Neal, and the second strikeout in this section is by Ginny. So I'm simply suggesting that we uphold both of those strikeouts.
I thought your motion was to reject strikeouts and uphold.
Excuse me, yes, reject, I apologize. I'm not, yeah, reject this, not reject the strikeouts, except, I apologize, I'm getting a little switched around. So because this has two different things happening in this section, it's an addition and it has strikeouts. So I'm saying that we only add the part that's been added and not the parts that's been stricken out. Does that make sense?
It's not an addition though. That
That's
was
true.
in the,
Yeah,
that was in
this
their.
one does carry over, so
I
it
apologize.
would, that
Yeah.
one is the one that does
So
kind of
then
behave
I
a
would
little
amend my motion to pull that for discussion.
Okay, so everything else as presented when you went line by line, and we separate this paragraph, maintain
Yes.
our longstanding for discussion.
For discussion, correct.
Okay. All right, any discussion on Aisha's motion? Jenny?
No, I need to lower my hand, sorry.
Oh, I can do it for you. I got you. Janice?
Well, I'm against this motion, and when I go through this and I read this, and it's about half of the items here reference Israel. To me, it reads as an anti-Israel motions, and they're throwing in other things just to make it look like it's not about Israel, but it is about Israel. And I know Muhammad is saying this is the way to increase the party, but you're going to lose a big chunk of the party if you put stuff like this in here. It's not necessary. It really isn't. You're not changing the world here, and you're not going to grow a huge, larger number of voters by adding all of this in. So, you know, we may disagree with this, but I don't think this is the place to put this. And I don't think it helps the party. I think it only hurts the party. And I really think some of this language needs to be modified and should be reconsidered and reviewed item by item before we put this into the platform. And it's just going to be used against us. I see it now. I live in a district that's a flippable district. We could pick up a state house seat that has a high Jewish population, and the Republicans are going to take this out and use it against us. So just telling you, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Tim McDaniel?
Yeah, I'm against the motion only because I feel like some of this was working language that the temporary committee was, and some members of the permanent were working through. It's not final. I don't think it's ready, and it needs to be worked on at least in some sections. So the whole thing is not ready as is. I think we need to go, maybe not line by line, obviously, but like some of these are clearly not ready even after we've reviewed them for a few minutes. There's a lot to fix.
Paul?
This motion is basically in violation, again, of the standard that I have asked us to try to live by in this committee. And that's to talk about what unites us as Democrats instead of what divides us as Democrats. And there's a bunch of stuff in here that I think we can all agree on. There's a bunch of stuff here that I think, as reference was made a moment ago, will drive a bunch of people out of the Democratic Party, particularly in some areas where we cannot afford to lose them. There is so much that we agree upon with respect to this. I had repeatedly asked for people to try to work to do what happened when we created the language that now the motion says we have to pull out and reconsider separately. And that's that language was created when we sat down and worked out what we had in agreement. This is not about agreement. This is about demonization primarily of Israel. And if we're going to take that route, we are going to basically be doing to our party what the Republicans, fortunately for us, are trying to do to their party, and that's to purify the party in a manner in which a lot of people who otherwise would be Democrats think that their party has left them. So I would strongly urge us to vote against this blanket motion to accept all of that stuff. And if we're going to do this, if we want to fight the wars of the Middle East here within our party and think that somehow the 22 people on this Zoom, several of whom are not voting members of the Zoom, if somehow or another that a majority of us can sit there and put together something that will then win support in the general populace of Texas, I think we're on a fool's errand on that. So I'm opposed to this motion. I particularly find it a little bit offensive that the one area where in fact we did work some language out is the one that we're pulling out and not even including in here, and then we've got a bunch of things in here that specifically, aside from having some historically factual problems with them, we have not had a chance to discuss the issues. There's the issue of the right of return, for example, of which there isn't one. I sent you all a fairly detailed treatise on what happened at the time of 1948, not just within Israel and Palestine, but also what happened elsewhere within the world. And we're creating a separate standard here that says we're going to give a right of return that we don't give to refugees anywhere else in the world. And in many instances, there were many, many, many times more refugees that were created. There's all sorts of stuff.
Paul, you're over 2 minutes now.
Yeah, well, all
Aisha?
I'm saying is that this is an attempt to divide the party, and if it is adopted, it will succeed.
Aisha.
Thank you, Paul. I'm gonna be brief, but I mean, I have 2 minutes, right? Is that right, Hannah?
One, but we'll give some
1
leeway.
minute. Okay. Okay. So a lot of things have been said in the past several minutes. We're not here to divide anybody. We are here to promote human rights and democracy, which is what this section is about. The concerns that this is going to alienate people from the party, y'all need to understand that there are so many people that are not joining our party because of the hypocrisy for what we stand for. I don't know if anyone's been watching graduation season right now, or if any of you guys are following the encampments or the youth movement. The next generation is here to save the soul of this nation and our party. We have to put in writing in our platform, we have to distinguish ourselves from the Republican Party platform. If you look at the Texas GOP platform right now, I will tell you how many people are coming into the Democratic Party because of the hard work that's being done here. And I so appreciate the work that the temporary committee has done. And that is why it is important to have discussions where we need to have them. But I'm also trying to be mindful of everyone's time. And, y'all are the ones making the point that we need to move fast. We have other issues to discuss that apply to Texans. This is the issue of the hour. Okay. This is promoting human rights and democracy. Everything else on this platform goes back to America's leadership role in the community, in the international community. So if we cannot even articulate what it means to promote human rights and democracy in a reasonable fashion, this is not anti-Semitism. I find it very offensive. Very offensive. I have Jewish friends, and it is just, this is not about demonizing a faith group. Okay. So I'm passionate about this. I'm going to stop talking now, but please don't take my efforts to streamline and work through this to build unity and make it sound as if I'm trying to be divisive. That is not my intention. Thank you so much.
Jenny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to, I agree with Aisha that it's important. I mean, we're talking about people accusing some of us for demonizing perhaps Israelis, but we have seen the consistent dehumanization of Palestinians going on for generations now. And as far as the right of return, the UN backed this back in 1948. And I think what's behind this is the state of Israel was created through ethnic cleansing. 350,000 people were displaced before the British even left British mandate in May of 1948. And these people have a right to return to their original villages and homes. And so we need to respect human rights. We need to respect self-determination. And we need to oppose efforts that create any form of supremacy so that everybody's created equal under the law, under the eyes of God. And we need to be bold in what we stand for, because as far as like driving people away from the party, there's not a lot of enthusiasm in this election, especially at the federal level for president, largely because we're losing young people. We're losing young people because these people graduating from college that can see what's going on want to know that they're going to be joining a party that's going to fight for human rights and democracy and equal rights for all. So let's move this process along and support some of these changes that others have had a chance to respond to. And I would move in favor of the motion. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, that is 3-4-2 against. Rachel, speaking for or against the motion?
I'm speaking against the motion.
Go ahead.
I want to reiterate what Paul and Janice said, and also I believe Tim. Not only are many of these very poorly written, they're also very alienating if this party is prepared to lose over 100,000 Jewish voters that included in there. This is blatant singling out of Israel with not equal equally going after other countries that are also yeah. It seems the obsession with Israel in this platform is scary. I think we should vote against this motion. And I think that's all I have. I mean, you're going to lose so many voters, but if it's adopted, I mean, I can't support this platform if this is adopted.
All right, the vote is on the adoption of Aisha's motion to approve all additions and reject the strike-throughs, with the exception of the previously discussed section beginning with maintain our long-standing policy, which we will discuss separately. And I vote in favor does adopt all of the additions and reject the strike-throughs. A nay vote leaves the discussion to be individual. Is there any clarity or question on the motion that I can provide?
Do a roll call. I mean,
Yes, you can call for a roll call vote. Laura, can you drop that link in the chat? We've had a couple people come in and out due to internet.
And this is Aisha's motion to accept the additions and strikes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct, with the exception of the paragraph maintain our longstanding policy.
So that will be Q and R are the columns we're voting in.
And if you need assistance voting, please use the raise your hand feature and I will call on you so you can vote.
Aisha, which paragraph did you have as an exception? I'm sorry.
It's the one that says maintain our longstanding policy. The one to keep out, right?
Drop that in. Oh, that's a lot of words. Sorry, y'all.
Thank you.
Salima, did you need help voting?
Yes, please.
Are you voting yes or no?
Yay.
Yay?
Yes.
Anybody else need help voting?
Anybody else? Mohammed Neal.
Yes, is there a verbal component to this vote at all?
Can you clarify your question?
I mean, are we voting through ayes and nays, or is it just through the Excel or the Google Sheet?
Because there was a requested recorded vote, we're just voting on the sheet.
I think Salima has her hand raised also.
Salima?
Oh no, I need to lower that. Sorry.
That's okay.
If there are no more assistance is needed to vote or nobody else wants to vote, it's looks like it has passed 8-4.
Right, thank you. Back to the document. I'm gonna go ahead and skip making those changes right now. It will take me some time, especially with the formatting. So let's just jump to this paragraph that we pulled for separate discussion. And as it stands right now, this came from the temporary. So what we are discussing first is these strike throughs. Jenny, do you have a preference on taking the strike throughs together or separately? My leaning is to take them separately unless you have any concerns around that.
We can take them separately if that's your preference, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mohammed Neal, is your hand still up or is it up for a second question or comment? I'm gonna lower your hand. Paul, do you have discussion on this new piece that we've pulled out separately or something else?
I would first like to hear what the rationale is for the strike-throughs, and then I'll be glad to discuss it, but I don't know what the rationale is because they're just strike-throughs.
Jenny?
Well, I can definitely speak about the second sentence I struck through about can only result from direct negotiations between willing and responsible partners. That is because when the state of Israel was created, Palestine did not have veto power. And it seems to be as such that now for Palestine to get recognition by the UN, that Israel currently holds veto power to prevent that from happening. And so there's, when we recognize other nation states, it is unilaterally. We don't have to get permission from a third party country whether we recognize a state. And I also think that as far as negotiations are concerned, when you go into negotiations, you build bridges, not ladders. You build bridges. That's a common point in the labor movement. And so without Palestine being recognized as a full voting member in the United States, it puts them at a disadvantage. It's like the formation when they outnumbered Zionists 2-1 back in the 1940s. They were basically offered a plea bargain, although they'd never been arrested for committing a crime. So it's a double standard to expect there to be direct negotiations for the state of Palestine to be recognized when Palestine and Palestinians didn't have to be negotiated with. They were given an offer, so to speak, but offers are normally the basis of a negotiation, is not the negotiation itself. So I dispute the fact that there need to be direct negotiations for the state of Palestine to be recognized. So, as far as self-determination, whether we recognize whether we pursue two states or one state solution, equal rights for all, we already do recognize, the country already recognized the state of Israel. So I don't know. I think maybe the whole bullet point might need to be removed, but definitely the direct negotiations part. And my recommendation would be to delete the whole bullet point. Thank you.
Paul, discussion?
Yeah. There is absolutely nothing in the wording of that says that is necessary for the recognition of Palestine, and you already have about 4 bullet points within the section that the part that just got approved that talk about the recognition of the existence of a Palestinian state. So everything that was just said there is irrelevant to this. It's amazing to me that the one effort that was made to try to work out common language is the one thing we had to pull and the one thing that we're now in favor of striking. What this says is, first of all, the first part that's being struck through is factually true. It's been our long-standing policy. It's not only our long-standing policy, it happens to be the policy of the Democratic administration and all previous Democratic administrations. With respect to the issue of direct negotiations, that's not a recognition question. That is a question of deciding on final boundaries. There have never been boundaries between Israel and Palestine. There is a ceasefire line that was adopted in 1948, but that ceasefire line is not a boundary. There have been numerous attempts to try to get boundaries established that recognize where people actually are living. And the only way you can get those sorts of things done is through negotiation. So saying that we are opposed to this language because it says that it denies the recognition of a Palestinian state is not true. And to say that somehow or another this language gives Palestinians something that they were never offered. They were offered in 1948 a much, much, much larger Palestinian state, and they rejected it. So you've got a situation here where now you have an existing circumstance where people live, and in order for them to be able to come up with an actual peaceful solution, they got to talk to each other and work it out. And for us to say that no, they don't, that means we're in favor of saying that somebody else, some big bad entity like the United States, for example, is going to come in and tell them what their boundaries ought to be. This is mind-boggling to me. I can't imagine why we would want to not accept this provision that we've been willing to have in our platform for so long, and that was recognized and cited by a unanimous vote of the SDEC when they adopted their resolution in favor of the Palestinian positions back in December. So, mind-boggling.
Aisha?
So with all due respect to the previous speaker, I'm a certified mediator. I do negotiations all the time. I'm also happen to be Pakistani American. I think if we take a quick step back at the post-World War II world order, we all recognize the post-colonial world that we're living in. We recognize that negotiations directly between two parties that are not equal footing is never going to happen. We know that Israel will never accept a Palestinian state. The Oslo was signed in 1993. We are still on Israeli approval. Additionally, the Balfour Declaration was not in negotiation. I mean, we have to be, I understand this may have been the party platform for the past 75 years, but we absolutely need to recognize that the international community is holding our failed foreign policy. They're holding us accountable to it. This is not 1950, 1960, this is 2024. All right. So just because we've been doing something, I mean, it's literally, I know you keep saying mind-boggling. Sir, it's really literally the definition of insanity if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So I'm going to support Ginny's, since she's the one that made the strike through. We don't need to be redundant. We've already said what we needed to say. We need to take out this paragraph. So I support that. And I think what we're doing here is historic work and much needed work. It's about time that, again, we stand up for human rights, and we cannot expect Israel to ever recognize Palestine on equal footing. That's just not going to happen, because if it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. Thank you.
Daniel?
I just wanted to add to Paul's point that we previously referred to the Palestinian state. That was the original, I could be wrong, but that was the original intent during the temporary committee, is for us to have the writing up top about the individual Palestinian state and to talk about how Israel already has theirs. So I would also move that we just completely remove that paragraph, or not move, but I would support that we remove that paragraph altogether, because we've already addressed it.
Before I recognize a speaker who's spoken already on this topic, is there any discussion? Rachel?
Sure, I'll speak once again in favor of keeping this clause, and then I'll probably be done speaking for the night. We need to keep the language in there. This platform is overwhelmingly anti-Israel. The obsession in this committee with Israel is mind-boggling, is a nice way of saying it, blatantly anti-Semitic, and it should not be stood for. This is disgusting.
Angel?
Yeah, I just want to hold space. I'm really disappointed in some of the behavior and the fact that many of our colleagues here have been called nothing short of terrorist sympathizers for saying genocide is wrong, is deeply upsetting. And it is time to be bold as a 29-year-old who wants to see a future, and talking about getting young people out to vote. We need to make a stance. And again, if nothing else is remembered from what I'm about to say, saying that genocide is wrong does not make you a terrorist sympathizer or anti-Semitic. And that's the hill I'm willing to die on. And I apologize deeply to everyone in here who has been called such.
Marco.
Yeah, y'all, this obviously we're in a time when there's more of a heated conflict, but I mean, members who have been members of platform and resolutions in many years past, this is always a very heated area. I would just really, really caution members on the language that they're using. And try to be as respectful as possible and, get through this. But know that, since, the beginning of time, since I don't know, the 80s, probably, at least, this is always going to be an issue in our platform. I'm not sure if in the 70s or 60s that we had this problem with a platform where we always get hung up on this stuff, but this is not new. This happens every cycle. Seen it once, seen it twice. Obviously, we're dealing with specific issues that are happening, but that also happened in prior platforms and prior resolutions committees. So I would just want everyone to just tone it down a little bit, be respectful, and let's get through this, because this is not new. And until this is completely solved and there's, two-state solution is finally there, we're always going to be having these issues. So please be respectful and let's get this done. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Marco. Paul, I will recognize you to speak again. I'll note that this is the last speaker on this topic and just ask that you be mindful of the time limit, given that you've spoken once already on this topic.
I appreciate that. The reason I raised my hand to speak again has to do with a statement that was made that, again, was not factually true. The statement that Israel would never recognize a Palestinian state. I was in Israel in 2000 with a group of Texas legislators. We met with people from the Israeli government, but we also met with people from the Palestinian Authority. At the time, there was absolute overwhelming support in Israel for recognizing the state of Palestine. There was a significant sense that it was imminent, it was about to happen. And the reason it didn't happen was because it was, even though there were boundary changes that were made to the 1948 ceasefire lines, it still created a Palestinian state with the same amount of territory and with the Palestinian people within it. And it was rejected by Yasser Arafat. He walked away from it. So the statement that Israel would never accept it isn't true. What is true is that it was not accepted by the Palestinians. With respect to the statement that was made, I have never in any of my statements on this platform committee, either today or before, accused anyone of anti-Semitism, demeaned the motives of anyone. What I've repeatedly asked is that we work to find common ground. And this is the first time that this platform committee in the 30 years I've been doing platform has chosen not to do it, and I'm disappointed.
All right, that brings 3 speakers on each side, and I'm going to bring us to a vote. And I vote, I'm going to note here that Jenny has changed her strike throughs to include the entire section for the sake of ease of voting rather than voting for individual pieces, especially because the original strike throughs did not leave text that would have read correctly. I'm going to take this as one vote on the entire section, striking or keeping the entire section. So the vote is going to be on whether to keep the section in its entirety. And I vote is to strike the section and to maintain that strike through. A nay vote is to, I'm sorry, a nay vote is in opposition to the strike through and is to keep the language as it currently exists in the platform. Does anybody need any clarification? All right. I'm going to go ahead and call for a record vote just to save us time. Laura, if you will go ahead and put that in the spreadsheet. Stephen?
When you say section, do you mean just this 4-line?
Thank you for clarifying. I mean, this one line. I think technically it's one sentence. Yes.
But it's
beginning with maintain our
Oh,
long-standing,
okay. The whole thing.
ending
Okay.
with willing and responsible partners.
Great, thank you. So
No, thank you for clarifying.
a yes vote keeps it?
No.
No.
Other way around. So a yes vote removes the language.
Okay,
A
the whole thing.
no vote strikes the language.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
No, thank you for
Wait,
clarifying.
you just said a no vote strikes the language?
I'm sorry. I said the same thing, but I said the same thing twice. A yes vote, we're voting on whether or not to keep the proposed strike through. Yes, strike through. No, no strike through, meaning we keep the language. And I'm going to jump screen over here so folks can see it. So just to reiterate, yes, strikes the language. No, does not strike the language. Please raise your hand if you need assistance voting. Anybody else need assistance voting? Last call. Any additional votes? All right, Madam Secretary.
The motion passes 9-4 to strike.
Thank you. Paul?
I hate to say this, but we just had a vote by which 9 out of 38 congressional districts, they're the representatives of 9 out of 38 congressional districts, voted to decide what the public policy recommendations of the Democratic Party ought to be in a very, very, very contentious and divisive area.
I'm going to cut you off here for a moment.
I'm asking personal privilege, Madam Chair. All I'm saying is the
If you will
result
be
of
brief,
this
please.
is a platform that I cannot support, and I'm going to leave the meeting and you all get to finish the platform without me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's important to clarify. I believe very firmly in a representative process and very firmly in that each of us was elected. In the case of those voting, as you'll notice, neither of the appointed officers voted, that each of us was elected to represent an enormous number of delegates in a process that sends us to a convention at which more delegates have the opportunity to review on this document in a more democratic process than we've ever had before. And there are things in this platform that I feel very strongly in favor of, and there are things in this platform that I personally would never have selected. And I appreciate that there is plenty of room for disagreement and on this issue in particular, but I want to remind folks that there is more than one stance on how to feel about how representative this document can be. And per Marco's comments at the beginning, there are opportunities to make changes should folks choose to do so, but that I believe firmly that even though there were only 13 votes on this, that it is still representative of a much larger process. So with that, I'm going to move us on down. I'm going to jump back up to where we left off. Rather than continue out of order, I do want to make sure that we spend time on that fair trade section. That poor section did not get enough love during temporary, and I would like to make sure that we spend time with it if at all possible going forward. So I'm going to get us back. Take a minute to breathe, grab a drink of water if you need it. I'm going to get us settled before we get started. And we'll make as much additional process as we can. I'm not going to say a full break, but 2 or 3 minutes kind of before we jump in, give folks a chance to grab their bearings as we change subjects. Okay, if somebody can check me, we stopped in and around page 35. Which bullet points do we need to start back on? I know we were discussing this expand eligibility to criminal record sealing. Is that where we stopped? This institute reentry section?
I thought we were on disability justice.
Oh, that's right. We did this whole section. We did a blanket approval. That's why I don't remember talking about it. Thank you. Okay, y'all take a couple more minutes. Let's go until, let's actually take this as a good opportunity to take a full break. I'm gonna backtrack just a little bit. It's been a couple of hours since we've had a break. Let's reconvene at 1:30 a.m. But before we do so, Aisha.
Yes, sorry, I just had a quick question. What were you saying
Yes, ma'am.
about the promote fair trade policy section? Did you say we're going to table that? We're going to table that for now?
Oh,
Was
it is
that-
the
was that-
only thing that is after the section that we
Right.
just finished. And I just want to make
Okay.
sure that even though we are going back up, I'm just kind of making a mental note out loud so that y'all help me remember that we don't skip that.
Oh, okay.
It did not get discussed at all on temporary.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, I just want to make sure
Right.
nobody
Okay.
lets me forget. All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you all. right, folks, we are back. We are at the top of page 39. I'll give folks a second to get settled in. We are in the disability justice section. Thank y'all very much for bearing with us. I know it's a long meeting, but I really appreciate all of y'all's time. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump on in. So our first edit is here. That's an italic edit. Never mind. I think we're gonna get to breeze through to the next page. Love this, actually. All right, religious freedom is our next session. So Stephen, I see that you've got some comments on the side.
Yes.
I'm gonna jump in and just go, I'm gonna skip your notes here for the time being and just go through for your suggestions, if that's all right. And then I'll just jump to you first if we have any discussion on
Sure.
any of those changes.
So could I make just one brief comment?
Absolutely.
Yes, I wrote all the justifications and reasons for the changes, so you could read them ahead of time and we could get through this quickly. But Hannah wants to go through them, and that's fine with me. It's very simple. Everything's very simple and straightforward. If you want an explanation for the reasons, I can just tell you. So go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you so much. No, and I appreciate you taking the time to write out your explanations. For folks who are advanced readers, I can only imagine how helpful that was. I must confess, I did not read all of the long comments from every section. So I appreciate y'all who went and did the extra effort on the sections that you care the most about. So our first change is an addition, adding the phrase "and freedom from religious establishment" here in this first sentence. Any discussion? And a quick pause to tell you that my power is flickering. So if I drop, I'll be right back. All right. Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Our next one is a replacement, replacing "provided by" with "manifested in both the Texas and US constitutions." Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. All right. An addition, "and that many Texans have non-religious philosophical beliefs." Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. We have a strike through and a replacement. So I'm going to treat this second bullet point here as a replacement of this first one. The new text would read, "safeguard so the beginning of this is Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that safeguard the free exercise of religion and prohibit government establishment of religion of one religion or denomination over others, religion over non-religion, non-religion over religion, or in other words, we encourage and promote secularism." Aisha.
I would like to move for a discussion on this point.
Excellent. Go ahead and start discussion.
Okay, so I'm okay with the bullet except for the part that's highlighted where it says, "in other words, we encourage and promote secularism." And the reasoning for that is I'm a member of the Muslim American community, and in Texas specifically, there has been a movement, especially after the crisis in Gaza, for Muslims to kind of fluctuate towards the Republican Party because somehow there's this like narrative going around that, oh, the Republicans are more like in line with our kind of religious beliefs or whatever. I'm a practicing Muslim. I don't agree with that whatsoever. So I think that this language is unnecessarily alienating, and it might hurt the party more than help it. But I am okay with keeping both free exercise of religion and prohibit government establishment of religion. I think that makes total sense. I just don't think we need to take a strong side one way or the other. I think it only hurt us.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? Stephen, would you be amenable to striking that last section?
No, I would like to comment, please.
Go ahead.
This is I put all the discussion in there so people would understand what secularism is. Secularism is not atheism or agnosticism or non-theism or anti-theism. It is the separation of church and state, of religion and government. It is the neutral middle ground between religion and non-religion. For instance, you may not know this, is it Aisha? But there are secular Muslims. Have you ever heard of that term before?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll be glad to explain. I've had a long history of friends, both Jewish and Muslims, Arabs, because I lived in Houston for 25 years, and most of the Arabs actually I was friends with were secular Muslims. Now that's a term that means that they would call themselves Muslim because it's very negative or bad to be thought of as an atheist, and they would never call themselves atheists, but they did not practice their religion, and that's okay. Practicing Arabs will, practicing Muslims will accept that. They, in fact, were secular Muslims. I'm a secularist myself. We do not claim that people must be religious or non-religious, or we accept all religions, and I accept people who are Muslims and Sikhs and Jews and Christians and all other religions. That's secularism. It's if you read my explanation, it's a neutral, really non-controversial stance. In fact, in Texas, the Texas Baptist Convention is very secular. The people of the Texas Baptists are well known to be secular. It's the Southern Baptists and many of the Christians called Christian nationalists that are non-secular. They want to dominate with their religion and force it on others, and they claim that everybody should follow their beliefs. Secularism is not against your belief. Honestly, it's actually accepts what you believe in a free, live and let live type environment.
I'm gonna call time and circle back if we've got additional follow-up for you, Stephen. Janice.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make a comment here, so I'll just be honest with everyone. I'm an Orthodox Jew, and I agree with everything here, but I don't think we need to put in there, in other words, we encourage and promote secularism. I got your explanation, I understand it, but you're not going to be there to explain it to everyone who reads this. So this could easily be read as we don't believe in religion, and we're a bunch of atheists in the Democratic Party, which we're not, and we know we're not. But we have to look how this is going to be read. And yeah, I understand your explanation. I don't disagree with it. I just think the way this is written, it will make people think that we are a bunch of non-religious people.
Yes, that is a common problem with secularism. People associate secularism with non-belief.
Right. And
that's not the case.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, why can't we just drop this? Because I think we're pretty clear in what you said in the bullet point, what we're trying to get to. We don't have to put in that we're encouraging and promoting secularism to get your point across.
Daniel?
I would say that on this one, I understand and I agree with Stephen. I find that maybe changing it to promoting secularism in government would help kind of address that. We're just saying that the government that there should be a separation of church and state, and we can go with that, and that would kind of help address the situation for many folks that are feeling negative about that. And yes.
Okay.
Is that a change you'd be amenable to, Stephen?
Yes, it would, because our government in the Constitution already supports secularism. The two religious clauses in the First Amendment, the free exercise of religion and the non-establishment religion together make up secularism. Our founding fathers were secularists. People don't realize that. They were not Christians. The top founders, including the first 6 presidents, Ben Franklin, Thomas Paine, were not Christians. And they were, however, religious believers. So I'll go along with that, even though it's already the case. I would just write, you could write, in other words, we encourage secularism in government. And you could put separation of church and state and government. I think that term is used somewhere else, though. Let's see, separation of church and state. It says, yeah, in the U.S. Constitution, which I didn't change at all because it's already there. But go ahead and write it in. I'll go with that.
Thank you. Aisha?
Yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize what Janice and Daniel said, because I think separation of church and state, it's really something that, especially for new immigrants or first generation, like we're really comfortable with that term. I think we've learned about it in school. It's the constitutional language. So I think secularism, even to Paul's point in the comments, it's just about how it's going to be interpreted. So yeah, if you're okay with swapping that out, I think that would be really, that'd be better.
Sure, let's do that. Just go ahead and write it, Hannah. In other words, we encourage and promote secularism in government, in governments, or in government. What do you think? In government.
Aisha and others, I'll defer to y'all on what sounds the most.
Encourage and promote the separation of church and state and government, and just take out the word secularism.
Well, I want to leave that word in because secularism is the separation of church and state.
So you basically want people to know that's what that is.
Exactly. But you could write that in too, separation of church and state and government.
Yeah, I feel like it might, if you really want it there, I would say we need to define it there too, just to take out that and that way for those of us that are going to have to explain this to somebody, I think it's better if you just have it there in writing.
Yeah, I define it in my comments, but this, you could put it in the actual
platform. Yeah,
sentence.
Yes, please.
Which is the
I see Skylar has got that.
Yes.
Excellent. I see Skylar's got that change made with that edit. Is there any further discussion? All right. Any objection to approval to that blank as edited?
There should be
go ahead, Stephen.
A comma after religion in the first sentence. Prohibit government establishment of religion, comma, of one religion or denomination over others, comma, religion over non-religion, comma, or non-religion over religion.
Excellent catch.
Semicolon. Right. So that is good now. I certainly agree with that.
All right. So any objections to approval as edited? Hearing none, that is approved. Thank y'all for that. We get these changes. Okay, next bullet point, we have an addition. The final language reads, guarantee individual rights, fair treatment, and protections to all minorities, including religious, non-religious, sectarian, and secular minorities. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Right, down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sixth bullet point under this section, guaranteeing free religious exercise. We believe government must not use any public funds to support religious positions, activities, and this is new language, private schools as expressed in both the U.S. and Texas constitutions. Any discussion? Any objections? Oh, Tim McDaniel.
Just change the and to or.
Okay.
Any objections with that edit? Hearing none, that is approved. Right. Okay.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much, everybody. And help.
That was it. No, thank you, Stephen.
Great.
All right. Page 43, equity and social justice. We have a note here. I will add in Paul's absence on this one. And this one is a little, let me see if I can explain it correctly. So the way Paul explained it is the reason that this is capitalized And I am neither in favor or in opposition of this. I'm just going to try to explain it as accurately as I can. So relative to DEI, the opposite of diversity is likeness. The opposite of equity is inequity. The opposite of inclusion is exclusion. So he's trying to showcase that we're fighting for all of those things, while instead Republicans are fighting for LIES, likeness, things that oppose, things that support likeness, inequity, and exclusion. And that is why lies is capitalized. So I see, Skylar, you've pulled your comment and is suggesting that we separate all of those. All right, any discussion on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Skylar.
I'm just saying, if that's the reason for it, I'm totally in favor. But if it is an acronym, then we should make it look like an acronym with the period.
That makes a lot of sense from a clarity standpoint. Skylar?
Yes. Okay, that makes, I actually read that and I was wondering why is it capitalized? Can we that's not quite evident from above from the highlighted paragraph. Can we capitalize the likeness, inequity, and exclusion? And I don't think S stands for something, so we could just put the S as lowercase. I don't think S stands for something, does it?
No.
Okay.
Here, Skylar, while you make that change, I'm going to make the capital change elsewhere.
Because now that makes a lot of sense, but
okay. Janice?
I just think after that sentence that has the opposite of diversity is likeness, just put in parentheses after that LIES. So we know when we see that LIES below what that is.
Maybe we do L.
Maybe put brackets around it or something, or open paren, close paren. Yeah, so when we see it again, we know what that is, because otherwise I didn't put 2 and 2 together when I saw it before.
Something like that. I have it.
I'd put
highlighted.
Yeah, I'd put here, I'll do it.
And it could be in parentheses. That might make more sense than after the hyphen.
Can't see it. It's late at night. Oh, there we go. Like that. So when we know.
And I will add, this is something that temporary opted to pass on to permanent without much. It wasn't something that was approved by temporary. It was not removed, but it was only minimally discussed. We opted to leave this in favor of more policy conversation. Aisha.
May I make a motion for the next?
Please.
Section? I'd like to make a motion to approve all additions in the next 3 sections, which include the Texas Democratic Party supports, racial equity, and Asian American Texans, and then stop there and then move into discussion.
Excellent. Any other changes on this LIES section before we consider that motion? Tim? Oh, thank you. Okay. All right, I'm going to leave this as it stands. That way we have, we can make some aesthetic adjustments and refer to staff as needed on that. Skylar.
Yes, I would like to pull for discussion the last point of the Texas Democratic supports policies and programs that there's been an addition for restore the choice for diversity.
This here in this last bullet point.
Yes. I think we need to restore DEI programs. I mean, I don't know. I just pull up for discussion if people have. I think I have thoughts about it, but I don't know if people want to.
So just to clarify, so Aisha's just is moving to
Yeah, I can amend my
do
motion.
approval from the Texas Democratic Party supports down to, you said through the AAPI section?
Correct. Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
happy to adjust my motion to take that bullet point out for discussion for Skylar.
Okay. Any additional discussion on that motion? Tim?
I was going to suggest the same thing. Yeah, we're good.
Angel?
Can I add a suggestion to briefly discuss the third bullet point on ensuring people are entitled to equal rights? Is it too late?
No, especially because I'm seeing
Yeah,
there's some comment in that. So I think, yeah, at a minimum, we need to at least figure out what's comment and what's not. If we don't mind taking a look at that one. Aisha, is that one you're okay to pull out?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the exception of the two that were just brought up, motion has been amended to approve the additions in the next three sections as we outlined.
Excellent. Any additional discussion? Any objection to the motion? All right, hearing none, the motion is approved. So let me go in and make these changes. So we are approving these, and that leaves us with just those two bullets to discuss. Okay, so going back up, we are on the third bullet from the top under Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that, let's see. Ensure the policies, ensure that people are entitled to equal rights and treatment and that no one should be denied these basic rights because of, and then lists a long list of like demographics, et cetera. So I'll open that up for discussion.
I move to add, immigration status, justice involvement, and tribal affiliation.
At the end or somewhere else in particular?
Think tribal affiliation. I have no preference.
Okay. So can you list those off again for me, please?
Yes. Tribal affiliation, immigration status, and justice involvement.
You want and or at the end of the sentence?
And or.
Okay. Okay. Any discussion on that addition? And I'm going to highlight that for folks. All right, any objections to that addition, aside from the fact that I have too many periods? All right, that is approved. I'm going to go ahead and strike this. Thank you, Tim. And figure out why that's there. Okay, and then that last bullet point that Skylar brought up, the addition of choice for DEI programs. Any discussion on that addition? Skylar.
I don't think that I don't think that college universities actually really choose to have DEI programs. I think it's, DEI programs are a general good for all. I would just oppose the addition of choice for, and we need to, restore DEI programs, especially in public higher education. They still exist in private. If they want choice in DEI programs, they can go to a private school that choose not to use them. But yeah, I would move to strike the choice for.
All right, the motion is on, well,
yeah,
it's a motion on the addition. So we'll just do a voice vote. My brain's a little backwards. All those in favor of adding choice 4 indicate so by saying aye. All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. All right. Okay. We are down past racial equity. We are down to African American Texans. The second bullet point, replacing provide with commission a study focused on Texas to evaluate the options for providing reparations for the descendants of slaves who were brought to America through the Atlantic slave trade. Any discussion? Angel.
I didn't realize my hand was still up. I apologize, but I'm here for it.
So the original language is provide reparations. The addition is to commission a study on reparations. Aisha.
I would like to second Sky's comments in where she disagrees with the change, and stick with the language of providing reparations versus commissioning. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? An aye vote is for the addition of the language, and nay vote is to keep the language as originally drafted. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye. All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. We're down on page 44 under Indigenous Texans. Tim McDaniel.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we pass this section as originally posted without any of the changes suggested.
Under Indigenous Texans.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so acceptance of this motion would disregard the strike throughs and keep the language as originally drafted. Accepting the motion, or no, rejecting the motion would take us to considering them piece by piece. Any discussion? Jenny?
Yes, as a registered citizen of the Chickasaw Nation, notwithstanding my blonde hair, green eyes, I support the motion to just consider the original presentation. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? All those in favor of the motion to keep the language as originally presented indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those in opposition to the motion? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Deletions will be removed. Maybe if I can find the X button. Here we go. Okay. Right. LGBTQIA Texans on page 46. We have an addition, adding ability to participate in sports and recreational activities to the second bullet point. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Page 48. No changes. Page 49. I have a proposed strike through, striking the latter half of the first bullet point, removing the words in order to secure home ownership. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. On to page 50. Immigration. Page 51. Fifth bullet point. We have a replacement. The new language would read, this is a deletion and a removal. But the new language would read, support technologically forward methods for securing our borders and remove structures that impede on an individual landowner's rights to enjoy their own property. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? Tim?
Yeah, in the comments, I had argued that we should keep the original language and also have that. So I don't know how we would move forward with that, but that's kind of my thought on that. I think we should also remove the unnecessary walls.
So you are suggesting, do you want it in one bullet point or two?
Two.
So let's take this in
I can
two
type another
pieces
one
then,
in,
because
so,
it
yeah.
is two, is suggestions from two different people, so that's actually pretty easy to do. So let's do the first, let's do the green first, which is the deletion. Are there any objections to the deletion of the phrase, which are a good use of tax dollars instead of building ineffective border walls?
Sorry, that
right.
wasn't the part I was talking about. But yeah.
So I'm saying you do want to delete that, correct?
Yeah.
And you want to
This last
keep the
part that I
latter
just
half?
highlighted.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
so
that was the original.
hearing no objections to that deletion is approved. And so that will. You are suggesting we just keep remove unnecessary border walls and stop wasting of tax dollars as a separate?
Yep.
All right. Now that Tim is writing that out separately, is there any objection to the bullet point beginning with support technologically forward methods as written? Keeping those deletions as presented in the document at present. All right, hearing none, that is approved. And then is there any objection to the addition of Tim's plank, remove unnecessary border walls and stop further wasting of tax dollars? Hearing none, that is approved. All right, we have a deletion. Deleting and provide individual legal assistance to all who come before the court. Any discussion? Any objections to approval?
Objection.
Okay. I will take that to a vote. So all those, an I vote is in favor of the deletion, meaning the text would be removed. A nay vote opposes the deletion, meaning the text will remain. All those in favor of the deletion indicate so by saying aye. All those opposed to the deletion indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the motion fails. All right, we have an addition, adding and state level deportation. Any discussion, Tim?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the remainder of the this section with the proposed amendments.
All right, is there any discussion that runs through the end of this page? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that is approved. Thank y'all. Rural and Texas Agriculture, page 52. No changes. Page 53, no changes. Page 54, no changes. 55, on to page 56, Smart Governance and Infrastructure. We have a hand from Aisha.
A motion to approve all additions on this page.
All right. That is the entire Smart Governance and Infrastructure section through fiscal responsibility. They're all at the top of the page if you're following along. Any discussion on the motion?
Oh, and I'm sorry, I'll just amend it to take it all the way through the end of the section up until community planning.
All right, that takes us
to the last
Let's
bullet,
see.
encourage multimodal transit and reduce car dependency.
Awesome. Through up to the beginning of community planning. So that is through the middle of page 58. Any discussion? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that is approved. Right. Okay, community planning, page 58. The second bullet point, adding Aisha.
A motion to approve all additions in the community planning section.
Right, that runs us through the very top of page 59, ending with including universally acceptable accommodations such as curb cuts and audible pedestrian signals. Good night. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Laura, if I'm going too fast for your ability to take minutes, or if there's something that I can do to facilitate as I go through and approve these, just let me know.
I got it. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, we are on the bottom of page 59, end of the technology section. Establish and issue a digital mobile driver license and state identification alternative to or supplement to physical identification cards. Any discussion? Any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Right. Veterans issues. Right, 1, 2, 3, fourth bullet point. We have an addition, establish vet centers that provide focused outreach. Aisha.
Motion to approve amendments in the section veterans issues.
All right, that runs us all the way down through.
And also to amend my motion to accept the what is it called? Strike.
Strike
Sorry. Yes, thank you.
That's okay. I fully can relate to the brain function that starts to go at 2:09 a.m. All right, so running through women serves 2 and on page 62.
Correct. Yes. So just to rephrase, I would like to make a motion to approve the amendments, and it's actually a replacement by Madeline Gibson on that last section, veterans and their environment.
Right, any discussion on the motion? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Thank y'all for that. I'm excited about some of these edits. All right, top of page 63, consumer protection. Striking the language on the cap on mass tort liability. Any discussion? Aisha?
I would move to keep the language as is.
With the repeal or with oppose. We actually have two layers. So we have
Oh, yeah, okay.
and I will note in Leonard's absence, I believe that repeal is a request coming from our partners at the Texas Trial Lawyers Association.
Okay, so I would move to accept Leonard's replacement of repeal with oppose. That's what he's saying, right? Yep, repeal with
Yes.
oppose. And
Correct.
okay, so that's the first thing. So I'll pause.
Oh, sorry. I should call for a vote. All right, is there any discussion? Is there any objection? All right, hearing none, that is approved. And then relevant to the strike through?
Motion to reject the strike through recommendation.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Okay, on to through page 63 and 64. And look at us go. We are back in foreign policy. So that jumps us down. We have made these changes. I did not go through and approve everything, but we have done this section. And we are bottom of page 69, promote fair trade policy. The first bullet point, let's see. Oh, this is just a note from Marco, just as that reminder that this came over from temporary sans discussion. So this is fairly fresh, even for those of us who came from temporary. Aisha. Oh, Jenny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did we ever revisit Farah's bullet point or decide what we were going to do? I think she was entrusted with trying to reword it so it wasn't so legislative-y.
Farah, if you are still on, I see that you're here. We did not get a chance to revisit that. That's a great flag, Jenny. Where did it go?
I put
Here we
some
go.
language in a comment.
Perfect. The real trick is, can I find said comment?
I can read it if you'd like.
Or maybe drop it in the chat.
That would be wonderful if you could drop it in the chat. I am scrolling and
Will
not
do.
seeing it.
Oh, you found it. It's right there.
Oh, there we go. I was looking for Farah's name and not for Sky's. Okay, awesome. So, okay. Proposed change is expand the Leahy Act to cover all security forces, enhancing transparency in aid decisions, establishing robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, standardizing enforcement, and imposing stricter penalties for violations. Farah, is that something that you would be amenable to? Be this below the existing section and highlight so folks can read it. All right, any discussion on this as a replacement for the suggested language?
Madam Chair, so basically what you have highlighted would replace the bullet above it?
Correct.
Cool.
Jenny?
Madam Chair, I move that we replace the language, as a, I guess, a formal amendment, since we can't get in touch with FARA.
Any objections to the motion? All right, hearing none. Got that added. I'm gonna close this. And then we'll format it. Okay, thank you for bringing us back to that. I would have missed that. Okay, back down to, I believe we were on page 69. No, it's bottom of page 68. Aisha.
Motion to approve all added language to this section and withhold the redacted or the stricken section for discussion.
Any discussion on that motion? Laura?
We actually vote on the last motion. Are there any objections, Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were there any, was there any objection to the replacement of the paragraph that we just did above? Okay, hearing none, that change is adopted. Thank you, Laura.
Other motion. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Can we repeat the motion that?
Oh yeah, sure. I can repeat it. Yeah. So a motion to accept all additions to the promote fair trade policy section and move the bullet point with the stricken language for discussion.
Any discussion? Jenny.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the bullet point that I struck, and sorry if I put my substitute bullet point above it, climate peace clauses are a good thing, and the way it was worded, it made it sound like it was a bad thing. So I tried to say the same thing, but kind of in a different way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would not be approving that bullet point immediately above it because that's relevant to the discussion of the stricken language.
So that actually can simplify my motion if I may amend it.
Of course.
So amended motion to approve all additions and changes, which would include the swapping that bullet point number 4, 5, 7 for number 6. So I guess it's a swap and addition to the rest of the stuff.
Any discussion on that motion? Laura, is your hand up being residual or is it up again? Gotcha. Okay. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. So, oh, look, let me make sure. I didn't delete that prematurely, did I, Laura?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm always trying to not make Laura's job harder than it needs to be because she makes my job easier than it could be. Okay. As I see it, we are done, friends. Tim.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but there's a lot of stuff at the beginning.
Oh, that's right.
Education.
We
Yeah,
did
I'm fine.
additions. Okay.
I thought the
so-
education was just deletions and moving around that Marco was going to handle.
Yeah, I think we determined that everything that was left as a strike through and that was new that is from Lizette is a replacement. Let's go through really quickly and see. Oh, what have I done?
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just suggesting.
additions elsewhere too. There's other.
And I think there are some folks who went in and did some changes afterwards. We did start where we left off last week, though there are some edits that were made above where we left off. I think you are correct. Let's find out. Aisha.
That comment at the very top, Farah's comment, that would have been included in the blanket motion that we've already made. So if you want to get rid of that.
Thank you. Marco.
Yeah, I'm really confused because at in the foreign policy section, I don't know. There's just a lot of colors, so I don't know. I mean, does
I just
every
didn't
team-
go through and check off everything, but we voted and approved everything save for one section, which we removed. And I just didn't go through and check it because there were so many individual pieces, but I'll do that before I log off tonight.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll through from the top and address everything as we go down. Okay, we have an addition under, we're back up in the single digits. My bubble does feel a little burst. Much love to Tim for keeping us honest, though. Page 8, democracy, bullet point number 4, adding respect local democracy and the decisions communities make on behalf of their respective jurisdictions. Any discussion? Marco, is your hand still up? Or are you up again? Got it. Jenny.
Yeah, I did this, and this is preemption. I didn't see any reference about preemption, and I know in the 2023 election cycle, we had to fend off a lot of, well, I mean, actually the state legislature passed some really bad bills, preempting local ordinances like bag bans, fracking up in North Texas, whatever. We need to respect local sovereignty and allow city councils and whatever. But anyway, it's to fight the preemption bills.
Any additional discussion? Any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Great. Page 9 and 10, no changes. There was some discussion of going back and confirming these numbers under early childhood, primary and secondary education. If folks don't have any objections, we'll treat that as clerical and just make sure that those like numeral amounts are updated and correct, and I'll work on that with staff. We've got okay. Here on page 12 under education, we have an addition with some edits. We'll just take the addition at its face first, unless really just depending on how you feel about changes, Jenny. So the addition is appeal to the state to help fund FICA payroll taxes to the level playing field for school personnel with the rest of the labor force, and so on and so forth. Jenny?
Yeah, I did not have time to consult with TFT, so let's just scratch the change since there's some uncertainty how that impacts with federal law.
Okay. Bottom of page 12, we have, that's an addition. I know that language well after our discussion around it. This is a move. This is a move. That's a move. These are moves. This, I think this heading is an addition. it rings familiar to anybody else, I don't recognize this. So the addition would be adding a subheading, strengthen standards and resources for schools and teachers. With some rearranging to go around with it. Any discussion? Any objections to that addition? Hearing none, add that. Tim?
Would everybody be amenable to a motion to just approve the education section with all the changes, moves, deletions that are shown?
Any objections to that? Hearing none. Let's call that approved. Scroll down to our next section. And I'll go through and work on those. I will spot check for replacements. I do think we have 1 or 2 duplicates, but we can work on that tomorrow. All right, page 18. That's clerical.
I think page 25.
Was where our next changes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, 25, here we go. And then I think this is something that we did earlier today, right? Am I remembering that
Yeah,
correctly?
That I believe we already did this section. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay,
Yeah, we did.
anybody have any flags on other sections that we haven't done? Skylar?
I believe part of the criminal justice reform section still has quite a few. Did we?
Scroll down. I know we did that in a big block, and that was some of the
Okay.
ones that I did not click through.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm happy to scroll down and confirm.
Page 35.
Thank you. Okay, so
Madam Chair, I think we
Yes,
had
ma'am.
talked about revisiting the net metering reform bullet point, but I think Paul wanted to make it more specific. But I don't know. I think the language as it stands is probably good enough. Again, we're
And
not
which bullet point was that?
It was on net metering reform. It was
Oh, yes. That was under
environmental
energy.
Find it, yeah.
Go back up before I go back down because I know where to find CJ now. You don't happen to remember any keywords in it, do you?
Just net metering. I just I know Paul
Page
wanted
20, top of 29.
Okay, thanks.
Skylar, you are the MVP.
I'm a teacher.
Normally, I have like really, really good visual recall of things like this, and this document has melted my brain. Here we go. Okay. Top of page 29. Yes.
There is no edit there, so I say we just roll with it.
That works for me.
Agreed.
Okay, so back down to criminal justice, which is on page 35. For Angel, are you still on? The only one that I would flag would be if you're here, we've got a comment that doesn't have specific language on it. If you've got specific language that we can make a change on here pretty quickly, I think we could do that. But otherwise we'll just hop down and just double check that we passed off on all those other changes. But I believe we did. Tim McDaniel.
Yeah, I think we approved that whole section that just got left there because it was a comment, not an edit. But the big thing that I noticed that I want to flag is the end of page 38. When we get there, there's a section that we never discussed about anti-Semitism because we wanted to come back to that after
Yes.
foreign policy.
Yes, post our hate crimes discussion. Okay, let's hop back to Angel and then we'll get back down to this. Yes.
Yeah, so the comments was just really breaking that down to be more specific. So turning one bullet point into three shorter ones. That was just my initial thought, although I know that there was a conversation earlier about not wanting to be using too much legislative language. I just
If you
felt
want
that
to propose that change, we can do that. Since it's already broken down. I'm going to be honest, I skimmed and didn't look, but now looking at the structure, I see that they are formatted correctly. So I can copy paste in if you want to suggest just doing a replacement across from that one bullet point to be replaced with these three.
Yes.
Any discussion on that? I'm going to copy over so it's a little bit bigger text for folks and get rid of the numerals. Jenny?
Yes, sorry.
Is your hand up for discussion?
No, sorry.
Nope, all good. Any objections to this replacement? Highlighting, so we're replacing what I have. If you're watching my screen, what's highlighted in blue, kind of lower middle of page 34 with the single bullet point immediately above it, beginning with institute appropriate disciplinary actions. Any objections? All right, hearing none, that's adopted. Okay, and then Tim is correct. The bottom of, what number did you say, 38? There we go, yes. Added section on adding anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Aisha.
I would request a friendly amendment, and potentially, and again, I might be off. I don't know if like legally this would come under hate crimes, but I'm just wondering if we could have both anti-Semitism on a separate bullet point and Islamophobia on a separate bullet point, only because there's been a recent kind of push, if you will, post October 7th to try to make it seem as if they're both like kind of joined at the hip, whereas they both kind of have different roots. And I obviously, after all the conversation in this meeting about anti-Semitism and just a lot of like charged language around it, I think that we need to maybe separate the two. But I do agree that they both need to be in here, maybe just in a different format.
Jenny?
Yeah, perhaps what we can do is instead of creating a separate category entitled anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, maybe we just include the bullet points under hate crimes like you suggested, Aisha. But I'm not sure how you want to separate out the two. I did want to make the point of adopting the Jerusalem Declaration as opposed to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which many feel like it goes too far and infringes on First Amendment rights. But I'm open to suggestions.
Any language suggestions on how we can incorporate these into the section above?
Is there a, and I apologize, point of information, is there a bullet point that outlines the different types of discriminatory categories somewhere else in this document? Or is this the only section that talks about discrimination?
So there are a number of entities that reference not having discrimination in particular governmental entities, for example. So it's referenced specifically under housing, under education. I think perhaps more than one's under education in reference to like public ed versus higher ed. And I can think of at least one other place that I think we added it in temporary, but I drawn a
Okay.
little bit of a blank on where
That's
that
okay.
would be.
And
So
that's
there are
fine, yeah.
some lists.
Okay, so I would just maybe, to make this quick, like we could add a bullet point right where your cursor is, and sorry, under established liability and civil remedies. The
Okay.
next one, I like the language on encourage local, state, and federal entities, because that's kind of what makes this relevant to Texans, is that you would basically encourage these entities to get trained. So maybe that's 2 bullet points. You have the first one is encourage local, state, and federal entities to get trained on the different types of discrimination, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So you could put them together in maybe that bullet point. That way it's like an example of the different types of discrimination. And it's not obviously it's not a holistic, like a full list.
I'm trying to think of what the right verb would be: to seek training, to acquire training.
To acquire.
Encourage the development of training.
Maybe
or-
require local, state, and federal entities to, instead of encourage, maybe we say require, and then what was it, Sky, that you were saying?
Nothing.
Acquire entities and organizations
To conduct
conduct is a great verb.
conduct training on
Training
isn't
and
it
awareness.
sensitivity? Yeah, sensitivity training, is that what they call it? I'm not sure if that's the correct language, but like something about hate crimes and how it's relevant to these, to conduct training on discrimination, including but not limited to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Yeah, but not limited to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Yeah. And then we could also kind of, to going further along that line, add the encourage the adoption of the Jerusalem Declaration in the final bullet point.
Okay. So these last 2 bullet points are what I've just added. Skylar?
I'm good.
Any other feedback, discussion? Any objections to the additions of these 2 bullet points? All right, hearing none, those are adopted. I'm just gonna, right there. I'm gonna fix my bad capitalization. Okay. Any other sections? Anything else that folks are seeing?
I'm scrolling.
How about the religious freedom section?
I think we adopted that, didn't we?
There's like red lines, and so I guess I'm confused. And sorry I wasn't here necessarily the whole time.
I don't know if Steven's still on, but I think he actually colored these things when he was making the comments and when they were accepted.
Oh yeah,
it
he
changes
changed the
the
color. It is adopted, I believe. It looks like, because I don't have like when I click, it doesn't give me the opportunity to change it. But yeah, all of these were approved. We made a couple of edits. This one I need to remove because we did replace it with the line below it. sorry. I actually should have accepted that change instead of clicking away.
I'm changing them now. I did have them in different colors so I could tell where my edits were.
That's
not-
an idea that I
it is
had
odd.
not considered and is honestly very helpful now that I know what it is. So that works great.
Yes, so essentially when you start editing, depending on whose screen you're looking at, you get assigned a color. So your edits, if you were to do them, would be in your color.
And ironically enough, you were your same color, Stephen, on my screen and on your screen, it looks like. So love when that happens.
I still have document access, so I'm just changing the color back to black.
Now it works great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay. Any
How do I do it?
other
No,
any other edits?
that's wrong. Here.
I'm scrolling. I'm at 53, nothing, 54, nothing.
I'm following right along with you. And I think we're set. I feel like I jinxed myself at the end. So thank y'all for bearing with
Yeah.
me and double checking.
How about
Yeah.
on the top of 37?
Let me fly on up there while Skylar scrolls to the bottom. 37.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused by this Texas model thing.
Oh, we approved that as a whole section, and I have not gone back in to fix things. So, and Angel, if you're on, feel free to jump in and clarify, but there's several transformative justice models, and she was just clarifying the Texas transformative justice model.
But then when we want to still keep the transformative justice model? Like the
Angel?
word-
Yeah, so the reason I just said the Texas model was, again, is Hannah has said there's multiple transformative justice models as it relates to juvenile justice. It is a Texas model, but I think there could be the Texas juvenile justice model. It's called the Texas model, but I'm fine with.
What if we did the Texas model of transformative justice?
That works.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Thanks
Don't
for
mind
that.
me.
It's almost 3 and I have no wordsmithing left in me.
It's amazing how much your language skills start to degrade after 8 hours of staring at one document.
Hannah, this is Steve.
Go ahead.
I sent you a brief message. I asked about the changes to energy and the environment that I made.
Yes. I did not see that, so thank you for flagging it.
Tim made edits to make action words at the beginning. I wasn't
Yes.
aware I should do that, and everything is fine. What he did was fine. I see someone's already going through and doing that. That's good.
That could be Marco.
Yeah,
Marco
if-
has
Good.
super access over everything.
Okay, good. Thank
If
you,
something's
Marco.
clerical or like I see a formatting thing, which obviously if it doesn't start with an action word, that kind of stuff, I'm just approving.
Okay, there are still some deletes that have to be made. Perhaps you could use your
Whoops.
your power there as to do those.
Yes, and there are a couple of sections like that, just where we did those approvals in large chunks relative to somebody's expertise or large changes, just so that y'all didn't have to sit and watch me go through things. But it will reflect what we voted on, which is adding all of
Sure.
your additions and striking your strike throughs.
Yes, I figured that. Be sure to incorporate Tim's action words. I guess they're already there.
Some of them are, yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. Like this one needs to be you probably should remove the if you don't mind me editing. Oh, you did it. Good. That's the one I was just going to do. And you don't need that here, do you? At the end, enforce the current statute.
Yeah. So the style is basically everything ends with a semicolon except for the last bullet. ends
Okay.
with a period.
So you are leaving and in and the second to last bullet. Okay. That's fine.
All right, Skylar.
It looks like the only thing left are the things that we mass adopted that just needs to be cleaned up by Hannah or staff.
All right, that feels promising. Marco, is there specific language for recommendation of adoption as an amendment, like moving adoption to amend the 22 platform?
Yeah. I mean, I would suggest that a member would move that the document that we have in front of us with the clerical edits that still need to be applied is a full strike and replace amendment of our current platform.
Skylar?
I'd move that we adopt the document before us, including the clerical changes that need to be made as a substitution for the 2022 platform. Did I catch
Is there
it
a
all?
second? I think so.
Second.
Heard the second. I didn't hear who it came from.
I seconded it earlier.
Excellent. All right. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, we have ourselves an amended platform ready to send out to the full convention. Thank y'all so much. Truly, 2:48 a.m. Can't thank you enough for all of your hard work. I know there's a handful of folks who are still watching along with us because basically the TYD group chat is still going. I won't belabor the point, but really, truly, thank you all for all of the work between meetings, during meetings, and really just at every point in this process. I really can't express to y'all enough how much I appreciate y'all going along with us with we're damn near 20 hours of work at this, not counting the individual labor that you put in between meetings. So thank you all. Enjoy what's left of your evening and morning, and we'll see you all in El Paso. Are there any objections to adjournment? Hearing none, 2:49 a.m. We are adjourned. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your night.
Night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Marco, don't end the meeting. I have a couple of messages I want to read real quick before we end. Though you can stop the stream at your leisure.
I will, give me a second then.